This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm. What's up, Overwatch League fans? Happy to say that we're finally back. We are bringing you coverage from coast to coast with two big matches to kick us off in New York. And afterwards, we're headed over to Dallas, Texas, where the Gladiators, Titans, the Valiant, and the host Team Fuel are set to compete. And the crew and I are here in sunny Los Angeles to break down all the action. We're just 30 minutes away. This is the live Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. On cue, guys.
Johnny, you were late. Johnny, you ruined it.
Right here each and every day, all season long, to have fun and analyze all the action. I am Zoe, and justice has finally been served. Making a return to the desk is no other than
Old
Reinforce.
What an old meme.
Yeah, Johnny.
He's back.
You see, we don't have a live audience, but we have superb audio people in the back. Thank you so much for that one, Steve. And yeah, right next to him, we see newly retired, now old man, in fact.
Feels old,
Costa, yeah, feels old. Also, you're the one person on this desk I will never entrust with a secret.
You can trust me. You can tell me. Guys, you can tell me things.
Right.
Just
right.
I don't believe that.
you leaked my
Come
welcome
on.
appointment.
What I do believe, though, is that we have our first formidable guest analyst here on the desk. It's no other than Achilles, one of our many, many talented casters. So nice to have you here on our first day.
It is great to be back. It's just been a long off season of sitting at home in Korea wondering, when can I cast again? When can I do anything to do with Overwatch again?
I was about
And
to say
here
that.
we are.
I know. Today's not the day to cast.
Anything to do with Overwatch is what I said at the end, Johnny.
Yeah, sorry.
And I'm excited to be here on the desk.
Can I just
guys.
say, like, our stage manager is going to be so upset with us.
Oh, yeah,
like,
this is everywhere.
Yeah, you.
this is our life now.
We ruined it 5 minutes in. Great way to start.
So
anyway,
sorry.
Achilles, since you are the guest of honor, I just promoted you to that.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, wow. I want to start with you. What are you most excited about this season?
Just to be back into the action, just to see how the storylines are going to develop throughout the season here, how the players are going to handle traveling around, how we are going to be, well, maybe not you guys can be based here primarily in Los Angeles,
Right.
but how myself and Wolf are going to be handling traveling around the world to cast these matches and bring you guys the action. I think it's going to be such an exciting season, and I'm just happy to start things off finally.
I'm looking forward to all the new teams. Like, there's been so many new players, so many shakeups, all these crazy things. I'm just looking forward to being on the desk, talking about the game. You know, don't have to play anymore, so I don't have that stress, but it's going to be awesome.
Honestly, the desk is what excites me the most.
Wow.
I might be biased.
That seems a little biased.
I might be biased, but I'm going to poke so much fun at Costa.
Oh, it's
all
coming.
the
It's
time.
coming back.
And I get to show off my cool outfit.
Yeah, nice
So,
outfit.
Yeah,
You're
you
doing,
look like,
it looks...
Day one.
It's
pictures of
something.
Austin.
Today is Pokemon gym trainer.
What?
And my
like it.
The
my,
rock gym
Yeah.
leader.
my favorite Pokemon is Farfetch'd. So
So far-fetched on the side of me.
Today
Okay.
we learned. Anyway, speaking of all these new things here in the Overwatch League season, yeah, there is so much change happening around these parts. We have a new set, as you can see, a new home on YouTube, and many changes to the league itself. So our newest caster and former outlaw, Jake, will help us break down all the changes in 2020.
The third season of the Overwatch League is underway, so it's time to take a look at what's new in 2020. First off, the season is no longer divided into 4 stages, which means no more stage playoffs. Instead, we're introducing our own mid-season tournament, where 4 teams, the 2 conference leaders and 2 wildcard teams, will face off for over $1 million during All-Star Weekend. Additionally, to build up new and existing regional rivalries, the Atlantic and Pacific conferences are now broken down into 4 divisions: East and West in the Pacific, and North and South in the Atlantic. We've also moved to a first-to-3 map format, meaning once a team wins 3 maps, the match is over. To make sure all 20 teams get a fair share of map variety, we'll be rotating the map type order throughout the year as well. But the biggest change in 2020? We're hitting the road. We'll be traveling to teams' home cities throughout the entire season, bringing the Overwatch League right to your own backyard. So get ready, Overwatch League fans, because this season, we're coming home.
We've got a packed day of Overwatch for you right here on YouTube. Will the home teams start the season with a W? Well, we will find out very soon because kicking things off in New York, we have Sure4 and a retooled Toronto Defiant taking on soon and the Paris Eternal. And later we have second place Vancouver Titans and their new tank Fisher taking on one of his many former teams, the LA Gladiators. And after a poor showing in their first season in the league, the Toronto Defiant went on a shopping spree in the off-season. They're bringing home Canadian Sure4 as well as Agilities, while also signing Karif, Calix, and Nevix. Now, Costa, you have been playing with and against many of these players. Do you feel like this new retooled roster can allow the Defiant to climb back up the ranks after their 8-20 season?
They have so many veterans in this team. They've been here since season 1. They've been playing since the beta came out, okay? They have an amazing roster.
Didn't help us.
No, we're washed now, but these guys are still good. And I think it's going to be a really good team. I'm excited to see what they can bring. You know, Agilities and Kriv, I played with those guys for a really long time. I'm looking forward to seeing them on a new team. The real question is Beast Halo, though.
Yeah, the big question is Beast. Because...
Go ahead, talk about a tank player, Johnny.
Yeah, come on.
He's questionable, okay? CP has pretty strong feelings about him. I for one, I acknowledge that he's actually won contenders a few times with Fusion University. The main argument is that Alarm, Bernard, and Who Are You pretty much carried that team, and Beast wasn't necessarily the greatest asset to that team. So I definitely think he has some things to prove. But then again, he has, as I said, an accomplished feat of accomplishments. He's won contender several times. They were at the Atlantic Showdown and won with his team. So there are things to remain to be seen with this guy.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are mainly worried about not having seen him in any competitive play for quite some time. And that may be leading some people to be concerned.
Yeah, I mean, he was competing with a starting spot with Changsik on Fusion University, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Okay, I don't.
It's a new season.
We don't have to get ahead of us.
A lot of
It's gonna be a long season.
Well, on the other side, we have the Paris Eternal, led by veteran Soon as well as Cruz, who also finished at 8-20. So they may or may not have been a little bit disappointed with their performance as well. They signed coach Rush and a few young talents from the dominant contenders team Element Mystic. So Achilles, you are expert of all things South Korea and Overwatch as well. What do you make of that pickup? What do you think Rush will be adding to this team?
I mean, I think that Rush is a fantastic coach. Since he came in with Element Mystic, he's been coaching them since the very beginning. They have 4 first-place finishes in various tournaments, starting off with the Apex Challenger Season 5. So actually, if Apex Season 5 had occurred, we would have seen Element Mystic competing against some of the greats that came out from over in South Korea. But additionally, they have those championship victories in contenders. They've been able to take down teams like Runaway, who have been around since the start of Overwatch, who have been
They're
very
not the Overwatch
dominant.
League level, don't worry.
But I still have to have some pause when talking about this, him coaching this roster, because it is going to be mixed language. It's the first time that he's going to be working with some non-Koreans on that squad. They don't have eligibility yet for Hanbin, for Sparkle. Exi is going to be potentially fielded for this squad, but now we have to see how he can deal with a team that does not all just be Korean.
Yeah, we really have to see how they play in the long term.
Yeah.
That's what they're really aiming at.
Exactly.
Sparkle, he's not going to be eligible until May 31st. Hanbin, who's a hyped up off tank coming from Element Mystic as well, not eligible until February 20th. So we gotta wait to see and judge this Paris Eternal squad. I think that they have a lot of good pieces, so I think that they will be good down the line. But for now, I think we have to hold our patience and just wait to see and what's going to happen down the line.
Right. Well, big expectations for that team, but we also have big expectations for our next game coming up. It's going to be a huge rivalry match going down today as the London Spitfire take on the hosting New York Excelsior in the Hammerstein Ballroom. And these two teams, well, they have been having epic battles since the inaugural season, with NYXL besting London 6-2, including the playoffs. Now, gone are the days, QSAP music, of Profit, Gesture, Bedosian. We won't see those guys anymore in the baby blue. Spitfire now are a big question mark, I dare say, with 11 new players, and 10 of these 11 are complete rookies. We only have Krillin returning.
Yo, your boy Krillin's going to hold down the fort. It's going to be strong. Trust.
Well, we trust in Krillin, indeed. Now, the hosting team, the New York Excelsior, they're no joke. We all know that. They have been in first place in the inaugural season, first in all-time team fight win percentage, and they still have players on their squad, such as the 2018 T-Mobile MVP, Zen Master Jonak. Now, they did lose their off-tank Meko in the free agency period. Reinforce our tank enthusiast.
Resident tank guy.
Yeah, the
Do I have to
resident
talk
tank
about
guy.
all the time?
Only
Actually,
Tank
I-
said-
We don't
I
want to know about
literally-
anything else. Just tanks.
We scribbled you in for all tank talk. That's all you do. What? You don't like it?
I like DPS players too, okay? Like when I'm on the ladder and I pick Hanzo, just leave me be, okay? I play
Okay, so
DPS
you
players.
like
do,
you like
because you're not gonna
DPS
kill
players.
anything.
Now
Yeah.
I want you to talk about Hotba.
Yeah.
Also looking good on
Yeah,
DPS, but he will be filling Meko shoes. Is that something you can confidently?
Yeah,
or
I'm
say
very
you can do?
excited. I'm very excited about this addition because I think that New York Excelsior, they have been a bit too passive in the past. So obviously, it worked for them. But I think Hotba could change things up for them because he brings in a very aggressive off-tank style. He has great versatility. And although we are in role lock, I think the fact that you can flex to other roles can really help a team. So I'm excited to see what he brings. Some people might say that he might not be up to par with Meko when it comes to his off-tank level. I tend to disagree. I actually think that this is a great pickup for the New York Excelsior. And I think after having been shaky in playoffs, I think that Hotba could be a bit of a leader coming into this squad and help them when it comes playoffs, actually.
Well, after our 2 matches in New York, we will be heading over to Dallas, Texas on this opening day. So coming up, will the addition of Gamzu and DK fuel Dallas up the stand? I went that far and I will go even further after a quick break. The Overwatch League is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Welcome back to the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. Dallas will be hosting the second half of our opening day at Esports Stadium, Arlington. But before we get things started, let's take a look at the best moments from 2019.
Welcome back to the Blizzard Arena for the 2019 Overwatch League season.
I can't wait to get this started. I think this is going to be a really fun one.
We'll see where it goes.
Oh, that was a sick charge. The bomb is there. They do it again. That is brutal.
Urster just aced it.
And Super punched into a car. How do you claim that on your insurance? There it is. And Shax just absolutely destroys the entire team. Can you get over the roof there?
Oh my.
Oh my,
what a play, what a grab!
Let's go, dude!
Going for the hammer kill.
Come on, Surf 4. Give the man a break. He's trying to play the game. Give it to the hell. No, he pulls out the McCree. Yeah, man, you can dance.
It's a little bit of top rock, a little bit of shuffle. I get it.
The anticipation has been building. We are live in Los Angeles for the stage playoffs
The Vancouver Titans, your Stage 1 champions. Time for the Stage 2 finals. San Francisco Shock taking on the Vancouver Titans. And the Shock have done it! They are your Stage 2 champions! The Shanghai Dragons have actually done it! Stage 3 champions! They deny it away from the San Francisco Shock!
You can't ask for a better story.
What's up, playoff Overwatch fans? We are live in Los Angeles for the 2019 postseason.
Are you kidding me? What a to see! They walked off the cards! Unbelievable!
It's win or go home. It is absolutely crunch time.
It is going to be our winners bracket finals. Vancouver Titans taking on the NYXO. The Titans do it! They are going to the grand finals!
The Shock got knocked to the lower bracket. They're like, oh, that's right, we don't lose maps anymore. I guess we'll just 4-0 the Spitfire, we'll 4-0 the Gladiators, and they just roll right over the Spark.
The New York Excel, they've got quite the task on their hands.
The match that was promised, we get it again! San Francisco will be facing off against Vancouver in the grand finals.
This is it. It's all come down to this.
It's time to settle the score. You're striking the whole combo, it's beautiful!
A complete domination by the Shock.
What a rocket! The Architect is a trapeze artist, and he's ready for So Min Soo! The San Francisco Shock are your 2019 Overwatch League champions!
Last year, the Vancouver Titans entered the Overwatch League and proceeded to dominate, finishing off the season with 25 wins and only 3 losses. And they came second in the 2019 Overwatch League finals, with most of their lineup actually returning, including role stars such as Twilight, Janu, and Rookie of the Year Hubsal. Can we expect the same kind of domination from this team this year, Achilles?
I mean, obviously there were a couple changes coming into this roster, but I think one of the biggest boons for them is the addition of Ryujay Hong coming off of the Seoul Dynasty. No one was really anticipating to see him leave that squad, but now he's over with the Titans, so they have this veteran force, this solid leader who has proven time and time again that he can keep a squad under control and lead them to victory. I think that with him being there, it's going to be a major advantage for the Titans.
Go ahead.
Say what you want to say.
I'm
Johnny,
thinking
take
the
stuff.
same thing.
Yeah, it's Fisher.
On the other side of the
Fisher.
coin, there's the Fisher element. Okay, this is his fourth team.
Sure.
Sorry?
Sure.
Sure.
I mean, he's coming into the season 3. We don't know what to expect. He is obviously a very mechanically skilled player.
Yes.
We do expect great things from him, but will he last out the season with the Vancouver Titans?
I really don't know what to say
There,
about this
Jonathan.
player, okay? Because he got bored being benched on the London Spitfire, and so he got traded to the LA Gladiators and actually performed really well with the squad. But then come playoffs, he benches himself. Then he gets traded to the Seoul Dynasty, and in stage 3 of last season, claims that he's burned out. Okay, I get that. You know, a lot of Overwatch to be played. And now he comes out of retirement again to play for his 4th team. Like, it's just insane. I'll be the first one to volunteer and say right now, if he plays all the matches for Vancouver Titans and he makes it all the way, I will volunteer to take a cake to the face on this broadcast.
Can I come back for that day?
Absolutely.
I don't think he's going to make it.
Invited.
I don't think he's going to make it.
If anyone can
Wow.
keep him under control, it's Jae Hong.
Yeah, and I agree with
what?
that. Jae Hong, veteran in the league, a veteran player just in all of Overwatch. I think he can keep him under wraps, potentially.
Well, I guess we'll have to find out
Doubt
very
it.
soon. Now, Fisher's former team, the LA Gladiators, they signed Space from their crosstown rival and the Valiant. No, the crosstown rivals were the Valiant. I don't know where I was going with that one. Anyway, I think what I really wanted to talk about was that they traded DK for OG. Now, this looks to be a very big upgrade. Reinforce, if you had to rate any tank duos in
Tanks
the league
again?
right now.
Tanks?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Mercy
I don't know, I
mains
just...
are crying right now.
I'm
Because all we do is
I'm
talk
not
about
crying.
tanks.
I'm a Mercy man.
OG in space.
Oh,
What
yeah,
is,
listen.
how do they look?
Just wondering.
Are you
look,
unhappy with me asking you these? I want you to rate
Look,
OG and
yeah,
Space. Where is
look.
this tank duo rating for you?
Great tank duo. Very star-studded. Okay, I'm very excited to see what they can bring to the table. OG, though, he has a lot of promise. He has a ton of talent, okay? But we need to see him fulfill that promise this year. We need to see him actually step up to the plate and actually really perform. Space, we already know that he's really good because he can carry bad main supports on his team.
Wow.
Hey,
But OG,
I'll argue with that.
he really needs to prove this year that he can actually fulfill his promise with his talent and bring it to the table if the Gladiators want to be a top team. this year.
I agree with Johnny, but for me, with this team, if they want to be a top 5 team, compete with the best, it comes down to their DPS players. Obviously, the addition of Birdring, there's a lot of question marks about can he stay level-headed? Can he go back to his former glory, 2018, where he just dominated everything? So that's it for me. And the contenders players coming in, Mira, Jaru, they need to prove themselves right now. They need to show that they deserve to be on this team and perform at the level of the Overwatch League.
All right. Simple as that. You should become coach also. Well,
brain's big enough, apparently.
Apparently it is. Now, I want to talk about the other LA team, of course. They are also set to play in our final match of the day. They will be facing the hosting team, the Dallas Fuel, who have signed veterans Gamzu to play with his inaugural season Boston Uprising teammate Note once again. Achilles, what are Fuel's expectations for this season, and where do you see them standing right now in reality?
It always becomes so rough talking about the Dallas Fuel. They've made some very solid
did you see the pain in the face right over there?
I've been there.
They've made some nice adjustments here in the offseason. I think that they will fare better than we saw from them in the last 2 seasons of the Overwatch League. But that being said, it's still a big ask for me to instill any faith in this organization right now, just because of their track record, because they came in having the best Western roster for Season 1, formerly Envious, Apex Season 1 champions, and then just not really doing much with it.
That went great.
So it was really rough. I would love for the Fuel to excel here in Season 3, but who really knows?
You know what we also need to talk about? There've been a lot of leaks around these parts lately. Yeah, I don't know. And I don't want to point any fingers.
I will.
But coming up, will this man on your screen spoil the 2020 season before it even begins?
More than likely.
Whoa!
Guys, come on.
No way!
Someone with a name that rhymes with, let's say, Buster, was having trouble keeping secrets this off-season, routinely leaking information before it even became public. And as you can see on the screens, he leaked Valiant information on Platchat, amongst many other things. Shockingly, right now, he's even absent from our desk that we want to call him out on it. But guys, like, how unprofessional is that?
Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. I can't believe he's done that on Platchat, which I was on as well. Unbelievable.
On multiple platforms, not just Platchat.
Yeah.
You know, this was just happening. So
was that a door? But we don't even have a door.
Wait, it's a live show. It's a live show. What are you doing here?
Hear me out.
What is happening?
I'm here to put my plunger down, okay? I'm here to make amends, okay? I'm here to fix the leaks, undo everything that's been done.
You seem like the least qualified plumber in the world.
No, I'm great, trust me.
No, you're causing the leaks so far.
No, you see, but I'm here to fix them.
Okay.
So, you know, I want to just explain myself a little bit, okay?
Oh, please do.
So, the first leak, Sideshow...
I wouldn't touch that.
No, hey, guys, listen. he started releasing all the information because he started to stream again. The Plat Chat one, he's sabotaging me and my career.
Okay, but how do you explain showing the emails? Nice shot. The email
Sorry, you leaks, guys.
revealing
We're not having any
the
of that.
roster for the caster lineup.
No,
this is for Jaws not getting his announcement.
All right, guys.
My announcement.
No, no, please don't.
That
say the
too.
All right, the email. I don't know.
That's a close distance throw. At least.
Give him a little,
No, I'm
little-
just threatening him.
give him a nice leak tap.
Well, we're gonna yeet those leaks at people, but you know, I guess this is it. This was
think
the
it's-
first
You know,
and last day
I don't want to
Costa
be on
on
this
his
desk
new
anyway. Okay?
job.
I'm going to take my leaks elsewhere.
All right,
All
good.
right.
Yeah, shoo.
Go ahead and do that.
Shoo.
Well, he should have seen that coming. But speaking of having some foresight, our expert predictions are coming up right next. We're moments away from kicking off our first match of this season at the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York between the revamped Toronto Defiant and the Paris Eternal. It's prediction times, and we're raising the stakes this very year. As every prediction counts, the loser will be punished at the end of the year. And yeah, that's pretty much it already. We are actually going to take a look at the predictions a little later. We're going to start the matches right now.
Let's go, Toronto.
Woo!
Whoa! I hope we're still on.
San Francisco Shock are your 2019 champions!
There are moments that shape us. Moments of triumph. Moments of defeat. Moments that move us. And moments that change us. But this moment defines us.
What a rocket! Who's gonna stop Architect now? That's a huge shatter! This is carnage!
Urster just aced it.
Jax just absolutely destroys the entire team! The Shock now have one more chance. Should we open? This must be big! San Francisco, this is huge! Unbelievable! Soul Dynasty say thank you very much! We're going to the semis! The Vancouver Titans secure the championship in the Pacific Division! NYXL, they don't play by the rules!
Millions of fans, thousands of miles traveled, hundreds of incredible moments from across the globe. 20 teams, 6 countries, the best players in the world. All with one goal. This moment, this is our moment. Welcome home.
New York City, let me hear you! What is up, everybody? I am Chris Puckett, and it has been 132 days since we last saw some official Overwatch League action. But today, that wait is over. You guys ready? We've got Paris in the building. We've got London in the building. We've got Toronto Defiant in the building today. But most importantly, we have your NYXL here today. Our first 2 seasons have been so incredible, but today marks opening day of the 2020 Overwatch League season. So ladies and gentlemen, make some noise and let the games begin as we send it to our casters, Uber and Mr. X.
What's up, New York?
Hey.
Damn, it's good to be back. 2018 was the last time we were in this city, and this time now, we're going to take things up a notch. The Overwatch League has come home, and as far as I'm concerned, so have we. It's a pleasure to be back.
New York actually gets to play in New York this time. So, you know, when we were in the Barclays Center.
I hear you.
Yeah, we actually thought they were going to be in the finals. They didn't make it that year, but it'll be good to see them play their first home game later today.
But expectations are as high as ever for the home team, but also for many others. Let's quickly have a look at our schedule for the days. We get our first look at our teams heading into the 2020 season. Our first matchup, Toronto Defiant, Paris Eternal. 2 teams that kind of dodged the spotlight last season.
Yeah, and a lot of changes for both of these rosters in the offseason, right? Paris going with more of a mixed roster, Toronto bringing in a lot of familiar faces from seasons 1 and 2 of the Overwatch League onto their roster.
And of course, after that match, it is a bit of a grudge match. It is going to be NYXL going up against the London Spitfire. A different look for the Spitfire, but I tell you what, the animosity is absolutely still going to be present. But let's focus in on this one, right? Both these teams dodged the spotlight. Let's put them under the microscope now. 14th and 17th place, respectively, last season between Paris and Toronto here. Neither of the teams really making a big splash.
No, not making a big splash at all last season, but they've given their fans for their cities a reason to care about them this season, right? Toronto, you bring in Surefour, and then on the Paris Eternal side, you bring a lot of players from Element Mystic. There's Sparkle, he'll make his debut a little bit later in the season, but I'm interested to see how this roster works out, right? You bring in 3 players from Element Mystic, very good team from Korean contenders. How do they mesh with some of the players that they hold over from last season?
I mean, it's a huge change. I spoke earlier to Gray, and he said, this isn't just a couple of players coming in. This is a new team. Coaching staff change, because Rush came over as well with these 3-element Mystic players, 2 of which who are currently still ineligible to participate. Just actually that can actually play right now. So we will see this team evolve, and of course departing some old guard names here. Shadowburn, Danye, Finzi, and Cloudy sort of move away from this team. Big changes. FD God comes into the roster, which is, I mean, a player who really stood up in the World Cup for France. He just got off the plane, by the way.
Yeah, and then I know you bring in No Smite, who he was with the Hangzhou Spark last year, Smex as well. We won't be seeing Smex today. Put out a tweet earlier that he didn't make the trip.
Under the weather.
Yeah, under the weather, so we won't see Smex today, which will cause a little bit of an interesting lineup here for the Paris term.
But let's pivot now to the Toronto Defiant, who look completely different than they did last year, picking up, I'll be honest, picking up some huge names in the offseason. First look at the departures. Ivy, I'm 37, the Mike Stealer, of course. Yakpong, of course, the main tank. Sharik.
Commissioner, and then, you know, he's not in here.
No, he's probably working on like a traditional sports league now. He's probably running the NFL. Gods and Aid depart this roster. I believe sort of Roki's still in the coaching staff of this team, but I mean, this is ridiculous. Full Canadian, by the way. Agilities and Shore added to this team. Nevix, who spent most of the time on the sideline for the San Francisco Shock.
I mean, those additions look like a starting lineup on paper, right? So you bring in a lot of talent here for Toronto. You're trying to reshape this team and really build it around Surefour, right? I think Surefour is a star player that we've seen the first 2 years of the Overwatch League. Very talented, damage dealer.
Whatever you do, don't call him passive.
He's got strong mechanics, and I think he also backs it up with really good game knowledge. And I think if he can bring some of that to the rest of the team, right? They play around him, kind of adopt some of that style. I think you can see them really kind of place much higher in the standings than they did last year.
I mean, let's talk agilities and Kareev, the synergy there. These two are the best of friends, pretty much inseparable. Every time we saw them, of course, under the Valiant roster, they were always hanging out. They love just pestering each other and having a good time. So morale definitely going to be high on this roster. We've given everyone a bit of a primer to the Toronto Defiant. Let's get to know the team a little better. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to rise together and make some noise as our first team for the 2020 season takes to the stage. It is the Toronto Defiant.
You got these guys looking tough in that music video.
There was
you
a
want to see
common
Logics
theme.
in an alley at night in Toronto?
He was strutting. Common theme, hoodies and climbing up things, whether it's ladders or stairs. I guess that's what they do out there. Felt like Gotham City.
Yeah, so you won't see Surefour here in the starting lineup. The first map will be Lijiang Tower, so you see Agilities in there. I think maybe some Pharah play comes in. And then we're going to see Beast and Nevix. You know, heard Johnny and the guys in the desk talk about. No, Beast needs to step up, play big for this team in that main tank role. We'll get to see him here early. Nevix is a pickup a lot of people excited about for Toronto. Comes over from the San Francisco Shock. A lot of people think he was a starting quality off tank last year. It's just they have Troyovan, right? And not a lot of playing time down there. So excited to see Nevix get more shots at playing this year.
Nevix started his career as a Mercy player, then became a fantastic DPS and a Genji especially, and then a tank. He's done everything, and now he gets to show his stuff here on the stage. He's a man of few words. Nevix doesn't have a lot to say, but when it comes to the play, he lets that do all the talking. And we saw Kellex, obviously a fixture on the Boston Uprising. World Cup performance for Denmark, very solid. They looked excellent as a national squad.
Yeah, like we mentioned, a lot of familiar faces from the Overwatch League's first 2 seasons. seasons. Obviously, they were not on Toronto. They come from a lot of different teams, but a lot of good experienced talent coming into this Defiant roster.
On the other side, the flame still burns brightly. Make some noise, New York, for the Paris Eternal. Paris start last season, Matt, by coming out of the gates and demolishing the London Spitfire. They started strong, definitely fell off. A strong European core for this team. They could not quite find their footing. Wholesale changes now and some new faces to hit the stage.
You know, I mentioned Smex not being here earlier. That changes things a little bit here for the Paris Eternal because Ben Best and Nosmite traditionally both main tanks. You know, you can play 2 shield tanks now. I'm sure that's a surprise to a lot of people at home. You can see 2 shields here at a time. I expect you to see that quite often. And FD got, we also mentioned that as well, and he got in late. So we'll see how that affects him.
Also, I'm very curious to see what kind of look we get from the Eternal. See, Soon is actually not on the stage to start off this particular match. So it'll be Exi and Nico there, probably piloting those damage dealer roles here. Nosmite did not get a ton of playtime for the Spark last season, a little bit in stage 1, but eventually was eclipsed by Gushui as he found his footing in that roster. Hip returns, of course, to the stage, a mainstay for the Eternal in the previous season, and these guys have a lot to prove. So does this gentleman on your screen. FD God, domestically a bit of a god, but internationally now he has to show up.
And I don't think you will get a great gauge of where the Paris Eternal is until you see everybody kind of come into play, right? When you see Sparkle, you see Humvin come into play. I think that's when you really kind of get a gauge. Also Smex, right? Where this team is at. I think they're judging them off of what happens in this game. Good or bad, I think would be a little bit rough. So the map set here, take a look. Now, guys, I've been telling you the first 2 years, every map matters.
You did say that a lot.
I may have over-exaggerated that a little bit. we went back, we were like, hey, look.
No, you're lying.
First to 3, I did. First to 3 now will win you the series. Game modes for game maps 2 and 3 and 4 will rotate. So let's say you see a 3-0, you may not see an Assault or an Escort or a Hybrid map, depending on the week. We will always kick things off with Control, starting on Lijiang Tower here.
Yeah, and a great map to kind of gauge these two teams out of the gates. It's much more of a fundamental brand of Overwatch, focused more on the team fights and the setups there, maybe less so on snowballing and trying to get those advantages and blow them out as you often see on payload-based maps. A lot of things from these teams. I'm curious to see. Beast Halo now under the lights on that tank role. He'll have to work alongside Nevix to keep the Eternal at bay.
But you know what? This may be a good testing ground for them and something they can build some confidence off of, because this may not have been the actual starting tank line for Paris, depending on how long they've known Smex is not going to be able to make the flight and get out here. So this may be one where, you know, Toronto, they've been able to practice this in the off-season a lot between Beast and Nevix. They may have a little bit more chemistry together than Paris Eternal with Ben Best and Nosmite.
A lot of fun here, and we saw Kellex on your screen just beforehand, and you know, he actually had some fantastic stats on main supports as a survivalist. Let's see if he can hang in this particular matchup now. It all begins here in 2020 in the city that never sleeps at Lijiang Tower.
No, we'll see what both teams decide to come out with off at the start. I think early on, a lot of teams, they've been screaming, obviously, leading up until this point. Now with Hero Pool starting in week 5, it'll be interesting to see how teams incorporate a lot of the heroes in, preparing for that. Looks like at the start, at least, you'll see the double main tank set up here for the Paris Eternal. And you kind of expected potentially this with 2 main tanks in.
Nevix on the off tank, he's going to start with the DV here. He's going to face a lot of the scrutiny early on. Nosmite tries to put his bubble down early, but it's blown up awfully fast. And this is where the Maze and Symmetra start to get to work. It's Beast Halo going down early here. Not ideal to lose to Reinhardt so early in the fight. There's no shielding at all remaining for Toronto. Now it's just about getting the damage to stick. Mr. Logix opens up the account, getting rid of Nosmite, but he's shut down soon after. And the Paris Eternal start with position on the point. Only 3 players left for Toronto. They'll probably just have to try and stagger this fight.
And for Paris, right, the point of this composition that they're playing is for point control, right? You play the Moira for the high healing, able to just heal everybody up, do some damage in that AoE. On the Mei, Nico can split some players off, but really, you know, the Symmetra only gets value if you can play from the point, especially with the double main tank setup.
Beast Halo here, maybe the recipient of a nano boost from Karibor. Logix does not have Death Blossom yet. Can still get a heck of a lot done, even though on this patch, Reaper's healing is slightly reduced. His life steal based on healing damage. See Karib here, one of our role stars. We haven't talked about too much yet. Well, a chance to expand on that a little bit later. It's another boost for Logix. He's going to go in, but he's knocked away pretty quickly. Shield up, Ben Best trying to go for the Earth Shatter. There's a Symmetra barrier across the map, and Logix has finally found himself the Blizzard throw down. This is going to force Nico into Ice Block. He pops out at just the right time. Great wall. Beast tries to go for the pin, and he was denied by Nico.
And it's actually a great Metro teleport there from Exi that he actually puts it from the backside of the point to the front. You can disengage from that Reaper through the Symmetra teleporter, and he's able to get a D-Mech onto the D.Va, pick up another kill as well. So the Symmetra paying off, and the Symmetra is a very risky pick here because if you do not get control of the point first, it's very difficult to retake with the Sim.
And you need 2 shields to really set her up because she can't hold up in the heat that well. Logix over the edge. Zepti God looking good early. Going to try and battle it out a little bit with Kellex over the course of this fight, but is everyone over the edge here for Toronto as that fight was over before it began? 80% to 0.
You stay on the Reinhardt here. For Toronto, you have the Shatter, but I mean, you have the double shield set up for Paris. You can get away with things through the Symmetra teleport. You have a Mei wall, a lot to just split the players off. Toronto to make it tough. The Shatter comes in from Beast.
They had to make a play. No other choice. Beast Halo looking for an opening, but finding absolutely nothing. There's a supercharger on the point. Logix trying to make the difference with the Death Blossom, but finds absolutely nothing. Another barrier thrown up here by Exi, and there's nothing Toronto can do. Cut down one by one, and the Paris Eternal looking very solid here. They will take the first round of the 2020 season.
Going into our next point, we'll see if Toronto makes any adjustments in terms of composition. Don't expect to see the Symmetra again. Symmetra's really only effective like on those close quarter points, then at the start of rounds, and see if they decide to stay with it. Paris, I think you probably switch off of it. I know good also at the teleporter at the start to get a little bit of advantage, get the Lucio boost a little bit further away.
I mean, you saw the barrier that Exi threw up in that last fight. Completely shuts down Beast Halo's attempt at a Shatter. So many things that Toronto tried to throw in there were negated by the big old wall.
You know, even that last fight, right? It looks like Toronto's making things happen. You look at the health bars, not really much is going on. I mean, Paris is pretty healthy all throughout that fight. So, see if the Symmetra comes into play yet again for the entire point. Looks like they want to play it again. So, interesting calls here from Paris early.
Look at Exi's positioning. Always make sure there's a shield between him and the enemy. He obviously can shoot through many of those. And he's happy to shoot shields. It only charges him up more, and that's what happens if he's caught out in the open for too long. But it's a trade kill. Exi threw down a turret and picked up Logix after he found a Symmetra. Pip as well. Trying to stay behind Ben Best and keep him nice and topped up. The Eternal will now rotate over to the point, and already 60% might coalescence. So we'll see those come out fairly soon. Kariba nano boost here for Beast, or maybe Logix as it returns to the fight. He almost had to fade there to get away from the wall, but he's able to squeeze just in between it. Another kill for Exi. Agility's down, and already the Element Mystic contingent is showing up in a big way.
And, you know, we talk about it as he just, I mean, this is not fun to be on the receiving end of. Symmetra B, once it's charged up, does a ton of damage, but and we talk about how Symmetra is good against like double shields, also very effective against D.Va, right? And the defense matrix can eat a lot of the projectiles.
She can't mitigate any of Symmetra's primary fire.
Does absolutely nothing against Symmetra. So Symmetra can get the damage on a D.Va, chunk D.Va down, and also get stronger while doing it, right?
And then just turn around and just slow down Beast Halo's shield and keep that ammo flowing. Actually setting up here. Notice those small turrets placed on either side of the entrance. Agilities, that wasn't his Blizzard. Nico got his out first, and now the Eternal look to try and capitalize. Exi playing safe though, was on the flank for a moment. All of the Eternal rotate, but that's the Shatter. Finally a connection for Beast Halo. Ben Best knocked to the ground, and it's a follow-up charge here for the new addition. Blizzard now from Agilities. Who can he catch in this one? Ben Best has already gone down, and Hip fares no better. Nico trying to hold up here, but finally the Defiant break through. Find their first team fight win.
They got to invest a sound barrier there even after getting first blood in that fight to be able to take the point. Agilities also ends up using his Blizzard. Paris will come back. They do have the advantage in terms of percentage here, and you have that sound barrier to use. So self-destruct not as useful here. He's going to go with a teleporter on the backside with a nano boost.
TP down, but look at the Eternal. They were already repositioned. Logix can't reach them. He used his teleport, and that nano boost now goes to waste. At least he'll have a Death Blossom to use in this next fight, but we'll have to wait till that wall's gone. Nevix is struggling. Nevix also can't really shut down the Mei damage at either mat, not the primary fire. He'll get frozen all the time.
Good
Big
Shatter.
Fire strike from Beast to follow up the Shatter. That's what the Defiant needed.
And that time his Shatter actually gets three players, and you're able to clean those up. So it's big to be able to control the point. So Excelsior switch off of Symmetra and go McCree.
Okay.
So they don't want to play in terms of like a mirror in terms of damage dealers. They want to opt to go with McCree here instead of the Reaper.
You feel like he has the better range against Logics and Agilities, May and Reaper both. In fact, the Beyblade composition that was mainly May and Reaper back in the day was countered by a good McCree play, but it was always a skill matchup, wasn't
Loosely countered by
it wasn't a straight counter, exactly. Ben Best knocked around a little bit, keeping the shield up for the time being. That's a blizzard now from Paris. They baited Toronto forward. They tempted them in. And it's going to cost Toronto dearly. Frozen up, and Paris win a fairly cheap team fight. It's honestly just the blizzard that nets the win.
I mean, now you're going to have this coalescence for the end. Probably going to get a supercharger during this fight as well. Double support ults for Toronto, but it may be a little bit split trying to touch the point and send it into OT.
Ben Best playing behind the pillar just in case a shatter is headed his way. The Beast Halo doesn't have it online yet. Sound barrier for Toronto. They had to invest everything in this fight and will force the coalescence out from him, but it's 99 to 51. The Defiant have to come up with something and real quick. They're trying to pressure down Exy. Ben Best taking a fair bit of damage, but look at the off angle. Nevix trying to push the McCree away, and Exy is shut down, but the rest of the Eternal get the job done. Eventually Nevix does fall, desuited and disposed of. Kellex are going to try and stay alive around the middle, but he's getting slapped down by Hip, and the Paris Eternal will take Lijian Tower.
They make it look pretty easy, too. Nice use of ultimates from Paris. Very impressive we saw from Exy early on. His Overwatch League debut on the Symmetra and the McCree. We'll see if Toronto has answers in map 2.
Well, doesn't look like communication's an issue so far. Paris put their best foot forward to start with, and they're looking sharp indeed, Toronto now, to see if they can recover as they look to make a strong map 2 of it here in NYC for the opening weekend. We'll be back with that too.
The Overwatch League.
This is it. Apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Welcome back to New York. And it is getting loud in here. Before, though, we get into our next map, it's a new season, and we've got some big changes in 2020. So who better to walk us through it all than the new guy on the casting block? Jake, take it away.
The third season of the Overwatch League is underway, so it's time to take a look at what's new in 2020. First off, the season is no longer divided into 4 stages, which means no more stage playoffs. Instead, we're introducing our own mid-season tournament, where 4 teams, The 2 conference leaders and 2 wildcard teams will face off for over $1 million during All-Star Weekend. Additionally, to build up new and existing regional rivalries, the Atlantic and Pacific conferences are now broken down into 4 divisions: East and West in the Pacific, and North and South in the Atlantic. We've also moved to a first to 3 map format, meaning once a team wins 3 maps, the match is over. To make sure all 20 teams get a fair share of map variety, we'll be rotating the map type order throughout the year as well. But the biggest change in 2020? We're hitting the road. We'll be traveling to teams' home cities throughout the entire season, bringing the Overwatch League right to your own backyard. So get ready, Overwatch League fans, because this season, we're coming home.
I tell you what, we got ourselves a rowdy bunch of folks here in the Hammerstein Ballroom, don't we? New York know how to kick things off with a bang. And it's a pleasure to be here. Guys, already 1 map in, but we wanted to take a chance to have a chat with someone very special here. Imon, thank you so much for joining us in the caster booth, man.
Oh my God, thank you for having me. This is the first time I've ever done something like this. This is amazing.
I mean, it is electric here, but this is what happens when we go on the road, man. All these fan bases just ready to turn up for their teams. You guys have a bit of history, don't you, man?
We played some Call of Duty with each other.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of played Call of Duty. I don't know if you're really playing at the time.
I was sick. I'm great at video games.
Okay.
Everybody out there knows
Oh, God.
Yeah. I mean, you became a coach, though.
Yeah, but it's all right.
That's why I'm a streamer, though, too. So, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. It both worked out.
Yeah, it worked out. Okay.
Jeff, obviously, you know, your stream's huge, blowing up at the moment as well. You've been pretty much every day out there. You know, it's fantastic to watch. Very positive, you know, attitude and always banging out those games. Tell us, how does it feel to be out here at a homestander to see the atmosphere at one of these events?
I mean, I won't lie to you guys. New York has been literally amazing. It is. The crowd here has been wild. You hear that? That's amazing. I love that. I love hearing a crowd like that. New York's been awesome. I came here, I didn't know what to expect, and everybody here has been amazing. The matches were great. It was good to see 2 different styles of comps, right? We saw kind of a double shield comp, and we saw like a Rhine Diva comp with like Symmetra. Like, I love that play where they just teleported to the point, grabbed it. And people don't realize something like that, like, can be crazy because they were able to grab the point and then they're forced to use ultimates to take it back, and then that actually was pretty much the game changer. So
a lot going on there.
Yeah, I mean, it was a huge defining point of map 1, right? The Symmetra play and coming in and just point control for the Paris Eternal, which definitely, I think, caught Toronto off guard a little bit. Nobody expects a Symmetra. Well, maybe 1 point, but after that,
in my rank games, I'm used to it. So
I mean, ranked stuff out there.
You're smiling the whole time, bro. That's the main thing.
Absolutely. I have a good time all the time. It's great.
How do you always stay so positive? Not that I get angry when I play ranked.
Passive-aggressive.
But,
you know, I just love what I do. That's it. I honestly, when I just play games, I just love what I do, get to make people happy, and that's pretty much what it is for me. I don't worry about everything else.
If you guys ever get in my games, just remember, I love you guys too, but I still get angry.
True,
I can't do that.
True.
You're passive-aggressive. I'm the aggressive-aggressive type.
I'm the in-between.
So you're out here now. Obviously, you headed back to stream sort of after this event. What's coming up for you, man? Like, I know things are starting to pick up for your stream, especially.
I literally stream every day.
Yeah.
I just stream Overwatch every single day. I've been having a blast with it. I'm excited to be able to go to some of these events. I might actually hit up one in Boston in April, which I'm sorry, everybody. Listen, I'm cheering for NYXL against, you know. I just said I'm cheering for NYXL!
I was going to say, New York crowd, you say Boston. I mean,
I'm from Massachusetts, but I'm here to support
you should have told the people that.
Come on!
We got a security escort for you. It's going to be fun. Hey, stick around for a bit. We're going to have a look at the substitutes here coming into our next map as we keep kicking things up. Matt, it is Sure4 back in the hot seat.
Yes, you had Sure4 not playing map number 1. I thought he'd be a huge addition for this Toronto team, kind of be a mainstay in the lineup, but doesn't play control. Logic's obviously very explosive on heroes like Kree, and now we didn't get to see him play those in the first map, but excited to see Sure4 come in here for Eigenball.
Yeah, we were obviously a ton of just Reaper from Logic's on Lijiang in general. It looked like the Defiant were pretty locked into the kind of style they were trying to play. Gray subs in here for Hip as well, and if you remember Gray from last season, his underplay was spectacular. He's a flex support aficionado in general.
Who are you rooting for, Jeff?
What was that?
Who are you rooting for here?
Who am I rooting for? Well, I do love Gray. He's really good at tweeting XD, which is one of my favorite things in the world. I love Gray. Sure4 is actually a great substitute. He's a well-rounded player. Just has a very explosive play style to him too, which allows him to pop off all the time. It's going to be really interesting to see what they do with that substitute.
Incredibly smart player as well.
Oh, absolutely. Very smart player.
There are your substitutes coming into map number 2. And as you can probably see on your screen a little bit there, we have a preview of what we may see from Sure4. Must feel good. I mean, two Canadians sat shoulder to shoulder here as they load in. Jess, it's been a pleasure to have you with us in the casting booth, man. Thanks for joining us and enjoy the rest of the homestand.
Good luck with the cast. You guys are doing great.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Archivol is coming up for map number 2. Our hybrid map, and when it comes to playing around the points, so far the Paris Eternal looked like they had it on lock, Matt.
So now we'll see Paris start things off on defense. So we have a little bit better idea. We can talk about their comp. So Gray comes in. He's going to play that Baptiste. So very strong in terms of all the things that he can do as a hero, right? Puts out good damage. Even better than 76 at times. And well, the immortality field, the self-healing, the mobility, amp matrix, just a really powerful hero in the right player's hands.
On this patch, the recovery time between his 3-shot bursts has been increased, and he does a little bit less healing, but still that immortality field. Yeah.
Still strong.
The immortality field also weakens slightly in terms of the durability of the drone that projects it. But Toronto Defiant are on the attacking side here, so Surefall comes in on the Reaper. So Reaper May for the Defiant with the Ana.
You wonder, Surefour comes in, plays the same thing as Logix. Maybe it's just a little bit more of that mental game, right? Maybe some more communication, some more kind of guiding the team right from the damage dealer role. He gets stunned down from the backside.
Yeah, very quickly, Kareev had to deploy the Bionic Grenade to keep Surefour topped up. That was Exi just throwing the flashbang in there.
Also, look how fast Kareev is getting close towards that nano boost already. Maybe he's going to have it in a second.
Oh, Surefour drops in! FD God wasn't ready for that. It was actually no spite that Surefour was actually going for.
I was like, not sure he's the target, but all right.
All planned. Now, the Eternal are going to get shut down here. They do have 2 main tank players in the game, so they're playing 2 main tanks. But once they get flanked by someone like Surefour, they're going to struggle, and this will be dragged out a little bit.
Do have FD God on the point here for Paris, just kind of stalling it out for a little bit longer, but it's going to be a very clean take here for the Toronto Defiant. So see the addition of Surefour coming in off the bench helps him greatly as he has 3 final blows in that first fight. 5 eliminations, so 5 kill contributions during that, pretty much putting the tag on everybody.
You might remember that Nico's designation last season was actually more as a flex tank player.
Yeah.
Didn't see a lot of him playing DPS, but for a long, long time, he was a projectile DPS player back on French rosters on that Rogue team, and May was definitely one of his go-tos along with the Genji, but here's Surefour. Great shadow to shut it down, though. Ben Best, he preempted that push and quietened down the Defiant awfully fast. He does have the track back a little bit here. He's not getting a ton of healing. He's now coming in for the Defiant. The win taken from their sails, and Ben Best looks to chase them back into the hole.
And the thing that with Paris playing the Reinhardt and the Orisa is obviously no mobility between those 2 characters. So you're going to have to really put a lot of healing resources into them to keep them alive. Because with Surefour and the likes kind of get behind, trying to make plays, it's going to be difficult to keep them up. But no difficulties keeping them up right now, because Braynex is just getting into the spawn here of Toronto. So Toronto's going to have to back all the way up.
Toronto tried to disengage that fight. They threw up the wall from agilities when the blizzard came down, but they could not escape. Too many methods for Paris Eternal to reach them as they tried to backtrack. But here we have a shadow, we have sound barrier, and we're close to a death blossom for Toronto. Kareev is just pumping out nano boosts.
It's hard for Surefour to even get like a teleport to the high ground though, because of this degree, right? And he needs the sight line. The way he shoots, like you'll see where he goes pretty quickly.
He's on the high ground, sound barrier from the Defiant, just to let them get to the fight. But look at the Eternal, they back up, and the threat generated by Nico alone prevents Beast from walking up towards this Orisa barrier. Supercharge has been taken down. Killex eventually getting rid of it, and Beast Halo now just trying to accost No Smite very quickly. Immortality Field's deployed, but Surefour cuts him down. Death Blossom, and Killex gets involved for 2.
But that's why you play close to the door, though, if you're Paris, right? They have to invest self-destruct, sound barrier, nano boost, Death Blossom to get the cart moving again. That's why you see so many teams, once that point A pops, they play close to that big gate. You're able to just get the other team to just burn some ultimate to get out. Now here, this is what Toronto needs to do. They need to push up to the spawn, get an early pickoff, and stagger Paris some more.
That is so smart. And, we'll talk about it later. Agility's going to go for the blizzard now, and yeah, the Eternal, they didn't need any reason, any more reason to back out of that fight, but they do anyway. So Agility's places the wall lengthways, so they can still shoot at the Eternal while they're stuck in the room instead of blocking them completely. Paris have to use a sound barrier now to get out, but they are ready to fight. A shatter attempt, but Exi, oh, this could be nasty. No, he's shut down. It's Kareev. Welcome back.
That's a welcome to the Overwatch League moment right there, right? Kareem, he's done that too many times in the past. This Beast cleans up 2 here. The shatter from Benbest, not enough to hold point B. Toronto get that second checkpoint.
I mean, we knew what to expect from Kareem for a time, moonlighting as a Widowmaker player primarily on the Valiant. That was sublime. It would have been at least 2 or 3 kills there potentially from Xyz's Deadeye. Obviously now, Deadeye doesn't lock your screen. A little bit easy to get those multi-kills.
I mean, that's a great point. I mean, when he has that Deadeye, there's 2 players knocked to the ground for Toronto from the shatter from Benbest. So definitely would have been some secured kills and potentially a longer hold from Paris.
Blizzard here, Nico wants the Defiant to push up. He doesn't want to get burst down. Oh, that was great timing from Nico. Gets the ice block and then the Blizzard as a response. The Defiant, 1 minute they're going in, the next they're on the way out.
It's a beautiful wall from Nico, and then he also gets that Blizzard down that really saves him. It's a nice shatter there from Beast. That's why Mei is so disruptive. She's just a nuisance to deal with sometimes, right? Going up against a good Mei, a Mei that's placing their walls properly all the time. But the slow, the right-click icicles, right? You're just pumping out tons of damage as well. That Mei can become pretty difficult to deal with, especially at these close chokes.
I mean, if Nico doesn't ice block himself at just the right time, Paris lose the fight.
Yeah, I mean, he drops as well, right?
An amplification matrix thrown out here by Gray. Oh, Benbest gets a fire strike. That's an insta-kill there if it's going to hit a 200 health point target, which that's what Calyx is. Well, the wall's being thrown up here. Nano Boost being used on the short ball. Hard to say whether it's to keep him alive or to get him to do damage. Either way, he's going to try and do both. Pushing forward, the Eternal trying to escape, but they're caught in a Blizzard, and Shorefall will not stop.
I mean, if you don't have the Lucio in position for Paris with the heroes that you have, no mobility to get away, right? So they catch them playing close up. Gray will switch off of Baptiste. He'll go over to Moira here. Provide some big healing towards the end of the map.
Just under 2 minutes now remaining in the round, and the Defiant starting to find their feet a little more here. Oh, Shorefall. No Smite peeks his head out of the door and immediately is taken down, and that is primarily his job. 2 main tanks, I mean, Reaper gets a lot of value here, up close and personal. Death Blossom, he actually doesn't wait till the sound barrier expires, he goes in for it anyway. That might have been ill-advised. Here's the Blizzard, self-destruct over the top, and Shorefall, flash, double tap to the head, he's down. Agility steps up for 2 though. Dueling DPSs across these teams trying to keep their squads in the fight. And that payload has stopped, but the Defiant are there. And it's 1 minute and 23 seconds on the clock.
It's a really good first half for the Toronto Defiant. 1 minute plus in the time bank there on their offensive attack. They played it really smart from point A to point B. Agility's pushing up, getting those split offs at the door. Help them get the lead. We'll see Paris's offense after this.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so don't worry about that.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it, the official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Slow start for the Toronto Defiant on Lijiang Tower, but they bounce back here as we're heading into Eichenwald's second half. Toronto finished the map with some time in the bank as well. Swole, Jonak, Bronak. What a great Season 1 meme. Thank you, gents. Still working on getting that kind of flex.
It's great to see the NYXL crowd show up in a big way here. But A little bit later, we'll see New York. Now we got this match still with Paris in Toronto. It looks like
FD God's wearing Sparkles jersey because he just got off the plane. Reasonable.
He's trying to channel some power.
Hey, yo, someone's going to wear it for now. Sparkles are on,
Bro, get the jersey sales up. Sparkle jersey sales through the roof, bro.
Oh, yeah. Sparkle better be getting a cut of that, dog.
Yeah, right? But he's got his jersey out on loan. Surefour on D will play the McCree here for Toronto Defiance. So already early, seeing some McCree play from both teams. See if actually plays the sim again. Like we mentioned earlier on Lijiang Tower, the sim pretty effective against that Diva if Nevix wants to commit to the Diva.
Matt, you can cover a lot of ground with that teleporter, but also you can get onto the high ground behind the enemy team and set up with your Orisa and Reinhardt. You can be very hard to shift. So they bypass the choke entirely. So those shields for the Paris Eternal haven't taken a beating, and they're so close to the point already. This puts them in a great spot. Also allows Ben Best on the Reinhardt to get up and close and personal, start getting some charge and some damage.
Yeah, the thing they lose, though, is not really having, like, that front-loaded damage. Like, if you just kind of keep fighting here, if you're Toronto, you would think that Surefour is able to pump out enough damage to kind of mitigate what the Symmetra brings to the table.
There it is, Nevix getting rid of no smite. Diva's defense matrix doing a lot of work as the Eternal tried to cover that ground. So Immortality Field also used by Paris.
Yeah, the difference between this and what happened on Lijiang Tower, though, is like you don't have that high ground that the McCree can play out of. Yeah, I mean, that high ground may not matter, though, as players get split up here for Toronto. Melted. They lose Beast, and now Xy's really charged up on this sim.
And Nevix just ran away. He knew he couldn't face him down, but Xy, he's got to chase. Oh, Kellex, I feel you, bro. He's trying to dance his way out of there, but no escape for the Defiant.
So, man, when sim gets charged up, you see how fast Agilities was out on Mei. We know how tanky Mei is as a hero. To see him just get taken out that quickly, that'll be the point take for Toronto. They get the cart going.
That's right, coming up next, your first look at the NYXL for this year, going up against the Spitfire. Be out here on YouTube Gaming. Now Xy, let's see what he does with this wall. Okay, sets it up close. And there's a main wall just thrown in there, so what was he trying to do with this map?
I mean, at that point, it forces Toronto to push past the wall to get any value with the McCree.
All back up?
Yeah. That backs them up a little bit. So buys them some space to get the payload away from the game.
Oh, there it is. Surefour finding the clicks here. Man, such a prolific McCree player like 3 years ago. Xy's able to cut two down.
I mean, they still have not really dealt with this Symmetra well.
I mean, you have a sound barrier and you're charged up. You're basically 1v1 anyone. You can 1v3 against many of these heroes, and Xy's done exactly that.
He may switch here, though. As you move into the more open part of the map, I don't think you get as much value out of this, especially at range, right?
Oh, okay.
Oh, what hero is that? It's that Widowmaker.
So Xy, okay, so Xy back, on Element Mystic was one of those support players who played the sniper role. We saw that a fair bit in Korea. I mean, Korea was also one of those players. So, kind of like in the same way that Adora was, I believe.
And look, this puts a lot of pressure on the Diva. What does the Diva do? She has to fly all the way over here, put pressure on the Widowmaker. That allows you to take some more of the fight up in the cart.
Shadow there, that's a big one. No smite, Grail knocked to the ground. The Eternal already hoping to do something with Nico's Blizzard, but they just got dominated. Fantastic Shadow from Beast Taylor in his debut.
But still, look at how much cart progress he made in a short amount of time. That'll be a boop here from FD God. Sending Agilities over the side. This is still a fight, though, that Toronto should hold on and win. It's just FD God here. He'll fall to his death. So now you'll get a full reset here for Paris Eternal, and you're going to switch off of the Widowmaker as well. So you'll play the McCree. Still get that long-range damage, but you can play more in the medium to long range. You don't have to play so far away.
Do you feel like that's why Xy's making a switch here? I feel like he had a pretty good vantage point there with the Widowmaker to play to try and get his team across. Like you said, like maybe Nevix can chase him down on the Diva, but it's a lot of ground to cover.
I think you go Widowmaker there. You get back into the fight quicker. If you're going to push the card all the way to the distance, he was the only one that was...
Just for that fight, right?
Yeah, he was the only one in spawn who was making a change, where now if you play the McCree, you get the point. You can actually stay on McCree from B to C to complete the map.
Couple walls thrown up, Surefour into the backside, Immortality Field, pesky thing. Surefour tries to dispatch it, instead just decides to bypass it instead. Chasing down No Smite. And that payload ain't going anywhere.
I mean, nothing Xy can do there.
Okay, bro.
Yeah, there you go.
He's back. The slow clap. Sometimes you see a flash of Tasumi, you know?
But there's nothing you can do when you get a nano-boosted Reaper teleporting on you. I believe Nothing really you can do to counter that. So Exi does get a flash off on the Surefour, but still, just a lot of damage comes out from Surefour in the close range. Now looks like Paris, maybe going to try and sit up here on the high ground, maybe just trying to access this cart as fast as possible. You're going to be very close to a blizzard. You want to kind of catch them off guard and get that blizzard down.
It's like Paris Eternal are hoping Toronto engages onto them with that Reaper and follow it up. Toronto have just been sitting back quite happily now. Oh, the wall thrown up. Well, doesn't really matter. Exi's going to pop over the top of it. Gets agilities. McCree definitely deals with May handily at medium to long range. And Exi heard Surefour. He knows he's here. Tried to chase him down. That's
filthy stuff. I mean, the double ding, I think it's 3.
Matt, this is just one of 3 players coming from that 11 Mystic squad, and he has already made a splash. This McCree is looking good, and this is not even thick McCree. This is 200 HP McCree.
And you have some more big additions who aren't playing for the Paris Eternal today. I think if you're a Paris fan, it's a fantastic start to see. I think you had a lot of questions how everybody was going to mesh together, how they were going to make it work.
Doesn't matter, just click heads, bro. Using Orisa barrier, Nevix just getting absolutely slammed. He's already desuited now. Surefour tries to rush the backline, but Exi had a flash with his name on it.
But look at this. I mean, they have to try and get the D.Va close, right? The D.Va gets beamed back. They're sending Surefour via the teleport to the back, and then Exi just does a phenomenal job. The flashbang just buys themselves some space, backs out, gives his team an advantage on the cart in terms of players. They're able to keep the car moving.
See, Nico here is just really trying to be of utility use to the Eternal. Only 2 final blows for him, less than Gray even has. But he's a pain to deal with. Freezing everybody up, controlling space with the walls. He'll want a good wall here in his next fight. You can see the Surefour trying to flank once more. The left screen. Here's your Deadeye. Screen isn't locked. Feels good, man. Doesn't find much with it. There was the defense matrix in play from Nevix to shut that down, but now he, in turn, will be shut down. Sound barrier for Toronto to find. They're going to go for it here, but Surefour cut down. He had a sound barrier. I guess it didn't affect him much. Beast Halo tries to go for the shatter. It's only Gray that was knocked down. The amplification matrix was already in play, and Exi's having a party in the back line. Desperately, Kellex trying to stall out, but he's picked up at long range. This McCree play, so nasty. Surefour tries to drop him with the depth blossom. He's found himself one, but that's all he'll get. Kareev attempts to jump onto the payload. Nevix doesn't get there, though. And these 2 teams are separated only by 7 seconds on their respective attacks, man.
Yeah, Toronto still does it a little bit faster than the Paris Eternal, but I think one thing also to mention about Paris, right, when you have just a mixed roster, obviously different languages coming into play, they're doing a very good job, and you can tell the communication, the teamwork, and coordination is there. Surefour taking a lot of odd angles towards the end there on the Reaper, and actually able to track him all the time. That can't just be him, that has to be just a team effort. You know, he's trying to come towards the left-hand side from the high ground, then the backside of the staircase. They know exactly where Surefour is at all times on that Reaper, that if they can keep their McCree safe, Paris, they feel like they got a shot.
Let's have a look now at some of Exi's work earlier on. 18 final blows of a possible 44 for Exi. Huge kill participation. Look at his positioning, by the way. Always make sure there is one of his main tanks. I mean, it's nice to have 2 as a McCree that are in between him and the enemy team. His accuracy is actually kind of gross.
Nuts. That's what's great, though. I mean, every year, right, we see new players come in from contenders into the Overwatch League, and they just raise the bar in terms of talent every single time.
And obviously, contenders' career always provides a large influx of talented players and a fantastic infrastructure for esports greatness. So, both these teams, 44 kills apiece. Not really separate them at all. Exi now is back on the Symmetra here. We should expect to see a TP across the choke, and then they'll try and get up close and trade. He holds it back. For what?
Well, I think you see that Toronto's playing further back on the point, right? So you don't need it to force them back. Like, if you TP'd up close, it would have forced them back right away. If they're already playing back, no reason to burn that cooldown.
That's a great immortality kill from Gray there. Exi could have been in trouble. He was flashed by Surefour. Exi wants an off angle, but he can't go that left side while Surefour is watching him. He'll get destroyed at long range. TP is thrown down, it's to the high ground, it gets destroyed. So very quickly the Defiants see the Symmetra teleporter and get rid of it. That wall actually allows Exi to get up closer here.
They're just trying to either block the line of sight of the McCree or use the teleporter to get close to the McCree to take him out.
Oh my, Beast Halo, he was nano boosted and still taking a ton of damage. That mitigation doesn't protect him from Exi putting him in the microwave.
This isn't bad though for Toronto.
Deadeye. That Hulk almost helping Shawfall out. No Smite yanking him up into the air.
I mean, this fight has gone on forever. We're down below 10 seconds.
Benvest has to take a break. His shield is broken, and the Defiant are happy to stall this fight out. Beast Halo has an Earth Shadow, though, trying to stay healthy, stay back. Agilities gets in. Nico managed to get off the Blizzard, but there's the stop. Beast Halo can't follow up in his own Earth Shadow. Now the Blizzard on the Paris Eternal. Even with the sound barrier in play, it's not going to keep them up. The Toronto Defiant stand up tall here as they defend. And the Paris Eternal don't look like they're going to make any more progress here. It is a full stop with no progress on point A.
Look, Toronto, they're racking up some ultimates. They're just kind of playing passive on the backside of the point. They know Paris's win condition there of the fight.
What's good?
There we go. They play that perfectly, Toronto. I thought, you know, when Beast Halo, they get the big shatter and he falls and there's not a lot of follow-up. That was probably the scariest moment for the Toronto Defiant,
Sure.
but Agilities with two, it's Surefour with two, Agilities with one to close it out. So now let's see what comes from Toronto. Do they try anything different? Do they go with the May Reaper setup? Do they try something a little bit different to maybe catch them off guard? You saw the McCree from Paris on their defense. You assume they're going to run it again.
The McCree for Paris's defense obviously didn't last in that entire half. We did see XC have to switch it up a little bit.
But with Paris playing, Reinhardt and Orisa, you have the ability here for Toronto with the Diva in play. And Reaper, Reaper, obviously the self-teleport, great. And then just the mobility of Diva to kind of circumvent those tanks and maybe gonna collapse on the McCree a little bit faster, right? In those open spaces, Reaper doesn't really care, or Diva for the May wall where they're in the teleport range. So you're able to get around Nico's wall, maybe get XC out of the fight. That if you feel like, with how good he's been on the McCree, if you get him out of the fight, you feel like pretty good about taking this map if you're Toronto.
The Defiant just want to try and cross the gap by taking as little damage as possible. And that's why the Eternal playing a little bit further forward in this choke with Benvest front and center. They back off now, maybe seeing some of this composition. Nemix will be the first in. He'll try and stand behind his front line and preserve that Reinhardt shield a little bit with the defense matrix. Kellex, though, you can't account for that. That's freakish from Nico, picking him off with an icicle at that range.
I mean, that's the scary part about May. With the right-click icicles at range, you can be a sniper at time, right? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reason to be scared of May, but at range, just a headshot there to Kellex. He could just be pre-firing a choke point, right? With those icicles. Hits a headshot, takes him out. That buys him a lot of time.
Shawfall not looking for anything in particular here, maybe to force a rotation from Paris, get them out of position. He'll wait for a teleport cooldown and go to the Hunting Lodge ledge in the backside. Immediately booped away though. FD God sees him coming. Wants a king to a god, I guess. Nice block. Shawfall definitely wanted to get rid of Nico early in this fight. He's still looking for him. Nano boost though, Shawfall. He just wants to target anything, and No Smite is going to get served up to him on a platter. FD God again. Fantastic work from the Lucio from the Eternal. Boop Shawfall to the other side of No Smite's shield, keeping their Orisa alive.
Toronto does have control of the point here, though. They're up 2 players. This looks like Toronto could put it away, getting very close. They're able to get it done as the Defiant will take map 2.
Yeah, some great stuff there from FD God in Paris, but they couldn't hold up. The Defiant find the opening they were looking for. They looked really slow in map number 1, but they've really come alive here after Eichenwald, and they're going to make this one at least a 4-map affair. Pressure is now on for Paris Eternal to come up with something a little bit different here. We'll be back in just a moment. Some more Overwatch after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When Overwatch asked me to design their official team kits, I was honored. This was an opportunity to create gear that for the first time brings together the best of the streetwear world and the esports world. This is technical apparel designed with specs to provide the highest caliber athletes in the esports world with the performance and comfort that they demand.
And just so you know, her armband is clipped, but it says LOVE, so you don't worry about.
Designed to highlight each team's uniqueness, yet resonate with players and fans in the US, China, Korea, France, and all over the world. And of course, Gear that needs to look as dope as it performs, both inside and outside the arena. This is it. The official Overwatch League kit. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
It's been an interesting first match so far, and the real question is, will Paris reign eternal or will Toronto be defiant? Yes, we're killing it with those.
Nice.
Nice. Really proud of that one. No, but it's been really interesting. 1-1 the score right now, and I want to talk a little bit about what we saw so far. The first two maps in our 2020 seasons. What did you guys think of the team compositions overall? They were similar, but there were some major differences, Costa.
You definitely saw a couple of things differentiating between the two teams. You see Paris wanting to run the Symmetra a lot with XZ, and they're just sort of trying to like be aggressive. I think it worked a lot better in map 1 with the Moira just sort of running at the opposition team. Toronto just really didn't have an answer to it. I think you also see Karib on the Ana, probably a comfort pick for their team, and then they're just playing Reaper and just trying to sort of deflect the enemy team.
Yeah, I mean, XZ, he's somebody who became well known in Korea for his hit scan, so bringing out the Symmetra is definitely something a bit different, but it was such a standout performance from him in both maps, was just absolutely destroying with that Symmetra pick. So it seems like he's been putting a lot of time and effort into getting that one nailed down pat, and it seems like a very comfortable composition for the Paris Eternal, got them that first map win.
It's interesting so far, though, that both teams sort of have their own compositions and their own play style. So I appreciate that we're actually seeing different comps.
Yeah.
They're not playing mirror compositions, right? So Paris leaning into the Moira a bit more, and then you have Nevix on the Diva, who's actually trying to eat that Moira orb, and they're playing the Ana with the Biotic Grenade, trying to play a bit more aggressive. So I at least appreciate that we're seeing different styles from the teams, and they're actually sticking to the styles. They're not swapping it up to the other team's composition. They're just sticking to what they know and what they do best, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, you can really tell that they all did their prep work and they came in with a very specific plan, which both teams are now actually executing really well on that second map. Now it is time for Crunch Time, presented by Cheese It Grooves. So reinforce, what's our Crunch Time?
It's pretty well so far.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheese It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
The wall is perfect because it prevents Nevix from eating the Blizzard coming out from Nico. So I really like that he puts down the wall to block Nevix's capability of eating the Blizzard. And then also, he puts down the Blizzard to peel for his own team, peel away from the Shatter. So even though Beast hits a really nice Shatter, he actually prevents the Toronto Defiant to get any sort of value from that nice Shatter. So great job by Nico.
Incredible. Sick play. I think the thing that went under there as well is he blocked the Shatter. He used his Ice Block, make sure he didn't get hit by it, because if he got hit by that, that was over for sure.
What about us? What?
Okay.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheese It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a
playing phenomenally. They were just barely able to get over that boundary of his McCree to get that victory there on Eichenfeld. So if they can just circumnavigate it, I think it'd be great.
Anything you guys would add to that?
I'm really curious to see if Paris goes back to their hip on Moira and XZ on the Symmetra and just start running back, because that's where they had the most success. When they went to the McCree and the Baptiste, it just sort of didn't really come out for them.
Yeah, you weren't a fan of the McCree there at all.
I think the McCree Baptiste is such a defensive playstyle where they're just sort of shooting at range, trying to hope that sort of that they were going to make Toronto was going to make a mistake. You didn't really see that. You saw they just sort of ran at them and just succeeded. So I just think go back to what worked.
Yeah, I did like the Symmetra coming out as well, because the Symmetra didn't really work when they lost positional advantage, but when you're in an even playing field, I like the Symmetra coming out because you just deal so much damage, especially considering that Toronto Defiant, they're playing the Reinhardt and the D.Va combination. As a Symmetra, I mean, you're just beaming down the Reinhardt shield, and then you're just eating up Nevik. So I really like the Symmetra coming out as well, but it didn't really work when you lost positional advantage, especially on Eichenwalde on the second point. I mean, a huge castle, and that's when you need to pick the Widowmaker or pick the McCree, and you can actually like pin them down from afar.
Well, guys, it's time. It's time to get back into the action in New York after a short break. But stick around, because right after, the rest of the Toronto Defiant taking on Paris Eternal, and then we'll be back after the match for Watchpoint Reset to get you ready for more Overwatch League. See you then. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Groups. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Hammerstein Ballroom here in New York City. We've had dance-offs at halftime, and the crowd are getting into it. I think that's a safe way to put it. Always good to hear from our friends over in LA.
New York just knows how to get down. They know how to party. I mean, we're getting coffee this morning. They're bumping the music in there. They're partying in there.
There's so much life in this city. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's the best.
I grew up in a town with 12,000 people. This is blowing my mind. There's people everywhere. It's crazy.
I grew up here, so it's kind of normal.
You did, I could tell. Yeah. Now, look, we've already seen a couple maps in this series, and we're quite impressed to see the Defiant bounce back after a pretty rough Lijiang Tower. They look much better, even though they're trying to deal with guys like XCF. D-God's looking very good. Nico on the maze causing him a lot of problems here. But we've seen Shawfor, a big part of what Toronto was able to put forward on Eichenwalde, and I believe he's actually started to make some waves in the all-time records recently.
Yeah, so Shawfor climbing up the leaderboards. When you take a look at final blows all time. So Carpe sitting at number 1.
He just overtook Soon.
Which is wild for Carpe to be at number 1, considering a lot of people thought he had like a down season last season. It just shows how good that guy
Not me,
is.
bro.
Striker still up there. He didn't really play a ton last season, but Sherfor actually just overtakes Soon in this match. So we have not seen Soon yet for the Paris Eternal. Sherfor, plays the LA Gladiators, now comes over to Toronto Defiant, making his way up. The Final Blow's all-time leaderboard.
I mean, if there's McCree to be played, it seems like a decent spot for Soon, but XC's looked very, very good there. Striker's on that list, by the way, because he farmed people when he played for Boston.
Yeah.
That's why he's on that list.
Let's just look at Carpe, though. He's like about 1,000 more than...
I don't know. I don't know why you're so surprised. I don't know why you're sounding shocked here, but yeah, Sherfor, not passive. Not playing passive today at all. He's definitely been proactive, especially on those attacking rounds where they're trying to get to point A on Eichenwald. There'll be lots more opportunities to do that in our next map as well, guys. Just a spoiler. How does he play with that bling on his hand? I have to take mine off.
Yeah, same. I can't. It's tough. But coming up next, it looks like I will have Horizon Lunar Colony. So we'll have Assault coming up next. And like I mentioned, week to week, the maps are going to kind of slide down. If you think about it, like map 1 will always be Control.
Rotate.
The other game modes will rotate, kind of just push it down one to the left, and that's kind of where you'll be. So some games, let's say you had a 3-0 here, you wouldn't have seen a traditional escort map. We will see it, though, considering the series is tied at 1-1.
We saw FD God at Anaheim in the World Cup playing for Team France. I'm still really impressed after having seen his play there. He's looked incredibly good. He's working with 2 main tanks, so obviously trying to prevent flankers from getting around behind them is very important. Done a great job booping, people like Sherfor out of the way, keeping Ben Best especially freed up to just swing with that Reinhardt hammer.
And I think these two teams obviously make a ton of changes coming into this season. We've seen a lot of teams, though, make some massive changes. Right? You think of like the LA Gladiators, the Houston Outlaws make a ton of additions in the offseason. It's going to be very interesting how some of these teams pay off, because you look at a lot of them and you don't really expect much, but what you see from both Toronto and Paris, say like, okay, well, let's see them go up against some of these other teams.
Both of these teams have been very active in that offseason, right?
Yeah.
Horizon Lunar Colony is going to be our 3rd map. Did they ever? 14th and 17th place, respectively.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're 14th and you're 17th. You ain't active.
I mean, I think the Defiant also took some time to really find their identity in that last season. They were an expansion team in 2019. They definitely starting to develop one now.
14th place?
I'm going to leave that one. Now it's we have Canadians in Kariv. Come at us.
I mean, look, they changed it around, right? And I really like this roster. A lot of fan favorite players, very talented players. A lot of personalities on here. You come in, you put on a good show. I think definitely going to be one of the more popular teams we have in the league this year.
They went from one of the quietest teams to one of the most popular pretty much overnight with that change. All right, so Symmetra here for the Defiant. Cross the gap, get to the point. This is pretty standard stuff. How do the Eternal respond now that they're capturing the point? Tick, that's one.
And like we mentioned earlier when we did Lijiang Tower, Symmetra, when you get her on the points in these close controlled areas, she can become devastating. But I see with another early pickoff on that McCree on the high ground, connects with 2.
He's in such a good spot. Agility just walls himself and Beast Halo in. They don't want to have to brave this barrage of bullets from up above. Exi! That's kind of filthy. So 4.
So like I was talking about, it's very similar to that first point that we had on Lijiang Tower, where the point's very close. You can get to it, you can control it with the sim, you can make some waves. The main difference is McCree can sit on the high ground here. There's no high ground like it was on Lijiang Tower, right? Everybody has to brawl and fight on the point. The McCree can just sit on the high ground here. Very difficult to like angle those shields. You'd have to send Nevix up there, then there's no protection from some of the other players on the point. This time, they try and use the Symmetra teleporter to get to the high ground here. This is probably just trying to force positioning, but they do lose Karik. So probably going to have to back out of this. But if you go to the high ground, maybe you can force XC down. You force him down, McCree not fast. So if you can get to the point and start a fight, maybe he has to stay there. Can't access that high ground.
I mean, a risky game trying to run into Paris Eternal now when you obviously only have that one main tank. You have the D.Va, who's just going to get battered in the front line. Another pick off here. Gray finds Sherfor. Gray known for his Ana play, actually a very good sniper. Gray, we've seen him on the Widowmaker as well. Look at Exit, you can't touch this guy. Playing very long angles, and Toronto can't spare Nevix. They can't send him off to deal with XE one-on-one. They lose too much defense from the Matrix.
Absolute worst thing here for Toronto is you're losing fights consistently, and they do not have to invest anything on the Paris side to win these fights. You're going to see basically all 6 ultimates online here for the Paris Eternal. you know, you kind of play these right. I mean, you could be able to get a first point hold here. I mean, Horizon's a very difficult map that if you don't get it early, you can hold on to point A.
Shore4 throws a teleporter. It was actually a bait, though. They just wrap around instead. They didn't really want to end up in the midst of the Paris Eternal. Okay, that wall completely blocks Exi off. He's going to wait. Patience pays dividends. Shield was there for Beast Halo. And Exi's still going to chill. Amplification Matrix thrown up there now. Ben-Bear's going to work in from the side. Beast charged up against the wall. He's got a nano boost though, and he's very durable. Symmetra barrier put in place. Exi can't find his shots now. And a Blizzard thrown in. Ben-Best couldn't get away. Gray's Immortality Field was taken down. And he can barely peek. The numbers favoring Toronto now as they have boots on the ground, but Agilities is taken down by No Spine. That's what Nevix does when he has to try and challenge that high ground, but they get the point. Toronto managed to capture.
There's 2 players here for the Paris Eternal, so Gray and Exi, they all fall.
Hello.
You make a play out of this. Faster spawn times, they'll be up already, but looks like they're just going to take their time here, Toronto. Wait this one out. They're going to go left side here with the Sim. You get the teleporter up here, yep. It's going to be the McCree from the opposite angle. Oh, nice
that
sleep
is
there from Kareem.
Unbelievable. This guy, how does he keep doing it? Nano Boost going to be on the way. He tries to keep Nevix alive on the high ground as again, he's put in a position where he needs to challenge those on-range hit-scan heroes. Beast Halo nano boosted here, and he's going to try and connect a couple of these hammer swings. No Spine and Ben-Best went low. He's going to force out the Immortality Field. Exi scrabbling to try and get a player advantage whilst Ben-Best was swinging. And now Ben-Best is in trouble. He had no backup. Shore4 burns them down. And the Toronto Defiant love a long fight. Shore4 gets charged up, and they're ready to rumble with 3 minutes and 10 seconds in the time bank.
Yeah, you nano beast on the right side of the point. Both tanks can't really kind of run into the Reinhardt, especially with the nano boost. He's going to swing through both targets, put down a ton of damage, gain a ton of ult charge. On the left side, you're also dealing with the Symmetra, who's going to chunk down those tanks. No way for them to access the point, and Toronto's able to hold it. We'll see Paris on their offense on Horizon after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Welcome back, everybody. Don't forget, the Philadelphia Fusion are hosting the Battle of Brotherly Love next weekend. Tickets, though, going fast. Don't miss your chance to see EQO, Carpe, Fury, and the rest of the Fusion up close and in person. PhillyFusionTix.com. It's coming up real soon. Get there.
Yeah, that one's going to be awesome. Excited for Philly. We may or may not.
I may have made a request to be there. I may have asked to put us on that one.
Yeah, we may enjoy watching Carpe play. We may be there live to watch Carpe play. You never know.
We might even talk about Carpe playing while he's playing.
That's true. It's true. It's something we would probably do.
Oh, it's good to be back. So, Horizon Lunar Colony, we've already seen a lightning fast round. It was the Toronto Defiant, because Shore4 plays everything, as we know. Very deep hero pool. The Symmetra in that second fight looked good. It felt, Matt, a little bit like Ben-Best overextended when he got the nano boost over on that point B?
I'm ready for this defense though. Back in LA, reinforced probably you'll get the confetti back on out. Winston is back as Beast playing Winston here on defense. A very aggressive composition. So with the Sombra, the Doom, and the Winston Diva combination, you're going to be jumping on these squishy targets.
I'm glad the X-Men gave him the weekend off, Matt. There's a D-suit already on Nevix because he can't stop that damage in Paris. They've already come up with a formula here that works. Not sure for maybe. Gonna translocate away, but it's no good. And now the Defiant are down to 3 players. Maybe they go for a late contest. They do have the Doom Fist. First time I've seen him today. Agilities can get those insta-kills, those bursts. Not on Ben Best though. Reinhardt nowadays is very hard to knock out of position and into walls.
And Beast is trying to get onto the Symmetra in the backline, but just the peel is too good there. From FD God, you had Nico there as well on May, and to be able to take this first point for Paris.
Oh, that
very fast.
Good for Toronto.
And now Toronto, you're in a tough spot. Paris doesn't have to change their composition at all. If you change yours, you're giving up all this ultimate percentage, and you know that they don't have to change theirs up to make progress on point B. They're going to be able to stay on these heroes, have a big ultimate advantage, set a very good time. So for Toronto, you're pretty much forced to stay on this for at least another fight.
You need Primal Rage in this fight at the very least.
You probably nano the Winston.
Yeah. And that's exactly what they've done. Look at that. Primal Rage now got to be online. Beast Halo gets rid of Exi early on. Symmetra again, pretty squishy. And if you can get that Tesla cannon in there, it bypasses shields. And that is what Beast was hoping to achieve there. Who's he looking for now? Gray going to get battled around, but he can fade away soon enough. And now he's going to be frozen solid. Ruffled his feathers indeed, but Beast is able to take to the skies once more, and they get rid of No Smite before the Earth Shatter came in from Ben Best. He's discorded, by the way, and forced back. Kellex applying that orb. Shawful again has to be very careful. He's able to translocate out just in time, and he'll have an EMP for the next fight. Toronto, they had the win condition, Matt, with the nano boost on towards Beast Halo.
Yeah, they end up using a few other ultimates in the fight. Agilities end up using a Meteor Strike. You think you can invest into that. So now some changes come in. It's just going to be Xe moving over and playing McCree here for Paris. Do some of the same things they did on their defensive side, trying to access that high ground, play the control game. See what Toronto does. Do they try and dive this? Do they try and give them some space? They're just trying to check for the Sombra there. They know the Sombra has EMP.
Again, just one tick of that endothermic blaster would reveal a Sombra. Shawful though stays out of detection. That's an EMP to forget. Ben Best, Kareev taken down. Taking Nico down, should I say. Yeah, that's filthy. That's all you need in that fight. Kareev does use a nano boost there by the looks of things. But yeah, get the EMP. It's usually a pretty cheap win.
It's a free win, essentially, if you land a good EMP. Then he comes from the backside of the point. He actually comes from the exact angle that Nico's checking constantly. Translocator back to spawn. Do we see a switch? Potentially, or does he stay on it? It looks like Surefour is potentially contemplating that. He'll come back out of the spawn now on Sombra. So Paris, they're opting not to go high ground. I think if you get them to dive into the close quarter area here, you have a better chance of fighting it with the double main.
Harder to hack them, I feel, as well. Less sightlines for Shawful. Ben Best does get stunned briefly. That was Agilities hitting him with a rocket punch there, but it doesn't really do much to Ryan these days.
Yeah, you also get the supercharger around the corner for the McCree to get set up.
That's a meaty swing for Ben Best. He gets hit with a biting grenade though. He and No Smite both, they have to be careful. Agilities, Meteor Strike is available, but Xe comes here on the McCree. No Smite does. Oh, okay. Almost a headshot finish! Xe! This guy's cracked! Shawful has to get out with the translocator, the Deadeye now. Beast, very lucky. Good bubble placement though, in fairness. Has to be a Primal Rage. Everything being committed to trying to stop this McCree. And it's going to have to be Beast now jumping forward.
Transcendence and Primal Rage they're used for the Toronto Defiant, and all Paris does is back out at full strength now. The two big ultimates used there for Toronto, as they thought it was going to be a little bit scarier than it actually was. So, two big ultimates burn there for the Toronto Defiant. You may be able to get away with it though, because you have another EMP coming online from Surefour.
Pack here on the Ben Best. He was hoping to set up something like a shatter as he moved into the point. We'll still have it available, but EMP's online. Shawful is causing so many problems right now for the Eternal, and a nano boost on to get the job done.
And Mitch, we've seen it in the past with a lot of these kind of compositions and fights when you play with the Sombra on your team. The fights that you win without using EMP are huge, because the other team doesn't want to like end up using a lot of these ultimates to try and invest. They want to get the EMP out and come back with another big fight.
So the threat of the EMP prevents teams from using their ultimates.
That time Agilities and Beast did a nice job, just not kind of like checking, face checking into the Paris Eternal, where Ben Best could have landed a Shadow eventually. They come from the high ground. You have it a kill from Agilities on Exy. Sure, gets spotted out, but you're going to be able to translocate back to spawn. You're fine.
That's what Ben Best. That's what Nico's been doing, just spraying random. Worked out this time. Ha! That is so cheeky, Grieve. Peeks out. Exy took the bait. But then I goes to waste. That flashbang doesn't connect. Great! Okay. Both supports taken down with that Bionic Orb. Now it's getting real for Paris Eternal. They've even got a sound barrier here if the fight gets a little bit messy, but so far they're just going to roll over the top. Self-destruct, buy some space, some time, gets rid of No Smite as well. Sound barrier now has to be used for the Paris Eternal. Ben Best, he's hit with a Discord Orb and a Biotic Grenade. Can't do anything about that as a main tank, and Paris are forced off the point after Grey opens things up with a double kill. Looks like they're going to struggle to follow up here at all now. Gross. That is gross!
I mean, these are the heroes that Agilities is at his best. When you see him on the Genji, the Doomfist, the Pharah, when he can make explosive solo plays, that's when you see Agilities at his best. Comes in, picks up a 4K there on Doomfist, and almost misses the jump to the rafters, but it's just game-changing plays like that. I mean, we've seen highlight plays from Agilities in the past on these type of heroes. Not surprising to see him there make a big play on Doom.
23 seconds left. Now or never for the Paris Eternal. The Toronto to find a way ahead, and Exy's down already. The McCree, the key to this fight. He's off the table, and we're going to have to wait a little bit longer or risk doing it without him entirely.
And they've given Exy no space on this McCree to get anything done. It's been picture perfect for the Toronto Defiant.
Nevic's getting up in his face, and the healing for the D.Va's been good. The Eternal have to go now. Agilities drops in, looking for the backline, but he gets taken down by Greater Coalescence Skills. Results for the Paris Eternal. Now Beast Halo knocked down by the Earthshatter. He got his Primal Rage up, but this Blizzard might make things hard for Toronto. Kellax, great Transcendence timing. Normally we see him on main support, but his Zen's looking clean. It may not be enough though. The Eternal have Ben Best front and center, and the Fire Strike connects with Kareev. Exy's back, and he makes his mark. Agilities wants to drop in here, keep overtime going, but he's going to do it straight in towards the Orisa. Halted back, EMP for sure for. He's shut down. Nevix can stall potentially, but he doesn't get close enough. And the Eternal do finish the map, but they have no time to work with. They will not get a chance to attack again.
But being able to play that Winston, Beast on the Winston does a nice job, same with Agilities, putting so much pressure on Exy's McCree, which he's really been like the standout star player for the Paris Eternal this far. So when they try and access the high ground, they're right in his face straight away. Being annoying with whether it be the Sombra on the backside, the Doomfist, the Winston coming through the front side. Also, with all that pressure towards the McCree, not able to access the high ground for Paris Eternal to get towards the Zen-Ana combination. So both of those healers for Toronto can do the healing at range from a safe location. A really good composition there, played it well for Toronto on D.
I like the Winston. You start off on the rafters, Matt. You just drop down, and then you're going to have your rocket jump already available to jump back into the air, to get that healing whilst you're airborne, or just to get onto a perch and get away from the fight for a little time. Winston's mobility really starts to shine on point B of this map, defending.
And that's how you've always kind of challenged McCree, right? In Overwatch, is just put multiple targets.
Dive him. Just dive him.
Put multiple targets right in his face. Can't burst everybody down, no mobility, can't really get away. The other team has to dedicate a lot of resources to keep that McCree alive. It'll be Paris on defense here, and a last stand on Horizon. They're going to play the McCree on the high ground. Toronto will come out with that Symmetra yet again.
So for, again, he could bait a teleporter and rush his team through. They do have a Lucio to speed them past this.
I think you can either bait the teleporter, you can teleport to the high ground. Looks like they're going to take this first backhand side of the point.
See if they take this slow. Okay, wall comes out, they just circumvent it. Toronto aren't too bothered by the main air. Beast Halo down early. Shawfort, he doesn't have a shield to hide behind. That's the point of Symmetra in these kind of fights. He needs protection whilst he roasts people. And look at that, he doesn't get any space, so he loses his tank.
I love the way that Paris played that, though. They played it aggressive. They teleport around with the Sim. They know what's happening straight away. And instead of allowing Toronto to get on the point and then jump down and try and contest, They get no smite right up in Beast's face on that Reinhardt. They know that the D.Va's not in that great position, and you burst them down. Burst down the Reinhardt. There's nothing they can really do at that point. There's no opportunity to get the sim on the point and just kind of take control.
Oh, Nico, he checks it, so he knew there'd be a teleport coming through. The wall splits the Defiant off. His timing was actually very good, and again, the Eternal get aggressive. Yep. Divide and conquer, say the French.
So you get a wall, a good wall, you push on forward. It's going to be 2 kills here, though, for Toronto. I don't think it's going to be enough to turn it, as well, it looks like Agility should be the last one up here, as he's going to try and have to back away. They keep Agilities alive, and they're keeping Nevix alive too, so this is burning even more time.
Paris Eternal, the likelihood of a draw being forced here, increasing.
Agilities does get out, about half HP though, so have to heal him up now, push straight onto the point. Without Nevix still here as well.
Nico has to wall off, try and give himself some protection. Might be time for Blizzard. He has to use Ice Block fairly early. This gives time for No Smite to come forward, but he's taking a lot of damage. It's time for the Blizzard now. Most of the Defiant though able to avoid it. Beast being kept nice and healthy. Nico's forced off the point by the Blizzard himself. That Agility's through down, and there's a trade of main tanks here. No shields at all left for the Toronto Defiant, but they don't care. They press W and go forward. Shawfall throws his barrier up. I guess they can stand behind that as a substitute for Reinhardt. But as this fight goes, Shawfall needs to find more of these targets. 1 tick is all Toronto need. The Eternal need to keep the pressure up now, but the self-destruct, it buys enough space to give them the tick and the map.
Yeah, the self-destruct there at the end is the key. Forces Paris off of the point. At a moment, it looked quite scary, right? You lose your only shield on the point. Sureforce Symmetra shield goes away, the barrier comes down, but that self-destruct from Nevix enough to clear them off of the point.
The Defiant, slow start, but finishing well. They still need one more map to win it out here. Perhaps we'll have even more. More Overwatch coming at you right after this, live from New York.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Can they win the fight though? Sinatra's grab got eaten by Rhea. That is huge. Shock without one of their crucial ultimates now. And everyone's gonna take a ride. Huge move for IDK. He gets 2 with it. The D.Va and the Brigida going down into the well. And they are not coming out again.
Exactly, they looked at statistics instead, and now we're starting to see, this was sick, look at this. They stunned Envy out of the EMP. Again, these highly mechanical plays by New York, they're so class on every single roll.
Yeah, they do. They back up a little bit more here. Oh, Roy's in the corner. He's right behind him, Shadow! Oh, it's nasty! That's a 6-man Shadow! Oh, and his shower.
And Bumper keeps playing well. You're going to see all different types of stuff like this. You know, the flanking Reinhardt becoming pretty popular.
To nail everybody with an EMP on the defense, but he is going to go ahead and manage to pick up a few. That was a quad hack, and this is a wipe. Excellent execution coming in from the Hunters.
That's not justice raining, that is a storm from above.
What is this? What are they doing right now?
That is interesting.
That is a really...
Can you get over the roof there?
Oh my.
Oh
my,
can.
what a play, what a grab!
Tosses in the grab, they're gonna make it work. And Cruz taken out by the ensuing self-destruct. Atlanta Rain breaking through that in the most stylish way I've ever seen.
Thanks for staying with us, ladies and gentlemen. New York, it's been good to us so far today and the last couple of days. Myself and Matt got here a little bit early, but the Toronto Defiant now, match point, a chance to take this series out from under the feet of the Eternal, who showed up pretty strong to start with.
Yeah, and I think, though, as the series has gone on, Toronto has realized, hey, we can't let XC just sit in the back on McCree. Just take pot shots at us. We have to play more aggressive. We have to close the gap between the two. It wasn't really working with the Reaper that much on Eichenwald there. They put good work with a just dive composition, right? You have the Sombra in play, the Doomfist, you have Winston, Nevix has played that Diva all series long, so very effective there. We'll see what happens on our next map, though.
Yeah, I liked that sort of defensive Winston play with use of high ground. It reminds me very much of Philadelphia Fusion from last year. They did it on both that map, Horizon, and they also did it on Rialto quite frequently. Obviously, they were able to leverage Sardo's Winston play much more. Maybe we see more of that as we head into our next map, but whatever they can do to close the gap on Exi, shut him down. That's it, McCree, is very fallible. Plenty of weaknesses, Matt. You can close the gap, you can dive him, it is all over. At least we saw some flexibility there from Toronto to pull that off.
Yeah, and our fourth map will be Escort in the series. So we do have one sub coming in here, so we'll take a look at that in just a quick second. But there'll be Logix that comes in for Agilities, so brings another hit scan player in here for the Toronto Defiant.
So it's 3 different DPS looks that we've seen from Toronto so far.
But with Escort coming up next, we'll find out what map it is. But a lot of Escorts map with some high ground. Maybe we see like some kind of double sniper setup, whether it be like Hanzo Widowmaker. You can play some Sombra again. This kind of writes off the Doomfist. Surefour and Logix, neither of them really known for Doomfist play. So kind of writes that off. So I think if anything, you see some Sombra, maybe some Hanzo, some Widowmakers. The next net will be Havana, it looks like. So potentially on Havana, I mean, we've seen like Bastion setups and things of that nature with double shields, some really close quarter play. Subbing out Agilities probably means you don't want to play the Pharah on defense, right? A lot like we saw last year, Pharah up close near the doors on the defensive end. So get a chance to see what we see from both of these teams. They've had a long time to cook up some new strats.
Again, the last time we sort of saw this map played in official matches, Sigma was still hotly contested as a pick. A lot of teams sort of playing him. I mean, Reinhardt's sort of durability kind of vastly eclipses that of Sigma nowadays, and he's obviously less flexible with his shield placement. They reduce the accretion damage. So a couple of things that have just made him a little bit harder to just tape onto any composition and make him work.
Yeah, I mean, Sigma was very effective in a lot of different situations, right? As a main tank, as
very good at shutting down flankers and being a frontliner.
A good damage, and the damage that just kind of chips you down over time, right? Just kind of throwing the spheres through the chokes, just poking and poking and poking constantly. And that combined with like Orisa, right, made a really deadly combination with some of the changes to shields and adjustments to Orisa. And Sigma, I think we're going to see the tank position open up a little bit more. I don't think we're completely like away from 2 shields being played quite frequently, whether it be Orisa Reinhardt, Sigma with their Orisa,
sure.
But I think we're getting towards a point where there's just going to be more variation in the tank spot.
Well, it makes you wonder, actually, if maybe Smex, for example, was here. Do Paris go for an off-tank pick here? Is it a matter of comfort for Ben Best and No Smite to go for this, or is this something that Paris are trying to institutionalize? Lots of shields. I mean, if you played ranked recently, there's plenty of double shield comps going on, but I like the flexibility that D.Va can give the Defiant, even if it reduces their overall durability and staying power in some of these longer fights.
So see what Paris decides to do. Do you want to play close here, and then you can have the Widowmaker sit at range, right? You can't really access the Widow if everybody's played close up, right? You have to deal with the players directly in front of you. So looks like Paris, they'll push up. They'll Ben Best on top of the gas station there with a little bit of a boost. And you don't expect that Widowmaker to be in play, right? As next he's going to get a pick on the Logix early.
Yeah, and this is definitely something that we saw from him plenty during his time back in Korea. He replays yet. He's not got any multi-kills.
You do lose Ben Best, though. He gets hit with a biotic grenade and denied all that healing that his teammates could have provided him. So you may have to back up here, as can't exactly play that close at one shield.
No. The Reinhardt's being taxied back in. FD God has gone back to fetch Ben Best, and he's pretty much already back. You see him around the corner right now. Payload will move up, and again, the Eternal are going to try and set their feet. They are looking for an opening killed by Exi, but now that the Defiant have access to this left side building, Nevis can get a little bit closer. He actually does take a headshot from Exi straight away. He was hoping to get out of that one unscathed. He actually has to back away and rejoin the fight. Beast Halo, though, doing some serious work.
You don't need the kill, though. The pressure's enough, right? He forces Exi out of position. which just he can't just keep putting down these fully charged up Widowmaker shots on the targets just walking up the street.
It's
right?
not worth getting desuited to try and chase a Widow down. If she's already out of position and is denied the sight lines, then you're probably happy, right?
Yep. And then actually even he doesn't know that Nevix is not coming back for him, right? He turns the corner, he gets the health pack. Who's to say Nevix doesn't come out and re-challenge, right? So actually has to respect the fact that the Diva's in that position, could come out and play, backs him down.
That's one. Sure, I mean, Nevix couldn't cover that one. Oh, defense matrix, the second that went down, actually finds a headshot. Logix! He falls. Right, it's nasty stuff from Exi finding two, and they invested a lot, the Defiant, in Logix in that fight. The Nano Boost being part of that, and he comes up with very little.
And now if I'm Paris, I play close up here. I force them to walk down the street and allow my Widowmaker, who's hitting these shots, to give them the space to win us the half.
Maywall comes up, Coalescence used. It's interrupted by Beast Halo, though. He gets Gray to the ground, but he's out of position to protect his team from the crack back, the shatter. It's 3 knocked down on the Toronto Defiant side, but Logix is standing tall. Logie Bear's looking for the picnic baskets, and he's going to go in now with the Death Blossom. Just the one on FD God. But the Defiant have some momentum now, and they have that spawn advantage. If they can keep pressuring, they can make some progress.
They can't exactly just free push onto the cart, right? The Widowmaker's still on that high ground. You're going to have another fight here as Logic switches to a Widow of his own. So
okay.
He's going to back up. He'll have walls here. So a good idea where everybody's at here for Toronto.
Short needs to get close enough to get a good Blizzard. So waiting. Didn't quite time the cooldown. All right, missed a few now. He's going to try and get a better spot here to try and take on the enemy Widow. But look at that, Nevix. So smart. He was on the cusp. Chased him down immediately. Here's a self-destruct. Nevix just going to get a new mech and go again. Gray has another Coalescence. He's going to try and use it in this fight, but they're missing no smite. One of their main tanks is down. Nevix, he's everywhere at once. Eats the Blizzard. Nico now gets no value from that one, and things go from bad to really bad.
Yeah, I mean, Nevix with a huge play there, eats the Blizzard, also forces the Widow out of position again.
He's also doing calculus in his head. In the meantime, he's getting coffee for the guys.
I mean, just huge plays there in that fight. The push Toronto over the line, and that's what you wanted to see, right? Nevix, all we talked about like last year, that he's off season, and all we heard from many of the players, dude, Nevix is sick. He could easily be, a starter in the Overwatch League. Reinforce, just talking about Nevix all the time. Maybe just a little bit of sweet connection, but
I mean, have you heard him talk about Elivote and Lolzish? It's the same.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the passion there. But
see those lads later on. Nevix is the definition of a man about town. Ben Best taken down early in the fight here, and Shawfall going to make use of the absence of any shielding whatsoever now, with no smite going the way of the Weary. And a Blizzard not far away here.
With the switch off of Widowmaker here, you go to Hanzo. You can't really play McCree here, right? You probably would have liked to if you're XE, because McCree, without that mobility, like, you don't even need to switch comps for Toronto to access him well. So and he gets forced into these hallways and stuff. There's it's really risky. At least Hanzo, you can get away. You can burn players down quick.
That's an oh-no-y. Managed to catch out Ben Best. Beast Halo, actually, both of those guys getting caught by Blizzards. Exi and no smite are down though, so player advantage here for the Defiant. They're moving this payload in, 3 on it now. Gray going to go for another Coalescence. Nevix taken low by Nico. Self-destruct, the timing! Beast Halo lined that up perfectly. So managed to get the kill on Ben Best, but for 2 ultimates, it was only the 1 kill. But as the fight goes through, the Defiant do convert that early player advantage into a second checkpoint.
And Exi ends up using his Dragon Strike there to maybe force some players off of the point, which you think maybe now you switch off of this Hanzo.
Like,
you go Widow here. Yeah, I mean, if you played Widow on point A defense here with a longer sight line and more high ground, yeah, you think you'd go back to the Widow again. I mean, you liked it before, you love it now, so switch off the Hanzo, get on the Widowmaker yet again. Let's see how Toronto plays around this.
XC now stepping up to defend Castle Grayskull. I guess that makes sure for He-Man. Logix doesn't get away with that one. FD God getting the extra damage. No smite put to sleep here, but no follow-up chance for Toronto because Beast Taylor was so low and Logix was out of the picture, so this is just a wash.
So now you're going to keep pushing up towards the door here for the Paris Eternal. Give the Widowmaker more space. Logix plays the Widow of his own, so forces almost a mirror match. We still have the D.Va in play for the Toronto Defiant, so a little bit more mobility to put pressure on X.
We didn't really get to see much of the Widow head-to-head before, so maybe we get that. Yeah, we do.
You don't get much to see it now.
Yeah. XC removed early, and maybe that's what the Defiant needed. FD God, you're playing with fire, Sutton. Had he lost all of his health in midair, that ultimate would have gone by the wayside. However, it doesn't. But it doesn't really help the Eternal. Logix is popping up. Another one? Not quite. Okay, yeah. You know, for a very softly spoken Belgian guy, there's some attitude in Logix's play.
Hey, bro, you go out on the road, everybody's not nailing
Get out!
That is, now you're just showing off. I mean, that is nuts to be able to just grapple up, look directly down, nail the headshot. Exy did not see that one coming. Do it again, why not?
No, please. Oh, I can't handle any more of that. Logix, mate, when he fires, he is an inferno. Beast wants to push forward here a little bit now. Gray with the coalescence available. It's a sound barrier for the Defiant here. The turn back by Beast. Disrespect on Nico, and he keeps Logix alive. That infrasight definitely going to be helping the Defiant now. Information on the respawns being given to them by their Widowmaker player. FD God doing well to evade capture, but it is over. The jig is up, and the map is complete for Toronto.
Toronto, the biggest hurdle was getting that point A. After that, it was smooth sailing. They were difficult dealing with Exy's Widow at the start, but Logic's like, dude, I'm popping off, bro.
You are nasty, Logix! You're filthy!
Logic's like, hey, I know we practiced a lot of different strategies in the offseason, probably, for this map, but I'm going Widowmaker on defense, and I'm going ham.
Right, even his teammates are like trying to sidle off camera, you know, like, yo, what do we see with this guy? He's a criminal. He's zipping him up, Matt.
He's looking like Bren from the Talent Takedown.
Yeah, except his attire is vastly more acceptable.
It's true.
I don't know, who let him do that?
So now Toronto, they got to be feeling pretty good, right? Going into their defensive half, stop them from completing the map, but then a very difficult map to complete.
You know, Logix was
win the series.
Logix picked up by this team long before, actually. You know, Shaw for Nevix, Kareev and Calix.
One of the holdovers from last year.
That's right. Didn't really get to shine last year, but it was a bit of a revolving door.
Yeah, you saw Logix pop off in moments last year, and I think it's a lot of kind of, like, I mean, season 1 with Florida, obviously not the ideal situation. Season 2 coming in as mid-season to Toronto.
He felt like a streakier Sire player in season 1, right?
I think now getting to see him stay on a team from one season to the next and get more play and more reps, get more comfortable with a team, I think we'll really see Logix unlock this season.
All right, Toronto want to play close. Nevix checking the right side door. Coming up later, fly from Dallas. Gladiators v Titans, not one to miss there. And Logix again, he is dominating the Widow battle. You know what I can imagine? Our producers backstage frantically putting together like a player of the match graphic for Logix. Like, oh!
Right now,
my producer is in my ear.
I was letting him talk to you.
That.
The Logix starting to pop off here towards the end of the series.
Right. Can he carry that momentum? Because this guy rises and falls on the strength of that momentum.
Okay, look at all the players on the stage. Showing Logix love. Like, look at everybody. Why not? Toronto.
I mean, the reason why we put that up.
Yeah,
we're on YouTube now, but there are still some things we can't show on television. Especially not in most of the states.
Logix getting the spawn kill going on. Ooh, pushed a little bit too far. The Coalescence comes out here from Paris, trying to bully their way out of the spawn now.
Calix, flashbang from XE, but he wasn't even looking for him, but that's fine.
XE at this point, it's like, hey, I'm not gonna take this Widow fight. I'm gonna use the McCree, break it open, close range. Now give myself a little bit better shot when I go over to Widow.
Sure, I mean, you just have nothing to work with. You have no sight lines as Widow. You can't really stay behind your main tank because Ben Best is too busy swinging. No Smite is too busy just trying to reposition.
And it's a 50-50 game coming out of the spawn on Widowmaker there on offense with the Widowmaker on D. You pick the wrong spawn door, Lodge is looking at it, you're dead pretty much before you even make it out.
Infrasight for Logix, so XE now takes the more passive sideline and plays more supportive role. That's right, DPS players, you can be a supportive Widowmaker too in your rank games.
Logic's handing out free haircuts. Unfortunately, they're all inverse mohawks. You don't get to choose that part. Nico boomed.
Now I think for Paris, you're like, hey, this is our plan, and how it's not working, what do we do? I guess just keep trying to run it up, right?
I mean, get Exy to run it back. Yo, get that winner, make it
just keep running it up mid, so to speak. So, see, Quantum's looking for an angle here, trying to find Exy.
He can fall back as well to a balcony behind him. Coalescence here, that self-destruct might be a bit of a messy one. They catch Nico, so even with a Coalescence, the Eternal lose a player. Can't heal that.
Oh, and they finally found out Kareem was playing so far off to the side on the left, almost behind the Paris Eternal. They finally pick him off.
Getting filthy Bionade value, though.
And also potentially setting up like sleep darts. So
double headshot, close range. Exy filled. Logix takes him down though.
Returns the favor.
Yeah. Okay, it's got to be a sound barrier for Paris. I mean, you don't feel good about having to use it here just to get in position to fight for this first checkpoint.
Toronto's playing the long game. They completed the map. Havana, like I mentioned, a very difficult map to complete. You play the clock here, right? You don't necessarily need a point A hold. You just want to keep dwindling the clock as long as possible. If you can leave them with minimal time to get from B to C, even from A to B, it's very likely that Toronto takes it.
Okay, good wall there. Splits off a couple of plays. Nico needs to get a Blizzard here and lets it go. Ooh, it was lucky they didn't get eaten by Nevix. He is able to get it down though. This will slow the Defiant up. The payload contested. Nevix gets there. Gray down. Oh, a lot of healing missing now for the Paris Eternal. It's all going wrong at the worst time possible. That is a filthy sleep dart. Thank you very much. Kareev sets it up. Beast knocks it down.
Now you come into potentially final fight territory here for Paris with just Infrasight available. Maybe a Coalescence if you can extend the fight. But no tools to work with. Surefour gonna end up with a Blizzard probably.
Another Infrasight. Exy, everywhere he goes, he's going to be tracked. At least he has one of his own here.
Well,
Kareem gets it!
By Kareem.
Okay, yeah, I forget there's multiple snipers on the side of the Toronto Defiant. Kareem again just goes above and beyond what is required of him. Logic's now, is this a tight angle? This is aggressive. No spike. Has to be careful. The shield is not multi-directional. There ain't no bubble. Gray needs a big Coalescence here, but the healing's not enough to keep Empty God and Ben Best alive. Logix again strikes. This man is unstoppable. Exy shuts him down, but it's just a consolation. The Toronto Defiant new look come out strong, and they send the Eternal packing.
Logic's the difference maker at the end on Widowmaker. He's the sub that comes in for Havana, played map number 1, Lijiang Tower, then he comes out for the next 2, comes in for agilities here at the end and puts on a show. As Exy has been phenomenal all series long, right? Whether it's been on Symmetra, McCree, but at the end, Logic's Widow just too strong.
It's tough. Nico's style, Matt, on that Mei is definitely more supportive. It's to facilitate for that double, that main tank setup. Unfortunately, Exy definitely having to deal with 2 big frags and Surefour and Logic's not necessarily 1v2, but definitely a lot of responsibility on his shoulders, and it was just a bit much to deal with. The fact that the Eternal have a revolving door of absolute superstars in the DPS position. The Defiant have the same darn thing. We didn't even see Mangatree this game. I mean, there's more out back. You want to see the rest of the collection. We've got players, and now we've got our first notch in the belt.
And I would say Beast, if you're kind of looking at his play overall throughout the series, I think started off a little bit rough. Probably some early jitters, right, coming out. First Overwatch League game in front of this crowd here in New York, but really started to settle down. You saw some good shatters there towards the end. I thought his Winston play on Horizon was extremely effective at shutting down Exy.
And there you have the Toronto Defiant looking sharp. We're now going to head down to the stage with Surefour and some hexagrams action on the mic.
I am here with Lane, Surefour Roberts, sometimes known as Tasumi. You guys went down a map early on, and then you were able to battle back. With this new look squad, how important was it for you to get this first win in a very long season?
I mean, I think it's pretty important since we're like a brand new team, so it's good to like build the confidence that like we can start it off very strong. I mean, we had a very long scrim schedule. We even boot camped in Korea, and we've just been practicing hard, and I think we were just fairly confident. I think we didn't scrim a lot against the sim strat, so that's why it kind of like surprised us a bit. But as the game goes on, you just think about and talk about how they're playing, and you just play like you think you should.
Well, congratulations on your win. You've always been one of the players that I've known for a very long time that plays everything, right? You play Sombra, you play Reaper, you play McCree. I've seen your Pharah before. Is there anything you can't play?
Nope.
Yep, that's all right. We're done with that question, because I have a much more pressing and important question to ask. I've heard you got a special ring. Do you want to talk about it?
I mean,
How many carats?
well, it's a sapphire ring, so it's not many carats, but it is quadruple A, which means it has no impurities. It is unheated, so it's in its most natural form. And yeah, it's very nice. I plan on getting a ruby ring, an emerald ring, and an opal ring as well.
Trying to become the next Thanos here. Well, obviously you've represented your team before, or your country before, in the World Cup in Canada. Now you get to do it for the Overwatch League. What's it mean to be able to represent Canada?
I think anyone that's from like a certain country can kind of like relate, where it's like, when I came back to Canada, it's just like this feeling or this aura in the air where like this feels more natural, this feels more home. And like when I went back to Toronto, that's just how it felt, and it just feels nice.
Well, congratulations. Everyone give it up for Short 4. Back to you guys, Matthew and Mitchell.
I love that from Hexagrams. Also, no one else calls me Mitchell. It's just him.
Matthew, bro, come on.
I mean, yeah, I agree. It looks like Shawfall's trying to collect the Infinity Stones. Hopefully some wins along the way. Tell you what, I got an opal ring. You can have it if you beat me in an arm wrestle lane. Come see me afterwards. I'll give it to you.
Sure, just buy the ring. No,
I can say it's easy. Fine. I mean, that would have been more fun. It's content, bro. It's content. Let's talk about our player of the match, though, for this series. And there's so many candidates on the side of the Toronto Defiant, but today it's going to be Lane Shawfall Roberts. Only one sapphire ring. Well, that's enough to do the job.
That difference maker, you know, they lose map number 1. He comes in for the rest of the series. They're able to win there on out. I think he provides a ton of leadership, flexibility in the damage dealer position, right? Like you kind of alluded to on stage, he can really play just about anything. It's kind of odd to see a team where Surefour is not their standout Widowmaker player right here.
Aggression.
They're beat him down. Taking out XC doesn't matter how you get it done.
No respect.
See Surefour's stats on the Reaper in the series.
Yeah, I mean, that final blows per 10 minutes stat is top tier, by the way. Obviously, 1 per minute at least. It's a big deal for DPS players. Shawfall
anything
is
above
definitely
10
up there.
is phenomenal.
Yes. So he's feeling pretty good about that one. If you look at the ratio between that and his depths, you've got to be happy if you're Lane Robertson. If you're to the Toronto Defiant, you were so quiet last season. Now you've got superstar faces. You've got like all these pin-ups, pin-up boys of the Overwatch League, and you're backing it up with some big results, but there's much more we need to see from them still.
I mean, I think for Toronto, it's a good first win. You see you have some explosive players who can take over games, but it's a very long season. I think with Paris, it's still a wait and see, right? You have some of their best and brightest additions not able to play yet. So I think it's a waiting period, almost like the shock in Season 1 up until some of those young guys can play.
It's the first chapter being inked, but there's more to come after the break.
What's that?
I think, yep, it's the Envoy Excel take on the London Spitfire in a transatlantic battle to kick things off for the home team. Do not miss it. We'll be back with that.
And by TeamSpeak. Welcome back to our studio in LA. This is Watchpoint Resets, your only destination between matches. We're basically here to guide you from one match to the next one. And of course, I'm still joined by our guest host slash analyst, rather. You're not our host, you're actually our analyst.
Yeah.
Achilles, who will be
much
casting
analyst
some
either.
games in the future as well. Casta and Reinforce. So glad to have you here, guys.
Yeah,
so glad to have you here.
We didn't get to show our predictions, but me and Costa were actually up 1-0.
Yeah, let's
the two
go
of
into
us.
that early.
Yeah,
We get to that. All right. Let's not get ahead of
It'll
yourselves
happen
here.
eventually.
Yeah, you're gonna
Yeah.
get your
Laggards.
praise. All right, but this is the opening day of the 2020 Overwatch League season, and it's on the way already, right? So, what were you guys' first thought after seeing the first few compositions and some of the new players also?
I think it was really great to see the Defiant just sort of come in. They had their strategy even after losing the first map. They stood true to what they have, and they just sort of adapted to what the Eternal were doing. And they just came through in the the last 3 maps.
Yeah, and obviously it started out rough for the Toronto Defiant, and I think XC's Symmetra was a large part of that. I think it was really effective against his Reinhardt and Diva composition. But later down the line, I was really impressed by everyone on the Toronto Defiant, really. Like, we came into this series and we were talking a lot of crap about the Beast, but I think Beast had a really
Just
good
say, don't say me, all right? That was you.
Yeah, let's put it more
No.
your direction.
A lot of people have been saying that. I mean, I'm gonna call out ZP. He was put down on Beast.
That's it. A lot of people, one person. Let's go.
So I think that Beast actually impressed me. Nevix, of course, we know he's great. He's incredible. Best player in Sweden. Dab. But Beast, he played really good. He hit a lot of big shatters, and I was especially impressed that he hit those shatters against a Reinhardt and an Orisa composition. Because that's double shield, right?
Yeah.
Makes it twice as hard. But Beast came out clutch, and everyone on Toronto Defiant really performed well. So far, really impressed by this squad.
So did the team's strategies fall into line with what you expected, Achilles?
I mean, I didn't think we had much to expect coming into this because we never really knew what the teams were going to be practicing. I mean, I know that you guys have a lot better relationships with some of the organizations. And you've played with a lot of people, and you yourselves being former pros can have some expectations. I wasn't really sure what exactly was going to be developed. The Rhino Orisa, as soon as we had kind of seen the starting lineup, seemed to be indicative of where Paris Eternal wanted to go. So in that regard, yes, but I certainly wasn't expecting this Symmetra from XE, and I also wasn't expecting it to be as impactful as it turned out to be in those first 2 maps.
I was also really interested with what the Defiant were doing with the 3 DPS players. We saw a complete rotation from them in all 4 maps. We saw Logic play the 1st and 4th map, Surefall play every map they won, 2, 3, and 4, and Agility's sprinkled in there here. I want to know the reasoning behind that, and I'm sure that'll evolve as the season goes on.
Yeah, I mean, in the past, we've seen a lot of these kind of decisions being made based on maps. And now with the teams traveling as well, I think there needs to be a lot more prep work going in. So you need to kind of know already who you want to field for which maps coming up for your team. Very interesting to see how they use their DPS lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. And we going into the second half, I mean, we have to give some credit for Toronto Defiant playing the Doomfist and Sombra composition. I did not expect that at all either. Like, we were sitting in the green room, like, what is happening over here? But it definitely worked, and Agility's got some good punches in, like, right here. So it looked pretty slick, and I like what they were doing. They were changing things up and showing us different kinds of compositions.
All right, that doesn't mean you can play Monkey in my ranked games, though, guys. Come on.
Like,
it is not.
No,
please,
Reinforce, it's not back. Dive is not back. Let's just cool it down a little.
But Casta, would you have expected them to switch off that comp after a little bit of a rocky start initially?
I think it was a really good comp based on what Paris was playing. Because they didn't have a Diva, they didn't really have anything to get on the back line. They played a dive with double flex support with the Ana and the Zen, and Paris didn't really have an answer to both of those supports, so their divers could just go super aggressive with all the support they needed, and you just saw them execute really well.
All right. Well, up next, guys, we do have our predictions. Yeah, we didn't get to that prior to predictions. Yeah, okay. They're already excited because they may or may not have gotten some of them right. So let's take a look at what we actually predicted for that first one. Yes, you guys
Yeah, we pretty
did
good.
pick Toronto, Defiant, talent picks.
There we go.
And I started talking about that right heading into the day. The predictions, they matter this year, right?
Yeah.
Because the one with the most predictions correctly predicted will get to decide the punishment for the person with the least
Oh yeah,
predictions.
let's just go down the line.
And let's dissect this a little bit.
Intriguing. But you went for the Valiant, so still
Yeah,
just staying true.
Okay.
Costa Gladiators.
And the
Just
Gladiators.
talk
Let's
about
just
it.
One step at a time. Okay, Gladiators, I actually believe in this team. I think they have a lot of strengths. If their DPS lineup can come together, I actually think they can take this against the Vancouver Titans. I think it's going to be close, but I got to give my edge to the Gladiators.
All right, and the
Okay.
prediction, of course, for the upcoming match as well. It looks everything is going in favor of New York. That is the safe pick because, quite frankly, none of us knows what to expect at all from the London Spitfire. Completely overhauled roster, except from Krillin.
Krillin.
Yeah.
Krillin.
Boy, Krillin.
I mean, they still have a lot of stage experience for some of those players. Hiley was on the Seoul Dynasty last year, so did get some play in the Overwatch League. We also have Bernard, who's been playing since the beginning in Apex, BK Stars, then WSG. The
Honestly,
contenders.
I couldn't write that handwriting even
Yeah,
if
I
I
know. My
tried.
handwriting is absolutely terrible. J-Mac was on Foxes for a long time and has competed overseas as well, away from Korea. And then Shui is a champion from Korea in 2018 Season 3. So I think that London, as long as they can build synergy, they do have some star power there. They have that stage experience, so they're not all just fresh rookies.
Glister as well. You got him on the roster.
Yeah,
He's
yeah, of
gonna.
course.
I think he's gonna be the shining star of this London.
I
team.
think he definitely has to be. But that being said, they're going up against NYXL. This is such a tough opponent.
Yeah,
They
not
haven't-
a-
They
not
just
an
got
easy
Who Are
feat.
You? Like, there's so much star power on that roster.
But also not much expectations on London. So I hope that alleviates some of the pressure as well, right? So they're coming in all new, and it is time to send it back to New York, where after a very quick break, it will be the London Spitfire taking on the New York Excelsior, backed by their home crowd. The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Here we are, Hex. NYXL facing up against the London Spitfire right here in the center of New York.
Where would you rather be on this glorious day than New York City? These fans have been one of the best fan bases of all time. They finally get to see their team play in front of them. In just a broader note, for Season 3, a marquee matchup of two of the best teams we've seen in the Overwatch League in 2018 and 2019. London, New York, let's go.
Well, New York, they got a lot of old faces on that roster and a couple of new ones as well.
We don't like the word old. We prefer not so young. And speaking for the old folks like myself. But yeah, this is a team, and I've been hard on them in the past. And it's not because I don't think they're great. I just think they haven't reached their greatness yet. I'm like a parent. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. But NYXL returns with their core. Sabiobi, of course, our 2018 MVP, and Jonak. There's nothing to not like about this roster.
They've added some new talent as well. One of those highly anticipated DPS players coming into OWL. We've got Who Are You on the squad too.
Yeah, I mean, Who Are You is essentially a rookie. He's not a rookie. Who Are You's been around since the beginning of Overwatch. But these are some of the roster changes. Pine is going to depart. He's still going to be a big part of that squad. Flower kind of wilted on this team. But the big loss, in my opinion, is losing Meko. When I think of Mano, I think of Meko. Meko, peanut butter and jelly, fish and chips for you, buddy. But losing Meko, we'll see if they can replace it. They have brought in some talented players, and maybe Bianca steps in that role, and Hoppa just brings a world of versatility.
God, I'm so excited for this roster. Who Are You's coming out, man. I want to see some Genji, please. We've seen a little bit of Sim earlier on. Maybe we get some Genji today.
Well, I mean, you still have a guy like Libero on this team, too, and it's like, hey, Libero, kind of like Shore4, what can't you play? Well, what do you mean? Is there an option to not be able to play every single hero in the game? But yeah, they also have to go against a London squad, and this ain't your father's London. It's not even your grandfather's London, because it's not the 2018 champion London. It's not even the 2019 faltering London. It's a brand new team.
There you are. They're revving up in the Spitfires, ready to take off. You can't kill in the Krillin.
Yeah, so this team is a 12-man squad. 11 of them are pure rookies. Krillin's the only one who's not a pure rookie. Look, but it's also... Yeah, that's a long list of departing players, by the way. That's do we have another slide? Is there yet another page of this departing players? We have no idea what London's going to be. Just no idea. Look, there's a lot of good talent that came in from contenders. You know my opinion on this. There are some really good, high-level contenders players, guys who have won contenders championships. There's also a lot of unknowns. What do you think, Jack?
There you go. Additions to the roster. A whole long list.
Yeah.
One of the players I have got my eyes on, another really star-studded DPS, is Glister coming on in. This guy is going to be a monster, or at least I hope he's going to be, because like you said before, with London, with this whole new team, someone's going to have to be the star. Someone's going to have to step up. Is it going to be Glister? His Doomfist rocked Korean contenders.
In my opinion, London is going to go as far as Glister takes them in the short term here before they get everything figured out. I think Glister's probably the best active rookie. There's Sparkle, of course, is coming in, but he's not ready to play. So Glister could be the guy to really make a name for himself on this London team. Look, the bottom line is we have no idea what this London team's going to look like, and that's a tough first test against NYXL, isn't it?
Let's have a look at the teams, though. Let's roll them out. We're going to toss the pocket on the stage. We're going to see NYXL and London Spitfire roll onto the booths.
Thank you so much. First, can we give a large Overwatch League welcome to Jaws for his first cast? Yeah, Jaws! But now, New York City, it is time to take the next step in this epic rivalry here in the Overwatch League. First, please welcome to the stage, give a loud New York welcome to the 2018 Grand Finals champions, your London Spitfire. Not easy playing in enemy territory. But ladies and gentlemen, here in New York City, it is my pleasure to introduce you to the NYXL. York, make some noise for your 2020 NYXL! Introducing first is the world's greatest tracer, SBB! Back on Reinhardt, it's time for Mono! The man who can play it all. Let's hear it for Libero! Watch your face, it's Danae! Joining for 2020, let's hear it for Mandu! From XL2, Bianca! Your main healer, give it up for Animo! The off-tank legend, now in New York, give it up for Hanpa! Is that Genji? No, it's Who Are You? And last but not least, your 2018 MVP, Jonas! Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for your NYXL! It's time to get this party started. Jaws, hexagrams, take it away.
What more could you ask for from the New York crowd? What an insane intro.
It's all good to be a crowd that cheers, but I know Morello was going to be a little mad if they didn't boo London, so they gave London the old Bronx cheer. Thank you for that. All I got to say is if you're going to Homestand coming up, you have a lot to live up to. This crowd has been nuts. We haven't even gotten game yet.
Glister was sitting there, happy in his little seat, giggling away. You know he's going to get booed, but he's going to bring the Doomfist, or at least his team hopes so. The crowd is just kind of ridiculous at this point. We knew it would be. It's New York after all.
Yeah, this is such a great city when it comes to fandom overall. I mean, there's so many sports teams in New York overall, a couple of football teams, 3 to be precise, if you count Buffalo, I suppose. They got baseball teams. Just if you're a fan of competition, this is the place to be. NYXL, of course, no exception. But even before homestands, whenever you would see fans, at every one of the homestands we did, there were always NYXL fans. They always show up. They always showed up huge. And why wouldn't you? This is a team that gives you a lot to cheer for.
Oh, it does. And the MVP on your screens there, Jonak, has got a lot to bring this year. And I hope we continue to see that. I gotta say as well, they're probably one of the most stylish teams coming out here as well.
You got the octopus there. The Jonak skin in game, of course, is a beautiful looking MVP skin. You know what's interesting about Jonak is everyone thinks of him as the Zen, right? Because Zen's so flashy. If you look at all-time stats across the board, his Ana's the best in the league by like a mile. To be able to play both of those without missing a beat is insane. And then what do you say about the rest of the roster? Just rock solid, MVP candidate. You just go down the list, which is why it's been so a little upsetting that they haven't won a championship yet. I thought they were going to do it in 2018. I thought they had a decent shot in 2019, but I don't think anyone was beating the Shock. Maybe 2020 is their year.
Maybe it is. Homestand model looking pretty good for them so far. Now London on your screen, of course, like we said before, there's a lot of question marks where this team can actually go. A lot of unknowns. A few players in this 12-man roster, mind you, as well, have come through from Korean competitions such as Korea Cup. A couple of the players on Gen G's B squads, Gen G B, Gen G S. A whole lot of question marks for a lot of the London fans that have been sticking around.
People always tell me, like, oh, but this guy was great in contenders. You should see him play. He's great in contenders. I'm like, yeah, we had a lot of people who were good in contenders last year, and they didn't really make the impact we all expected. So for my money, it's like, you do it on the big stage, and that's kind of a question mark, too. There's two things that are going against London early when we're going to start off on Control. First of all, Control has historically been London's worst map type ever. Granted, this is a brand new team, so maybe you wipe that history away. But second, this is a big stage for a lot of guys who are not really used to it.
Yeah, not only that, you're going up against such big names as well, and I'm sure a lot of the players did look up to NYXL squad. I want to be like Jonak. I want to sit in his seat. I want to get into the game though, Hex. We're going to Lijiang Tower. The crowd's ready, the players are ready, and so are we.
It's just a tough ask for the London Spitfire to go into enemy territory against the NYXL, the veteran squad here, to be a bunch of rookies. I did air quotes there, you can't see it on camera, but rookies. I mean, it's the first time in the Overwatch League, so technically they're rookies here. We'll see what they got. I'm looking forward to being surprised, and I think a victory for London here is essentially like we played them close. But I don't think anyone's predicting London to win. Hey, but brand new year, any given Owl Day, anyone can win.
Let's get into the first map. Lijiang Tower. It's night market. The crowd are here, and you can tell who they're cheering for. New York over in the blue, London in the white. Glister, I want to see him on that McCree, although we saw a little bit earlier on, Hex, that sim does so much work when you contest that point.
The sim, when you start charging up those points, and especially on some of these stages, if you can get there first and you put those turrets up, you're almost never getting in, and here we go!
Jonak on the Ana, let's see if he can kind of keep those records high. I want to see how they're going to rotate. Normally, when you do take the first cap on control, you do end up winning it out more often than not. Nice little wall charge in. Ice Block already forced out there. Onto who are you? He's going to have to play a little bit more careful. Fire grenade lands on Mano. He's going to be kept alive and safe for the time being. They do end up rotating around. Point unlocks in a couple of seconds.
They look like they wanted to rotate around, but I'm not sure everybody got the memo. London tried to rotate and catch a couple people who were late on that, but it is New York who will back their way onto the point as it unlocks, and they will get first cap.
Hail Mary Nays from Highly there, tried to catch out Mano, but first cap, like you said, goes towards NYXL. London trying to find something. A nice wall, actually. Sending Mano sky high, couldn't get the charge in. A stun and a freeze as well, but no one takes him out. That fire strike hit in the corner. First blood going to Hotba. Who Are You does end up going down as well, but NYXL are going to continue controlling this point. Both nano boosts online as well.
One of the reasons that Mano is so great is he's able to bleed out every bit of value in those abilities. He gets down to 100 HP, but Mano probably not even breaking a sweat. He knows the support's having the pocket.
High Noon coming out from Glister, and Nene gets pushed away, almost forced off the map. Blizzard coming out from Bubble as well. They do manage to find at least one kill on Jonak. That's the person that you want to take down, as London end up flipping the point and controlling it for the time being, and now Glister really putting NYXL in their place. Hotba going to reset himself off the map as London take control. 36% for New York though, not bad.
It is the Glister show so far. The cleanup kill is going to go their way, but so far 3 eliminations out of the 5 for his team for Glister, and we mentioned it. It's probably the biggest name on this revamped London Spitfire. Definitely a Rookie of the Year candidate. Keep an eye on him, and so far the carry potential seems to be there.
Animo has beat coming forward. Sanguinar also has his. It's how JMac and Mano play around these walls. There you can see both being used. Animo staying back here, doesn't really want to get caught out by the Blizzard of any kind or any freeze whatsoever. Speaking of freezes, JMac's in trouble, I would say. Mano finds the kill, and now London Spitfire losing their main tank and are going to get rotated on as NYXL do force themselves on the point. Thanks to the wall there, but Mano should be safe behind his shield.
It's going to buy him a little bit more percentage that they're not able to back up. Some nice anti on Jonak. Jonak and Animo nearing both their supports. Those are the ultimates you want in a defense phase of the game. Blizzard's got the Deadeye so far, the only person to really get value out of it.
There's a beat advantage though for NYXL. They're going to use the beat to go forward, and Glister gets left in the back. Oh no, no damage now! JMac falls down. Animo finds the kill. Panar's in the back line. He gets demeched. He does use the self-destruct to try and get back in. Thinks he can still win this fight potentially. He doesn't want to go for this reset. The nano straight onto Mano. He does get naded in the end and doesn't really find all too much, but Hotspur manages to clean up Glister. And then NYXL continuing to control the point, Hex, nearing 75%.
It seemed like NYXL had just figured out, like, we're just not going to let Glister beat us. We're going to send a lot of resources his way. Let one of the other guys give it a shot, but there's no way we're letting Glister beat us. It's been Hotba who's been trying to isolate him. Glister goes down. London getting down to their last attempt to get in here as New York keeps counting up. They do have a Shatter ready.
High Noon coming in. Wall is going to block it out for the time being. Shadow available, yes, for London. They've also got that Blizzard online as well. They're going to have to make a move rather quick. 95% now on board for NYXL.
Watching on the point, there's no check marks on the board for NYXL. Going to have to win this one fair.
OT coming in. Babble's just trying to isolate people. Mano's going to get frozen up if he's not careful. They still have the Blizzard in tow. You've got to watch out for that defense matrix. A massive shadow on the back, though. That's going to do it. Nene's going to go down to the pin. Mano gets taken out as well. OT may have been here, but London are going to make themselves known on the point.
Going to be about 50% for London as they finally take it back. NYXL was in a tough position there. They just didn't have ultimates. You can just ask for that fight to try to get up there so you can get some ultimates on the way back. But London did a really nice job of preserving their economy. Really only had to get a great shatter in there as well. Both support ultimates going to be up for this London Spitfire squad. About 1, maybe 2 fights away for this team. NYXL going to try to come in here. Hotba has hit some enormous self-destructs in his time. We might see one here.
Barbel, most importantly as well, saved that Blizzard too for when NYXL do make themselves known on the points. Nano coming out on the Rhine already though. Barbel's going to go down and he has Blizzard! NYXL with a perfect start, they send the bomb in as well, take care of the shield and it might just be done. Blizzard gets eaten as well. London Spitfire, they may have lost their May early on. But who are you and Manu are going to go down?
Bernard, perhaps the second best known player on this London Spitfire, had come up through the contender scene and played really well. Ate the Blizzard there. A Blizzard covers this entire point. It locks them out. London now 95%. New York is just desperation time trying to get back to the point. This one's close.
They are going to be able to touch. OT has been tricky, but Hopper is going to eat the Blizzard. They still manage to contest the points. Who used on Tracer to try and get the damage done on the back line, but can they do all of anything? Nene opens up with a Deadeye, might just find the D-Mech, and only the D-Mech, but the self-destruct will make sure the D.Va is alive and well for the time being. Only just gets back in. Who are you on the back though is going to manage to kill off Hailey? They're going to have to make something stick here because Bernard is tearing through NYXL's back line. J-Mech's going to take down Nano as well. The rookies are coming in strong. OT's there. Who are you gets the pulse bomb, but is it going to be enough? I'm not sure it is, Hex. He's stuck in diving, dipping and dodging. OT still ticking down, but they have May on the point. London are going to take the first map, or first stage, I should say, on Lijiang Tower against NYXL.
Oh, it's free snow cone day here at Lijiang Tower, eating blizzards left and right. Who are you? Almost guts it out, but I heard that May is a pretty good hero. You get the self-healing and the ice block right when they need it, it comes up. Who are you? Almost clutching it out. Just a glimpse of what he can bring to this team. Oh, we're in for a good one.
I don't think NYXL fans expected that first stage coming in.
Now it got real quiet in here real quick. There we go. There we go.
Still winnable, boys. There's only one stage down, don't worry. Still got potentially 2 more to go. Control center now being the map. Mister hovered over the sim for there for a brief moment. Now we see Jonak on the Baptiste as well. What? Already? Who are you? Takes the head clean off the Lucio.
Oh, that feels bad. The icicle across the map always feels bad.
Oh man, when you get hit by one, you're like, well, I better start spamming control, otherwise I might just die. Unfortunately, that did happen. And NYXL might be able to just claim the point here first once again. Hailey gets taken out. Doesn't really matter though at the end of the day.
It's time to go back home.
Yeah.
It's just time. You don't have the position. You lost your main support. There's just not enough. They have to go back to the door. New York's going to chase a little bit to see if London gets a little cheeky and stays a little too far front. But London's, I mean, they took a lot of damage, did a lot of healing. Already Amp Matrix up for Hailey.
Feeling pretty good. Ooh, Hailey gets walled out. They're going to be able to chunk through the wall fairly easily though. And Mano in a little bit of a sore situation right now. Immortality Field came out from Jonak, but perfect focus from London Spitfire ends the main tank's life.
That's a lot of resources they pumped into that one too, but not able to keep him alive. London seems like they're going to try to switch it back around. They will take out Nene, and yeah, this looks like London.
All right, okay. Nene is going to go down. Got to be a little bit more careful though now, as London do send out the Blizzard also. They're going to start capping the point, or at least they should do, as you just try and get the pesky Lucio off of it. He's stalling out for a fair while here. He does get taken out in the end, but that's a free 5%.
New York really thought they were going to bring that back shorthanded. They threw a lot into that one after some early deaths and some early losses. You thought the grab thrown in there, and they were like, okay, that's fine. Sometimes Hoppa will just do that. But then they threw in the Blizzard. I think New York is playing with a bit of hubris at this moment against these rookies of London.
Window coming out as well, again for Hailey. And Barbel's just in the mix of it all. Deadeye's going to come through as well. Can he find anything? No, yes he can! Almost called it wrong now. Nice little headshot as well onto Clister to send him packing. And now NYXL rotating through server. London, you've got to be careful now because J-Mac can get back to the point rather quickly using that charge. NYXL are going to have to put pedal to the metal. They do make themselves known on the point, sorry. Barbel does end up falling. The supercharger comes out as well. Mano going so low once again, and Immortality Field has already been used, so he gets instantly destroyed by the Orisa.
I mean, this is really nice play from London because at least they're stalling out here. It's probably not a winnable fight as they're going to keep bleeding players.
But at this point, you're still getting percentage up on the clock. NYXL has had the fight advantage for the last 20 seconds, but never really did put the pedal to the metal, as you say. It's not really their style.
I just can't believe they managed to win that against a Supercharger as well. NYXL now control the point, 55% to 53. They're going to hold this choke point. Jonak no way near that window. Haile's got 10% off his, can almost insta-kill tanks if they're not careful.
Well, Glister had made the switch a bit earlier to Reaper, and it has gotten its benefit so far. He's got a Blossom ready to go.
Oh, look at this. They're throwing so much into this fight. Blizzard grab as well. Haile's defenseman, it's not going to happen. Well, I mean, what's the point, right? You're not going to win that fight. 2 ults thrown in, Grab brings everything together, Blizzard cleans everything up. Immortality Field's got nothing to do with that fight.
Grab and Blizzard feels like a bit of overkill right there. Everyone stay there. Wait, everyone really, really stay there. They clean it up 90% and counting up, and London's been unable to get back in this door.
They managed to get into it now, but they're going to get walled off. There's the pin onto Gemma. Oh, no! The Deadeye from the corner. They're going to run into a Blizzard, and Glister's going to unleash the Death Blossom. Manu's going to go down, though, but Bernard taking the game into his own hands, but someone still needs to touch, but there was a back cap. Sanguinar manages to cap the point, stalling out for even longer now, as then they had to rotate back to claim some space, and Haile takes out 2.
What an absolutely beautiful back cap. It pulls everybody back to the point, and then they're not in position. New York has to turn around, their backs are turned. London takes it to come back in. It's one of those plays that you rarely see in professional high-level play of someone getting to the point. I thought he's just going to touch, and I think that was his plan all along. He's like, well, I'll touch, and I'll keep touching. Oh, wow, this percentage is getting really high. London takes it back. Next fight wins this stage.
And Matrix coming out. Yeah, they're going to subvert it with the wall in just a rotation through server, it seems. Haile's window is going to fade momentarily.
Maybe trying to build up to this sound barrier. Nothing really on the board for either team. Sound barriers are the closest ultimates. Geronimo hits a volley of headshots. I think you just slam Q and push go.
Gotta be careful. Bernard's got to stay alive, man. He's so close to that supercharger. Beat is now available. Manu swinging to the front line. They unleash the beats. But a beat comes back. London Spitfire got to unleash one of their own. Manu in a very sore spot. The grab's coming up pretty big, but it didn't matter. Manu couldn't get to it. He couldn't swing through the damage. Glister finds 2. A team full of rookies coming up big against NYXL.
That's it.
On their home stage. Lijiang Tower is surely theirs. Hopper is going to die. Is the last one to kill off. Arnemo's gone. A 2-0 start for London Spitfire.
The grab came through, it grabbed so many, and you saw it. We had the POV of the Fire Strike about to come through. Guess what? Here comes the Maywall, there goes your Fire Strike. It would have wrecked that squad.
I told you before, Glister had a little smile on his face. He knew what he was getting into. A 2-0 start on Lijiang for London Spitfire. They're feeling pretty good. The crowd, not so much.
What a confidence booster for this young team. The Spitfire against all expectations, up 1-0 against the hometown NYXL.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Feeding support ults over to the support from the Defiant 2. We're about to have 2 of those. That could be how they break through on this high ground.
Yeah, all the way into the back. Wall's going to be coming up. Boops him off the top. Fantastically done by Dako. Disrupts them completely.
Find a way in through these choke points, dodging the shots. Good job there, but that's not going to stop Happy from once again Happy. 2 kills for him, 2 headshots, and a 3rd as well. Why not?
Really good game thus far.
Right over the top. Oh, and there's the mines too. Land right into him, comboed up with the barrage. Beautiful plays
Oh, games are supposed to be fun, and if it's not fun to watch aim on, I don't know, get your pulse checked, because that was wacky, wonky, beautiful.
Still holding onto the grab. Answering grab coming through from Vancouver. Locks him in the sound barrier. That's gonna be the bomb coming in from Jono. Oh my God, Mikkel! He does it again! We saw it from him yesterday to get the victory over the charge. Now he does it to take the win on Kings Row.
Is what we see. Oh, Sato. It's like ice skating in there, man, but he didn't really get anyone with the Earth Shatter. Now the self-destruct comes in from Florida. Can they pick anyone? Great move! That was amazing, just putting everybody in the right position for Zephyr to get that 3 kill. New York Excelsior taking on London Spitfire. New York knocked London into the lower bracket earlier, so to speak. London has battled all the way back here. They are fatigued, they are tired, but they are victorious.
Now they have another chance to get revenge against the powerhouse NYXL. You guys ready for this match?
New York fans, make some noise because your squad is up 2-0 right now.
They've got London cornered right now.
Listen, I'll stick to my guns. I'm going to stay with London. I am going to stay with London.
Chica, what a flick. And another one. Beautiful.
London Spitfire will tie up this series. Will we see the reverse sweep?
Reverse sweep right now. They're going to do it.
In their 14th game, London pulls off the improbable, and it's a massive victory for this UK squad.
London stepping up already here, Hex. 2-0 on Lee Jung Tower. What more can you ask for from a rookie roster?
I mean, shutouts, 100% to 0. I mean, you asked the question, all right? You asked questions, I'm going to give you answers. This is a franchise rivalry between them, because of course squads change, especially London. Excelsior leads the series 6-2, but I think they would trade it for that Stage 1 finals that they got reverse swept on. That one felt a little bit brutal right there. So these squads have faced off a lot of times before. New York has gotten the better of it, but London's got the better of it in bigger moments.
Oh yes, they have. They want to carry on that legacy, right? I mean, yes, the roster's completely changed, but if you can add another little star to your emblem, then hey.
So I mentioned that the guys might be a little bit tight because it's a big stage, enemy territory, but also there's almost no expectations for this London team. No one's really having them that high. Yeah, they're all contenders players, there's a bunch of rookies. We really don't know. Again, it might be the London question marks at this point in time. I'm starting to get a little answers there. That looks good. However, it's Control, which a lot of people think is a bit of an outlier map. You can have just a couple moments here or there that swing it. When you get to these more coordinated maps, perhaps a veteran core of NYXL will bring them through.
Yeah, we've got an old favorite coming up in a moment, Kings Row.
Oh. If you have a bad thing to say about Kings Row, you're wrong. You're just wrong.
Do you even play Overwatch if you don't like Kings Row?
No one has ever had a bad word to say about Kings Row. I mean, I guess the weather could be nicer, but you're all familiar with that.
Honestly,
foggy London town there.
I live near the seaside.
Yeah. Oh,
the weather
bragging.
sucks all the time.
Well, now you're in Los Angeles, and you can just go down to the beach, and the weather's always great.
That's true. Although New York did remind me of my home a second ago when it was raining a little bit earlier on, but sometimes it's nice to feel like home. London, technically here, they are home on Kings Row.
Crowd comes to life again, trying to bring NYXL back to life, and a stunner down 0-1 to London. We're playing first to 3. I don't know if we mentioned that, but map 4 we don't have to lie to the people about anymore. We're not going to play it if we don't need it, right? We had a great first series today to kick this one off, but London only 2 maps away from taking it back. NYXL has to have a better showing here.
Let's have a look. It's like they're going mirror comps. Babel and Who Are You? Going toe-to-toe currently. They're not outperforming each other. The Mays have been rather strong in this meta recently, of course. The wall is just so strong at just isolating main tanks. Mano's felt the brunt of that so far. Speaking of ice walls, there you go. Gotta be careful though. Fire grenade lands on the back. JMX is gonna have to play a little bit more passively. I say that, he just gets charged straight into. He's gonna get kept alive though. Perfect defense matrix from Hopper.
Haba ends up taking an anti-heal there, but bloodless thus far. Not a low health on either side here, but just going for picks. That wall doesn't quite do what it's looking for.
Defense matrix in general are doing wonders for stopping the main tanks charging. I mean, at the end of the day, oh, that's a big flashbang though. I didn't expect that. I'm not sure J-Mag expected that either. That's a nice little bit of a first blood action.
It seemed like both teams were just waiting for one of their damage players to do something. Isolate someone with the wall, get that flashbang over the shield. That's why you saw it kind of just pacing each other out, feeling each other out. The wall missed, the flashbang connects. I still can't hit that flashbang 100% of the time. I don't know what the angle is.
No, I just blame it on the D.Va player on the other team, even if they don't have a
but
D.Va.
But they don't have a D.Va, yeah, exactly.
Nano boost on Tomato, runs straight into the You're not escaping there, my son. Unlucky. Big high noon as well on the back, and look at that! Oh, you're nano boosted, are you? How about a flashbang and a shadow and then a fan the hammer?
Let me cool you off a little bit. You look a little warm, you're glistening down there. Let me fan this hammer on you.
I thought he was
that
gonna...
was
a stagger, that would have been...
Yeah, I thought he was going to get that beautiful where you just drop him off in the corner right there, but he ends up actually taking out Bernard, totally fine. And YXL kind of mixing up the point of aggression. First they play around statue, they let London in, then they kind of surprise him with the Maywall at the door, which is what you expect. So NYXL varying it up a little bit. And that's been one of their issues throughout the years, a bit predictable at times.
I knew. Gotta be careful. Oh, the sleep! Hello? Doesn't matter though, because Mano actually went down. Blizzard on the point to stop New York touching it. London Spitfire are going to gain a lot of time here, but a counter Blizzard coming through from Who Are You. He's going to get naded, has to play a little bit more safe, and a perfect wall, in fact, from Babel. You see then segregating his team away from New York to make sure that no damage is coming through when they were frozen. A nice kill on to Who Are You, and hey, they're going to be able to claim this first point. Charge? Well, you missed, unfortunately. Hotbar already died. Re-engagement potential, but J-Mac, he still has that shadow.
Just winning some of these one-on-ones is the London Spitfire. Glister able to take out his opposite number.
That was a big cleave. Nano boost onto Manu's going to swing on through. He's got the shadow, but he's going to get blocked, and the point's going to get capped. Thank you very much, says London Spitfire. They force a couple of ults out to New York, and hey, they get the payload moving as well.
It's so strange because you consider NYXL this passive, defensive, we're going to wait for you to make a mistake kind of team, and sometimes that bites them. But now you've seen in the last couple of fights, overcommittals, trying to come back 4v6, 5v6, committing ultimates to it, so they're trying these kind of mixes yet, and I don't think they've really figured out if the concoction is working.
Streets phase now. Remember, Manu did use his shadow earlier on, so J-Mac can pose quite a bit of a threat. He's just aggressive about it. Wall on the back, shadow on the side. There's the bomb as well. Thank you very much. There goes the rest of New York Excel. Bomb in the back though. Glister. Oh! Wait, what? Are you serious? Hopla comes back with a bomb. Okay, never count out NYXL to come up with something big.
I mean, Hotba in particular. How many times have we seen it that Hotba just explodes in the kill feed, pour out of nowhere? Let's take a look exactly how that happened, because we got it off screen. Let's see the angle.
Oh, avoids the bomb too, so he doesn't actually get desuited. Perfectly placed. London thought they had that fight.
Lulls him into a false sense of security. Guys, I got two. Hotba says, hold it.
Okay. Double Deadeye through the shield. Nice little pick up onto Nene.
This has gotten the better of Nene in the last several engagements.
Oh, well now you're on the wall. And no Matrix. That's going to be a big freeze. No way you're living through that one, unfortunately. Who Are You going down as well? Inches away from his ultimates. London Spitfire continuing to get that payload moving.
Living that wildling life on the wrong side of the wall there. They end up getting cleaned up, and there shouldn't even be a contest here. As London continue to go forward, they will grab this second point. And that's rough, because if you're a defending team, stopping them in Streets phase is huge. You can usually win a map if you can stop a team in Streets.
Now they're just posturing around this corner. Who Are You and the rest of NYXL are going to have to play this rather aggressively. You can see they want to make the best use of the Blizzard. Couple of places to run and hide, though, if you're fast enough with a speed boost, potentially. Babel does get walled off. Nice little wall there onto Mano to stop him from charging into J-Mac. There's a big shadow, though, on the back. The flame strike gets defense matrix, but it doesn't matter. The Earth Shadow is enough for them to clean on up.
A nano shatter there, a double committal, but you might as well throw it in. Still, their economy for NYXL in very good shape. The Blizzard ready to go. Hotba has, well, I mean, I guess we're just going to start calling them Hotba bombs this Overwatch year so far. And now they're in a good spot. Postured up, Hotba looks for it. The wall misses.
Ooh, what? Again, like, how How does London keep letting this happen?
Oh, the Magic Man adds 2. That is 5 self-destruct kills of the first half of Kings Row.
You can hear the crowd already. They know exactly who to cheer for now. Blizzard's still available for New York. Babu's coming out with his as well.
But London is banking up. The Bank of London ready to go. 5 ultimates, and they get a pretty nice isolation on that wall.
Well, the Bank of London might be, the Bank of England might be quite empty. And there's a big eat. Hopper coming out big again. The Bank of England looking pretty dry.
That's also his second Blizzard eat so far of the series. Welcome it, New York Hotbar.
Well, it's quite a long animation, right?
Yeah,
Normally, if you're the Mei, you end up throwing it at the ground, but sometimes that's quite telegraphed. You see it with Ana players a lot, trying to nade the ground, stop that elongated travel time.
And it's the voice line, too.
Yeah.
No, it's like, hey, everybody, I'm Blizzarding! Might as well just do that. Can we change that?
Time to right-click as Viva. Eat Blizzard. Self-destruct in the back. Shadow's coming out. Doesn't quite find anybody just yet, but the Shadow found 4. JMA's gonna try and go forward. They do end up killing Mano. A beautifully placed nade by Hailey. They've been stopped here for so long. In fact, 2 and a bit minutes now. As Lister is sleeping in the back line as well, but it shouldn't matter as JMA does swing on forward. Though he is anti-native right now, but the rest of his team are going to be able to clean up New York.
With only about 45 seconds left, they can't really afford to lose another fight. London has to continue to roll through this one, and now you just start figuring order of operations. You've got Nano. Do you want to give that to J-Mac and maybe get to a shatter off of that Nano? You got to start tumbling these together.
30 seconds remaining. You heard Athena. They are pretty close to delivering this payload. Mano's going to have to come up with something massive with this Shadow. They're near that Deadeye, but it does require a fair bit of setup, especially at this point. Mano checking his back to make sure no one's hiding. OT is going to come in a second. Nano onto the Kree, moving around the payload. They're going to be able to put this in if they're not careful. They managed to touch just in time. Who are you with the ice block? But now that's down. He has to play way more sensitive, way more safe. But it doesn't matter. Nene does come up with the kill onto the Mei. He had the Blizzard once again. J-Mac actually falls off the map as well. New York coming back. There's the kills. That's it. It's done. They managed to stop London just before the 3rd point.
In the straight-up 1v1s, it seemed like Glister was getting the better of Nene until it really mattered. Able to get better value out of that Deadeye. That was the one kill they needed. NYXL's defense holds stout on Kings Row.
They're looking good right now, NYXL. This map will end this next round. Let's see who's going to take it. We'll be right back.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
London starting off pretty strong, but NYXL have held them just before the 3rd point in Kings Row. We're about to see now how they're going to attack. NYXL has a win condition now. They're able, if they're able to finish King's Row, we're gonna tie this one up, and I think we're all rooting for this series to go the distance. Hey, we could go 8 maps here. Our new format allows us to play all day. We're playing till there's a winner. No draws, not like best of 4, playing 4 maps. First to 3 gets it, but we could have draws. I'm ready to stay here all day. I got nothing else to do. Hey, neither am I. Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's just stay here all day and just play Overwatch all day. Or watch people play Overwatch.
Living the dream right here. Where would you rather be? And I think this is nice for NYXL to kind of calm them down, right? Okay, we stopped them. Now all we have to do is roll through these rookies. We got this. We'll bring it back. Control is control, guys. Forget about it. No one thinks of Control as a serious map type, although I love Lijiang Tower. Control's my favorite map type. But there's a man on your screen, Hotba. I mean, how glad are you what a great addition to an already stacked team. Hey, do you need a 3rd tracer on this squad? Hotba's got it.
You want a sick diva?
Hotba's got it.
Hotba's got it.
Yeah, I mean, those were amazing bombs. Like I said, just to recap, so far in this series, 5 self-destruct kills just on King's Row, 2 Blizzard eats. It's doing everything. It's doing everything you'd want from a diva.
That's exactly what you need in this match. It's your diva just outperforming the other. Ouch. Took a early flame strike there. I want a sling dart. Could have matrixed that, buddy. Come on. Where are you? Hello? That's why I use my diva all the time. That's why I probably get muted.
Yeah, very likely. It's probably just your British accent in America, now on the NA servers. They're like, I'm not listening to this guy. We fought a war, so I didn't listen to this guy.
That's not against that. I think we lost.
No, I'm over it. I'm over it.
Oh, okay. Thank God for that.
All right, rotation comes up top. New York setting up at a different spot. They just take the point. Bring around the Rosie here.
Oh, gotta be careful though. Supports on the high ground is going to be rather useful. It means they can't really get killed off unless a sneaky icicle comes and strikes the head. Or a diva on the side. He's going fairly low though. Banana's going to have to back out. Hopper, you can see how many angles he's trying to watch right now. He's got to watch for his main tank, watch for his supports as well. Perfect peeling so far.
It looks very much like the first attack as well. Just waiting for one of the damage dealers to do something. Everyone just looking at each other. Can we get a headshot? Can we get a wall? And it's been McCree's to open up this first point.
Yeah, Glister on the flank as well, trying to find something rather sneaky. Big shadow in the back line. There's going to be a Deadeye as well. He is so low. One more shot will kill him, but it doesn't matter because Mano is in your back line and he's killing your supports.
Yeah, this one all but over. Just a retreat called now for London. That's all it takes. They're just waiting for Nene to get in there, get a headshot. He does it. The Deadeye zones him out. Uses the well-placed phone booth to make sure he doesn't get shot through the second icicle. I think there was a phone booth. I haven't seen one in 20 years.
Oh, you see them all the time in London. They're still there. More tourist attractions than anything else. None of them work.
Yeah, so it's lore accurate. Yeah. But NYXL makes very short order. I really love that rotation too, because now you're playing with the defender's advantage as the offense. You're able to use the architecture like you saw him use the phone booth to stay alive, and it's just a better spot to be in. So they out-rotate London, take the point away from them, and that's it. Short order.
London have a lot of ults though. There's one of them. Hello? The rest of NYXL are in the bookstore right now. Big vibe grenade on the back. Big freeze onto Mono as well. Can he survive? I'm not sure he can. There's a blizzard. There's a shadow. The beat's going to come out, but is it actually going to be enough? Mono somehow not dead just yet. J-Mac trying his hardest to take him out. He finally does. As London, they blow a lot of ults in that fight. So they're going to be fighting at disadvantage in the next.
Yeah, absolutely. They still have a couple ready online. Animo almost the hero of that fight because everybody got anti, everyone got frozen. He had a perfect sound barrier, and it might have been enough, but London able to get the target calling to take down targets one by one. Now London is going to have their own sound barrier offensively for New York. I don't know, I just got to say it. Hoppa's got self-destruct.
Does. You got to be careful.
It's a great spot too. Like the seconds on a lot of maps are great for self-destruct. There's a lot of great angles.
He wants to set up. He wants to punish out of the deep though. Banana gets out of there rather fast. Uh-oh. He's got it. That wall's going to go down as well. This is a perfect time to use it. Deadeye from the back though does kill Babel. They're going to be a little bit more careful than that. And you know what? I'm not sure they even need it. Self-destruct getting launched off in the air to clear out New York Excel, and Glister somehow out of nowhere kills 2. Nano boost as well. Onto J-Mac in the front line. There's a Deadeye to boot. Couple of kills from Banana. I think that was actually double kill with the melee. Okay, not too bad whatsoever. London are held. However, they do, again, once more have that Blizzard and the Shadow online. London doing a good job thus far, though.
It's been kind of a tale of two McCrees just stylistically. Glister getting there with just straight up left clicking. He's just getting it done. Then he's got 5 Deadeye kills. And after watching the first match and Deadeye being a kind of a newer buffed ultimate, I was expecting more. Nene seems to have figured this one out at least. He's getting a lot of value out of his ultimates.
New York's gonna get a free push until the second point. This is, I think, always on this map, the most important fight. Right here, before second point is captured, because man, is that walk back long for the offense.
Oh, it's so painful. There's the shadow. That's looking good. That's what you want to see if you're a New York fan. Shatter on the front line, walled them off as well. Nade, it doesn't matter. Mano shrugging it off. New York Excel, they're going to cap second point with a juicy time back.
They got plenty of time left, and let's add even 90 seconds more onto that clock. 3:30 for NYXL to finish Kings Row, tie up this series. And, you know, even without Mako, Mano's still Mano.
There's the Deadeye. That was a falling Deadeye, it looked like almost. There's the, oh, can he get it? No, he can't! Doesn't quite click in time. Shield was down for JMac, but wanted to get a couple more kills, but left it a little bit too late. Blizzard, Eaton, what? I don't know about that one. They didn't have a main tank there. It's actually a little bit of a confusing ult there from Who Are You, may potentially panicking a little bit.
Just kind of donated that one. We've seen several Blizzard eats so far in this series. And you kind of have to wonder, maybe these guys aren't super ready to play Mei, but like, you should have known to play Mei coming into the season, right?
There's the wall, there's the Nano. Bubble trying to disengage as quickly as he can. Somehow JMac kept alive, self-destruct to the back as well. That's a perfect kill. Killing off Jonak, main healer down, Mano dead as well. Marvel's been so good, in fact, using these walls to separate Mano from the rest of his team. Even if he's Nano, it doesn't matter because you can just throw utility at him.
I mean, when you have kind of these mirror matches, I try to match them up 1-to-1, and it does seem like overall more comfortable on the hero is Babel.
Most definitely. Who Are You? Regretting his use of Blizzard potentially a little bit earlier on there. Once again, the wall's going to come out. Blizzard not eaten this time around. However, Hopper with the self-destruct. Can he find anybody? He does! Again? I should stop saying that. I should be expecting it. He clicks Q and people die.
So instead of saying, can he find some, just how many is he going to get?
How many?
How many is he going to get with self-destruct? I want to give a lot of credit to Animo there too, kept him alive with another perfect barrier. NYXL pushing forward, $1:45 on the clock.
This is feeling good for NYXL. They may have gone down 2-0 on Lee Shane, but they are coming back. JMac has the shatter. They have beat as well. Gliss is near that Deadeye. They need to find something right now. 4 meters before the cart hits that point. Deadeye in the corner. Can they find anything? No. He lets it expire.
Zoning Deadeye.
Uh-oh, that's a big nade. In fact, straight over the top. In fact, they've got to be careful now. The shatter in reaction to it. The Blizzard's going to come out. Who Are You? Separating everybody. JMac goes down. Jonak's going to find one. The cart now 1 meter away from delivering. They got the Boostio coming out. All you need to do is stall for time, but it might not be enough. The nade in the front line from Hiley is going to keep people alive. And in fact, the Wrecking Ball back as well. But hang on a second, because Mano, he ends up falling. They do manage to at least pick up one, and sometimes that's all you need on the defense.
They got the one that Boostio came in clutch, allows people to come back, and now you're on these very difficult and strange heroes to try to deal with.
But JMac ends up going down. Bubble's the only survivor, really, but he gets one. Jonak falls off the edge. No main heals now for New York. They know they have one fight left, Hex. 30 seconds remaining. Bubble finds yet another kill onto Animo. I wonder if he changes here. Potentially he's going to, yeah, he's going back to spawn. Has to change to Mei.
It's time to regroup. I mean, that Boostio just came in clutch. You love to see it. I mean, it's just Boostio. You can't really complain about it. The Wrecking Ball comes out, but as you mentioned, just getting 1 kill on the defense. Your spawn advantage, defender's advantage huge. New York XL, last fight to be able to not go down 0-2. Has to get there. Mano's ready, Animo's ready. This has to be a big shatter.
Agroglyphs is playing up front. OT coming in. Hopper hasn't got self-destruct yet, unfortunately. They're going to use the beat to go in. There's the shadow on the side. There we go. The pin on Mano. He keeps himself alive somehow, though. He's naded. He went to sub 50 HP, but he's still there. Hopper, he doesn't need the self-destruct. He still manages to kill JMac. The Blizzard on the point as well. OT ticking through. Another big nano, but a boop off the point. And New York, they're going to take Kings Row.
Take it. It's a lot closer than I thought it would be. NYXL cuts it out in the end off the very consistent and capable tank play of Mano.
Unbelievable. The rookies versus some all-time great players. London still kicking. New York XL find the Kings Row. Horizon's up next. We'll see you in a sec.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready? Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
It's been an exciting match so far between the Spitfire and the home team Excelsior, but it is not over yet. Welcome back to our studio here in LA, and what a match this has been, about as close as it gets. This is your game break presented by Cheez-It Grooves. Reinforce.
Yes,
that
sorry.
was Reinforce. We need to talk. So we all predicted New York, right? Let's just like run that one back.
It's not over yet. It's
true.
not over yet.
It is not over yet.
No,
That
it's
is
just
true.
two
But,
maps.
It's
but
1-1.
we've all been, I think we've all been equally surprised with what we've seen from that Spitfire roster after they clutched out the first map. What were your thoughts?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were sleeping on this team initially because there are a lot of unknown players on the squad. But when you actually review the roster, I mean, they have Glisser and they have Bernard. Like, there are very capable players on this squad. So I'm pretty impressed by what I'm seeing from London Spitfire so far. I also like that they didn't try anything fancy. They literally just came out and they played the Mei and the McCree, and they just executed well. They just used their ultimates well. They had some nice engagement with Bernard and J-Mac, and they just played consistently well. They didn't try to outsmart their opponents or do anything extra fancy. They just stuck to what they knew, and they played well.
Yep, it's fantastically done. I also have to give a shout out to Battle, who's been playing a very good May for the side of the London Spitfires. It is one of the rookies coming through for the squad and has just been putting up solid numbers so far.
Yeah, it's been really impressive, and as Johnny said, it's not like they're doing something completely different that NYXL is just not ready for. They're playing the exact same matchup pretty much, and just playing it better, which is really impressive to do against a team like NYXL, which does have a lot of team cohesion in a sort of meta like this.
How are you guys feeling about Hotbot and the newest addition for NYXL?
Yeah, I mean, New York, they lost the
Seems
first
okay.
map. They lost the first map, right? But they came back in map 2 and they actually managed to win that. And what I like so far about New York Excelsior is that they're actually playing quite aggressive. We didn't really see this from them the prior 2 seasons. So I like, for example, on Control Center, they came out with a Reinhardt and Zarya composition and they played a lot more aggressive. We never see that from the New York Excelsior. So this is obviously a project that is still in its initial phase. They're still working out how to be aggressive and how to figure out their own new playstyle. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. They just have to polish it up a little bit.
Absolutely. Hotbot known to play more on the aggressive side, so I love that addition for the NYXL. Now, guys, do you know what time it is?
Let's go!
That's right, it's crunch time presented by Cheez-It Grooves. Costa, we have 2 players so far who are clutching it out for those teams.
Yeah, we're currently back into a Mei and Diva meta. So we're seeing it all happen right here. So we're seeing Mei ult after Mei ult, and we saw it mainly in the first round when we saw it go back to back. Okay, so we had Who I Use Mei ult getting eaten first by Bernard. And so that was like the turning point of this round. And then you come back, we thought it was over, and Hopper does the exact same thing back to Babel. And that wasn't the first time. It happened multiple times throughout this series. And I think Hopper has really stood out in this regard. So I'm looking forward to seeing more of this happening in the future.
All right, it's an even match so far.
Cheese it, Grooves!
Cheese it! Woo!
We're just so excited. You have no idea. It's been a great match so far, a very close one for sure. Now, Achilles,
yes.
If you are in New York, you're playing in front of your home crowd.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do now after having played against London, kind of maybe getting a feel for how they're playing? What steps you need to take to not stumble in front of your home crowd?
I mean, the coaching staff for NYXL is... they're smart. They're not stupid. They're not going to take Spitfire for granted. So I anticipate that they're coming into this series expecting Spitfire to perform a bit better than people's expectations, especially if they've scrimmed against them in the past. But I think that they have kind of figured it out already. It's about Hotba, enabling Hotba, letting him find these insane bomb drops that he's been pulling off. He has just been sticking to Babel. I mentioned him before. Babel's been playing really, really well for Spitfire, and they've identified that, and they have just been having Hotba glued to him constantly, denying multiple blizzards, taking those away. There's the other eat coming through right there, and then he can just set up so well with the rest of this NYXL squad for these major bombs that are coming up with multi-kills repeatedly. So he's got that cohesion and can identify when NYXL has corralled the Spitfire into a spot where those bombs can truly pop off.
I think it's really important if you're Babel as well moving forward. They obviously lost the second map. He needs to be more careful with his mails. It's such an important ultimate, and you see on a couple of those, he's just sort of throwing it into Hotbar, hoping that he's not going to eat it. So he needs to do better with it, and he needs to be more reliable.
Anything you want to add, Harina?
No, I mean, Costa's a great pro player. I loved your insight.
Thank
you
Johnny.
so much.
You're a great pro player too.
Yeah.
So much love on this desk. Now, guys, it is time to head back into the match, and also it's time to clean this up. That was super unnecessary.
I'm gonna take care of it.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hey, you want my janitor's outfit? I'll give it to you. Okay.
Well, this
on.
is the second match of the day. Thank you so much, Johnny. It should be the plumber here on the desk to actually clean this. Anyway, we're heading right back. It's the New York against London. Hot dogs versus bangers. The Yankees versus Hogwarts Quidditch team.
What?
That's the only sports team I personally really care about, so I don't care what you're saying now. It's a Spitfire going up against the Excelsior. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
Hey guys, welcome back. NYXL facing up against the London Spitfire. A little bit of an odd start. I think a lot of people would call Spitfire taking control on Lee Shank, but NYXL biting back on King's Row.
Well, if you thought NYXL was going to come in here and sweep London, I got a bridge to sell you. Haha, that's no joke. I don't know if that was the Brooklyn Bridge or not. I'm surprised. I'm surprised how close it's been. And maybe some of this comes down to coaching. London has a coach that knows New York pretty well, I heard. So maybe some of those strats. But New York has never really been a team that's going to surprise you or stun you. They play a style that's unbreakable, waiting for you to make a mistake, kind of passive and defensively. And then, I mean, really without some of those enormous hop-up plays, this is probably 2-0 London.
Well, guess what's happening a little bit later on today, Hex? We're down in Dallas. Funnily enough.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we are. Welcome.
Yeah, you're new. Just grab the script. It's easier.
Yeah. Now we've got some amazing teams playing this weekend here in New York. But did you know we got both teams from 2019 Grand Finals playing down in Dallas?
What's my line? I did know this because I looked at the schedule.
You are a smart lad, Hex.
Thank
so
you.
before we get back into this match, let's take a very special look back at the epic showdown between Vancouver Titans and our 2019 champions, the San Francisco Shock.
Nailed it.
These two teams have been head-to-head and neck and neck.
The Titans have just put on an absolute show for us. They've proven that a new team could come in, absolutely dominate the league.
San Francisco Shock look dominant on paper and in-game.
This is it. It's all come down to this. The two best teams in the league right now. This is going to be incredible. They've been at the head of the pack. They've been defining how the game is supposed to be played in a number of ways, adapting to certain metas. Their teamwork is better than any team we've ever seen before in Overwatch. I really believe that.
Oh, incredible! That's gonna hurt. Haxo lays waste to the Shock. It's all by his own hand. And that's the Berserker at work.
We might end time and space when these two teams fight against each other.
What goes up must come down. These two teams have been head-to-head and neck in so many metrics. To fall here for the Titans, it's a long way from their expectations. They come out of nowhere. They bring no ultimates into this fight, yet it still seems to be enough to get the job done against the Titans of all teams. That is ridiculous.
There we go. You can see the Titans later on down in Dallas. We got the Glads versus the Titans. Then we got the Valiant and Fuel to round out day one over there.
I'm not going to go home after this. Now I got to go watch all of these games. This is going to be such a ridiculous day. Man, this was like the most hot stove of off seasons I've ever seen in esports. Like, I wasn't even keeping up. I'm like, I'll check back in a month because all of these teams are changing. There's all these different pieces, new looks across the board. Can Vancouver recover? I mean, like I said, San Francisco was just going to steamroll any team. You could have put together all-star teams and San Francisco would have beat them. So Vancouver, still a very good squad. I mean, we're only halfway through the day. We're not even halfway through the day. We're going to go to Dallas next.
You mean we got more Overwatch to come?
Luckily we do.
Unbelievable. Well, here we go. We've got a substitution coming in for London. Hailey is going to exit the stage. Krillin's coming on.
The London Spitfire veteran, Krillin. He played, what, like 2 maps last year, but he is the only one returning for this London Spitfire squad. 11 guys joining him who had never played in the Overwatch League before, so at least Krillin has some of that experience on what it takes to be a professional, what it takes to be on stage, those kind of things. So maybe he can add that too, but I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Yeah, it definitely helps from the backline as well, being that kind of shot caller role if he does choose to take it, of course. I mean, you're sitting there right at the back, you can kind of have an overview of what's going on in the front line. Hasn't got his mullet, unfortunately, but hopefully he grows that back out later in the season. Horizon is going to be the next map, though.
Well, you know what they say about mullets is, you know, it's business up front, party in the back. Right now, Krillin is all business. Maybe London starts winning, we get that party back going. 1-1, going into map 3. It is going to be the Horizon Lunar Colony. We're going to the moon. We shall see what either of these teams wants to run. Defense, always easier to call. That's going to be the London Spitfire in the white here. Glister right now on everybody's favorite Frenchwoman, Widowmaker.
Yeah, Glister is just such a star player. I did mention it before, one of the best DPS pickups, I think, this season, along with people like Sparkle, of course.
Yeah, but Glister obviously can play, but I think that's one of the roles that transfers so much easier from contenders to Overwatch League. If you can click heads, you can click heads.
Oh, look who we've got, though. I thought they were going to change so many teams to play this a little bit when they're in spawn, but Who Are You is back on that Genji. That's what I wanted to see.
I mean, you always wait when there's a Sombra on the offense, like is this a scouting Sombra, what's going to happen? But Sombra, Genji, dive tanks, and then you've got the supports, of course, for NYXL.
Well, that Mercy's going to be so helpful as well, just damage boosting Who Are You permanently to try and get that Blade online rather soon. Who Are You can play pretty offensive here. You can see him just holding these doors and forcing London Spitfire to try and touch the point. Big dive into the back line though. Are they going to be able to assassinate someone? Yes, they do. Krillin comes in on stage and instantly killed. Glister's going to go down as well to a nade. Jonah picks himself up another one. There you go. Who will use only 50% towards the Blade, but this should be enough for them to take first point.
I mean, you kind of feel a little bit bad for Glister. That's just a big unluckers to pick Widowmaker into the perfect anti-Widow composition. They're gonna run dive tanks, and they've got a Genji and Sombra on you. That just doesn't seem fair. Of course, Glister gonna switch immediately onto the Reaper. Widow's not gonna do anything against this composition, but NYXL did enough to set this up for snowball potential. Of course, look at the Sombra. Sombra can win fights alone. EMP about to come online.
And Who Are You's Blade's coming online rather soon as well. Animo has switched over from the Mercy onto the Lucio, so no more damage boost, no more perma pocket. I'm sure you've seen that in a ranked game, so it frustrates the living end out of me. EMP being set up here by Nene. 10% away.
So far, just getting scouting information, letting his team know where they can come in, where they can engage. Trying to get this last 10%. The hack doesn't go through. He's got it now.
There we go. Now all he needs to do is set up. He can catch those supports, and especially the Mei as well. Babel has got the Blizzard online, or even just a simple hack. There's the Nano onto Who Are You. Hasn't got Blade yet, but he will in a second. Blizzard's going to come out on point. The Blade coming in. How's he going to find? Straight onto the Orisa. There's one, but no more, say London, as they scurry back to their spawn, but it leaves NYXL alone on point to cap. They got 2 ticks already. Nene throws out the EMP as well. Glister's dead, and now J-Mac rolling out on ball to try and stall.
Now, the EMP didn't end up catching that Mei, so Mei's still alive and able to get around the defense of the stall coming in.
Is this it? J-Mac's on point. He's going to be able to survive for a little bit longer. Beat's going to come through. J-Mac only just receiving that. Does manage to keep him in the fight for the time being. Mano going extraordinarily low, but the Beat comes through now for New York. Hopper finds Bernard, but they're still trying to make themselves known on the point. Mano still permanently low, it feels like, and that Coalescence doing some work, forcing the rest of New York away. Beautiful bio grenade from Jonak. Are they going to be able to capitalize on it? No, they are not. Jonak gets instantly killed by the Doom.
Losing Jonak here, I think it might be time. You lose one more, you have to back out at NYXL. It seems like they're just bleeding right now. It's been a beautiful stall from the London Spitfire. A couple kills come in, though. They haven't lost that one more.
What? Looking about main heals. Jonak's going to be able to come back with Nano as well. Who Are You's going to take out Bubble, and now, hey, guess what? I got a Blaze. He's coming in again. There's one. There's two. Can he get the third? An assist. He'll do. There's the Nano to boot as well, as NYXL will take point 2 with a lot of time to spare.
The first point was real pretty, worked out well. That's just a composition point win overall. They just had the better comp on point 1. Point 2, not so pretty, but NYXL gutsy, they stick with it. They get a second blade, works out way better than the first blade. Who Are You returns to form on everybody's favorite Genji. Let's see the other side of it when we come back.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh,
You ready?
oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh, you ready? Oh,
NYXL finish with a whole lot of time in their time bank. Now it is London's turn.
We were talking a little in the break, just you and I, about how this might be a little bit of a new style of NYXL team, but they're so known, as I've mentioned already, of being defensive, being passive, waiting to capitalize on mistakes, where I think maybe last year, or definitely the year before, when that fight's not going perfect for them, they're probably retreating, and they're not fighting 5v6 or 4v6. Especially you lose Jonak, a previous NYXL team, that's an automatic everybody back. I think they just have a button and everybody just gets recalled back into the vortex. But they stuck with it. They built another ult. They kept going in. They kept grinding it out. Jonak comes back in, so they're not playing as passively as they used to be. And I don't mean passive in a mean way. It worked for them. It was a great style. But I think we're seeing inklings of a New York team that thinks they can really get after some squads.
Yeah, the best thing about coming back on the Ana too, long range heals.
Yeah.
Threw that nano in right at the end. Make sure Who Are You doesn't die.
Yep.
Now we got Who Are You on the main. No defensive Genji, unfortunately. But we do see Nene back on the McCree.
Don't get spoiled. We got Who Are You on Genji a couple times, right?
I mean, that's true. And we have Hopper on Divas, so, you know, we're set.
Yeah. All right. See if this is a scouting Sombra. It does seem to be. We're going to check out the composition, make sure there's no Bastion on the high ground. Bastion behind shield's not as good as it used to be, obviously. It's going to give it another shot. I love this spot for Widow. I'm not good at it, but I like sitting here.
Oh, yeah, same. I like sitting here doing absolutely nothing while my team pushes to the point, and I shoot shields. It's a great time.
And now, she's a shield breaker. You can make that argument. Shields are so weak.
That is true. Nice little rotation here from London. We're going to move under. In fact, going to take control of that mega room. Problem is, of course, you can see Hopper actually on the sidelines. Glister does take a rather aggressive position. Hopper can match it.
Yeah, Hopper's waiting. It's his job. It's his job to just deal with Glister if Glister ends up looking over.
Oh. Oh.
Oh.
They put the game to sleep.
Yeah, I mean, so sometimes the dart just does that. See, you know, Sombra hacks the game, Ana sleeps the game.
Happens.
Yeah, it just happens.
Now, Glister, he's on the ground, you can see, we were talking about it a second ago, but Hopper, he's ready and waiting, man. This guy's already shown up on the NYXL squad, Diva Bomb after Diva Bomb. Glister's going to be the person you're going to need shut down. We spoke about it right at the very start of the series. Who is going to be the star player on this team? Glister, looking that way so far.
It looks like he could be a carry on this team. As I mentioned, contenders, players coming to the Overwatch League, I do believe that when you're a damage dealer, it translates a lot easier. Look, if you can click heads in contenders, you can probably click heads in the Overwatch League. Maybe not to the higher degree, but what I like about Hotba so much is, yes, you get these enormous bombs, and some divas are really good at enormous bombs. Yeah, but then you get this amazing positioning, and Hoppa's also good at that. He's so well-rounded as a diva. He's not just going to give you flashy plays, he's going to give you perfect shutdown as well.
Well, let's have a look at the best self-destructs of the 2019 season. We'll see you guys in a sec with the match.
Welcome back to the Blizzard Arena for the 2019 Overwatch League season.
I can't wait to get this started. I think this is going to be a really fun one.
We'll see where it goes.
Oh, that was a sick charge! The bomb is there! They do it again! That is brutal!
Urster just aced it!
And Super punched into a car. How do you claim that on your insurance? There it is, and Shax just absolutely destroys the entire team!
Can you get over the roof there?
Oh my.
Oh
my, what a play,
Comes
what
down.
a grab!
Let's go, dude!
Going for the hammer kill!
Come on, Surf4! Give the man a break, he's trying to play the game! Give it the hell no! He pulls out the McCree!
Yeah, man, you can dance.
It's a little bit of top rock, a little bit of shuffle. I get it.
The anticipation has been building. We are live in Los Angeles for the stage playoffs.
The Vancouver Titans, your Stage 1 champions!
Time for the Stage 2 finals. San Francisco Shock taking on the Vancouver Titans.
And the Shock have done it! They are your Stage 2 champions! The Shanghai Dragons have actually done it! Stage 3 champions! They deny it away from the San Francisco Shock!
You can't ask for a better story.
What's up, playoff Overwatch fans? We are live in Los Angeles for the 2019 postseason.
Are you kidding me? What I just see! They walked off the cards! Unbelievable!
It's win or go home. It is absolutely crunch time.
is going to be our winners bracket finals. Vancouver Titans taking on the NYXL.
The Titans do it. They are going to the grand finals.
The shot got knocked to the lower bracket. They're like, oh, that's right, we don't lose maps anymore. I guess we'll just 4-0 the Spitfire, we'll 4-0 the Gladiators, and they just roll right over the Spark.
The New York XL, they've got quite the task on their hands.
The match that was promised, we get it again. San Francisco will be facing off against Vancouver in the grand finals.
This is it. It's all come down to this.
It's time to settle the score. You're striking the whole combo. It's beautiful.
A complete domination by the Shock.
What a rocket! The Architect is a trapeze artist, and he's ready for So Min Soo. The San Francisco Shock are your 2019 Overwatch League champions!
Let's go straight back into the map. Small monitor issue, but we cleared that up post-haste.
I've heard it's difficult to play blindfolded, but you couldn't tell if I'm looking at the monitor or not based on my gameplay. These guys actually need it. We're back into it. A small ghost in the machine has been exercised. Glister's still looking for heads. But you know what I like about just running a Widow is it makes the other team play around it. Even if you're not shooting your gun, they have to play around it.
Yeah, Glister's taking a little bit of damage here. He's going to be all right for the time being. Now you just got to watch out for the mains. Well, NYXL are going to have to jump onto the point. Glister's actually dead. Hopper was in the back line the entire time. And now, London Spitfire, yes, they do have control of the point for the time being, but they're down a DPS.
So it's going to be a 6v5 here as they do come in.
That is a bad place to be if you're Mono right now. He got antied straight over the top of the shield. That is a bad situation New York found themselves in, unfortunately. If you don't kill Babel here, you basically lose because there aren't many places to actually enter the point. You can see J-Mac there with the nano boost, with a little bit of help, does manage to clean the rest up. Small stagger there onto Hopper, but he's going to get executed.
As we start learning this London Spitfire team, we've given Glister a lot of credit, but I've actually been pretty impressed with Babel here, just based on how his Mei walls come up, his usage of it. And look, right now I think we're going to see Mei in a lot of compositions. Pretty good hero.
That's one way of putting it. Hey, she's pretty good.
Come on, you'll learn to understand what I really mean by that.
I hope so. Well, Glister has sights now, Hex, so he's going to be able to push down main. A lot more safe, of course, on the attack rather than the defense, because you're going to have your Ana right next to you. In fact, a lot of ults on board for London Spitfire.
Okay, Nene goes to the Tracer here as well. I love me some Logo.
They want to kill Glister, man. They just want to make sure that he is dealt with at some point. Sights are going to open up, though, so Nene is going to get spotted out. J-Mac now moving on to the point with the Shadow. Self-destruct in the back. Hopper, can he find anything? No, but J-Mac actually turns his shield to make sure he doesn't go down. A perfect anti-nade and a shatter, and in fact a wall up for J-Mac, so the shatter didn't land.
Blizzard's not going to catch a whole lot here, but Babel does go down there. As an offense, it always hurts. Glister still, oh, he gets Nene!
Who are you going to get naded as well, but he does receive the beat just in time. Glister now is basically a free sightline, like you said, because he's killed that Tracer, but can he do much with it? Defense matrix from Hopper will save the rest of the team. Jonak ends up going down as well. A good position for London Spitfire as they do plant themselves on the point. An attempted assassination by Hopper there, but Nene comes up the back. He didn't see him. The Demon Mech was exploding in his face, and Nene ended his life.
Berdar had some great peel there, but it wasn't going to be enough. These last point fights on either side have been scrappy as all get out. This one's still going.
Yeah, there's no way you're going to be able to clean this up now if you're London. You want to get back. Nene being alive, just being alive on the Tracer is more than enough. Plus he has Pulse as well. There's no way London were going to be able to win that.
Well, the rock, paper, scissors begins as Glister is going to go over to Nene's counter now in the McCree switch. Cowboy versus Tracer. A battle as old as, when did this game come out? 2015?
2015. About as old as 2015. A couple of years. Pulse bomb. Ooh, the sleep does miss. Matrix down as well, but it will be back up. But it's going to have to watch out for Nene here. Forcing the Matrix is the ideal play here if you're New York.
Sleep down. I wonder if he rolls all the way around on this one. They don't see him. They should be looking for him, but he's playing the crouch game, not using blinks. No.
Oh, the poop! They just managed to escape just in time. Then it now has to build back up to another one. Shouldn't take too long, but London with a very aggressive flank here. They do move forward with that beat. Hopper finds himself in a little bit of trouble. Same with Nene. He doesn't want to duel Glister out on the high ground, but now the Kree is up there, basically for free. Nene in trouble, does manage to get away, and Glister now pretty low. You can see the resources they're trying to invest to try and kill Glister, but he's still kept alive somehow. The Diva, the Tracer, nothing is stopping him, but Mano is going to take this one into his own hands. He gets nanoed, but slept, in fact, on the back of it. Krillin nearing a nano of his own, and Glister still in the fight.
The defense should be fine. They got a couple of kills. They do force out the self-destruct. Does seem like London is still committing into this one. They throw in a late nano.
How is Glister still alive in the back? I do not know. Jonak ends up going down. Beat's going to come through. NYXL really want to win this one. Of course, 1 minute and now 45 seconds remain for London. They've lost Glister, and Nene has a pulse bomb. This should be it. The beat was enough, and Nene's Tracer is going to clean up the rest.
Let's recount what each team has left. All said and done, kind of hard to track during the fight, a fight that lasted 2 minutes. Glister's going to have the Deadeye. He's gotten some value out of it, not as much as Nene. Nene's pulse bomb going to happen, so we set up this fight of rock and paper and scissors. I'm not sure which one is which, but both of them have ultimate abilities up. London, only a little over a minute to try to capture this last point.
London trying to set up a flank. Potentially just to set up Glister. Nene with the pulse bomb again. So like I said before, forcing the defense matrix would be the ideal play here for New York. There's the pulse. Oh! It lands. No way you can escape from that one. Blizzard come through as well. Yeah, J-Mac, he ain't long for this world. And that is a perfect situation New York have landed themselves in. Nice little parting nade from J-Mac there.
The parting pulse bomb always feels good too. It's like, you may have got me, but I've already stuck you. It's a little too late.
The big stagger too. Oh no, I got it. Big enough though. That was an extra, what, 10, 15 seconds
totally
now.
Fine. We're down to last
fight now remains for London to try and touch this point.
Shatter self-destruct maybe online for London. Self-destruct and nano boost definitely going to come online for the NYXL. I think London can even open this with a barrier if they want. Sanguinar's there.
J-Mac's got the barrier, there he goes, over 1,000 HP, dwindling rather fast though, there's the shatter, doesn't quite land, Mano with the perfect block, and now J-Mac has to play rather defensive. Then he's switching over to the Kree to battle Glister, a big freeze, but a big wall! J-Mac finds nothing from his charge, but Glister definitely does! Whoayu's gonna go down as J-Mac finishes off Mano. And now they need to force themselves on the point, keep contesting. OT is in session. Still more kills rattling through, but now NYXL, they just need one pick, Hex.
This is all London right now, though. Mano did die with Shatter, so he will come out with a Shatter. Maybe he can nail it. A huge sound barrier.
Mano's going to be on the side. The Shatter's going to go down, hits absolutely nobody, and he gets frozen up, instantly killed. Oh, Animo and Jonak tag team in to kill off Glister. Animo staying alive on the point. This is what they need.
Even
Trent's going to kill Bernard. That's going to be it. OT's digging down. The Maze, the only one left. The crowd erupting as NYXL, they're taking 2 maps and set themselves on match point.
Even trades always favoring the defense in that position, and NYXL able to stall out long enough to get the ults in there, to get a sound barrier in there, to pick up a couple of kills. London's giving them everything they can handle. Map 4 coming up.
Wide 5G network.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this? Oh, you ready?
He doesn't want to be here at all. The Fusion probably just need to slow down. Back. Yeah, they're gonna.
I've been holding this for a long time. Oh, what? Saving Private Carpe works out. Cruz just gets squished up against the bus, but the only thing he's taking a tour of is his own spawn.
Nearly getting taken down. You can see RCK going all the way into the middle of the team fight to try to clear this one up. The Color X. Oh, where did this come from? He swaps off over onto the Widow, instantly picks up a double.
He knows this is his best shot of defending because he's low energy after his previous death. He's going to swap back to Zarya for sure, but that was a nice little swap there.
Press the Boston Uprising comes back out. Sound Barrier going to be committed from closer, and he finds a kill onto the enemy Zenyatta.
EMP almost ready.
Laze getting the stun up here. Fusion's taking a lot of damage. They really just want to drain the clock as much as humanly possible. No, into the back on the Tracer. Just harassing them endlessly. RCK taken down. They actually do manage to stabilize.
And this is huge. What a play by Note to track down the Sombra.
High ground, gonna be a rally. Sound barrier now being used by the Rain. It was a nice shadow attack. Team movement connects. That is huge! Oh no! The Rain! Well, they feel the earth move under their feet. Heaven and earth reverse themselves, and they find themselves losing their map. Move up, you animal!
Dude, and DeFran had another grab there towards the end.
Here we are, match points for the NYXL in front of a home crowd. London have definitely brought it at the start of the series, dwindling a little bit on King's Row. But still, for a rookie roster, Hex, not looking too bad.
No, I think if you're a London Spitfire fan, you're already kind of happy with the results. It's been close against a team that we expect to be dominant yet again. NYXL, regular season champs, it seems like they're always bringing it. It's I'm just not even going to worry about this team until we get to those kind of playoff situations. But NYXL, after losing map 1 real close, barely won map 2, and then map 3 looked all NYXL. They had their coordination down, the stalls were great, the ults came out at the right time. They were able to really bring it, and London's offense looked a little confused there on the very last point. Are we going in? Are we leaving? I'm half in, I'm half out. 3 of us are over here, 3 of us are over there. But you expect that from a young team, a little bit.
Yeah, the scrappiness. You want to really show off your individual skill, right? You want to get in there and show who's boss. I mean, at the end of the day as well, who does that actually favor when you're in those scrappy fights? Well, it's the defending team, because you're burning so much of that time bank down. NYXL looking good though. First match for them in the homestand model of the Overwatch League, and it feels pretty good. And I'm sure they are so hyped up to be here in New York in front of a home crowd. Like we said before, this energy is just unbelievable.
They're saving it right now until we actually get into game, but when we get close to that match point, NYXL about to bring it here on our first day of the 2020 Overwatch League. God, it's crazy to say that. It's 2018, it's 2019. I have one really important question for you, Joss. You having fun?
Of course.
Where would you rather be? Where would you rather be? Living the dream? Even though we're going to Junkertown, an interesting map, a controversial map, as it were. But I like it, and I like it because you can run Widows on it. And I'm a big fan of clicking heads and making dents.
There you go, Glister on the Widow already on the defense, and NYXL on the offense, then hovering it. Very, very close hold here from Spitfire, though. Yeah, quite common, of course. The payload does take a long time to get to point number 1. You can definitely stretch out the fights.
I think some of the animosity towards this map in particular was from Pirate Ship. You know, you would drop a Bastion on the cart, set up 2 shields around him, and it just felt unfun to play against. But now with shields not being what they were, you can't really run Pirate Ship. So we'll see kind of a new meta evolve here.
Wow.
Yes, let's get some Tracer play.
Wow, already though, who is going to take out his like for like. And then, yeah, just going for the pure counter. Oh, dear, Glister, you're going to have to hit a shot of your life, my friend. He is so low. Picks up the mini, though, but then he's going to find him. There's the melee. There's the kill. Good start for the NYXL, demolishing the defense of London. But like I said, because London held so close there, they are going to have another fight. Glister switching over to the Creed.
Not a ton of progress gained there, but a very dominant opening from NYXL. It started with Who Are You just hitting an icicle on his counterpart. Then you don't have to worry about walls, you don't have to worry about anything. It makes your tanks less effective because you can just retreat from a swinging Reinhardt. There's no wall behind you.
Yeah, like you said, it's extremely punishing when that does happen. Walled up and then it's like, trying to hold S, but I'm not going anywhere. What's that? Oh, right.
Yes.
Maywall.
My back is a little bit cold.
And now I'm very cold. She's just freezing me. Uh-oh. Genmank's a little cold. Did receive a nade, though, so healing is going to be a little bit more amplified. Mano ends up going down. Shout out for
JJoNak dancing.
J-Mac does end up at least killing the main tank. And now they just have to put themselves on the payload. Mano's going to be wrapped rather shortly, though.
JJoNak was just dancing around those darts. They're able to stay alive, so avoiding the later stagger here. Both teams with a nano boost ready. Oftentimes it will go on these Reinhardts.
Double nano straight on the payload. Shadow available for Mano now. Trying to weave his way past that shield. Anti-nade does land onto JMac. He's going to have to be careful. There's the bomb in the sky. Doesn't find anything, but that shatter definitely did. On the side, JMac gets pinned against the wall as well. There we go. Glister rips the head off Nene though, but it might not matter. Widow not the best at controlling the point, of course. Ball coming up too, and YXL slowly moving themselves towards that first point, but the beat's going to be invested too. I said she wasn't very good at holding the point. Glister's right up in the front line. Okay. Hopper throws bomb in and kills her off, and she's getting pinned.
Yeah, Hopper with another cheesy play there, able to take it down. Glister had gotten 3 right before that. You don't have to hold the point if everybody's dead. He comes up enormous, and it buys them enough time. So low. Both of these London tanks are so low, but Krillin's just going to charge up now.
Oh my goodness. I'm not entirely sure how Mano survived that, to be honest. He was anti-naded up against the card, about 2 HP, but did manage to get out just in time. Payload stop for now, minute and 20 seconds remain.
Yeah, exactly, you just hit the nail on the head. A minute and 20 seconds remain, and they're able to repel this. Glister's gonna have eyes, you have tank ultimates up, London's economy in good shape. New York in shambles.
Oh, let's go. J-Mag's got that shatter, and he's got the nano, weaving his way past that wall. Or at least trying to. Playing a little bit passively now, he knows the nano's coming out. There's the sleep, big shatter. Blizzard's gonna come out as well. Mano just can't play the game right now, but is kept alive, but not for long. Glister at the back, clicking heads. Nene clicks his in time, but the damage has already been done.
Totally fine, you got both tanks right there. Anyway, there's no way NYXL can try to push in against this with 0 tanks. Maybe 1, but Glister able to take down both of them. This is the last push for NYXL. So Junkertown's a weird map where you can see it stop here, you can see it stop a second. Like, there's really no rhyme or reason where the payload stops generally on this map. Self-destruct ready for the Spitfire. Mano about to get a shatter. Blizzard should be up for NYXL as well. Small advantage.
Got to win away from that self-destruct first. Menard doesn't find anybody. Finds the resuit as well. Who you has Blizzard, or close to. Mano has his shatter.
London has nothing. Maybe a barrier gets up here. It's actually really important for the barrier to get up.
Very early wall. There's the Blizzard. Doesn't get eaten. Matrix a little bit too late. The shatter on the side. Only found 1. J-Max now pinned against the cart. He ends up going down. And finally, NYXL are breaking the defense of London. They open it up in OT. They struggled a little bit, but they made it work.
Overwatch is a very complicated game, but sometimes it comes down to just straight up numbers. 2 very good ultimates to absolutely 0. JJoNak even got there during it. The one ultimate that London needed to get there before the ultimates came out was going to be Sound Barrier. Sanguire just a little bit behind, about 10%. And that's really all it takes. We have 3 ultimates, you don't. When these teams are as evenly matched as it appears they are, that's it. 3-0, you're probably gonna win that fight.
Very aggressive push. Ooh, that Ice Walls. Pretty dirty, actually, from London. You can see forces NYXL to drop down from their high ground position. Self-destruct available from Hopper.
I mean, the swing back here is, though, because London had nothing going to the last fight, they're going to have ultimate advantage for this next fight. And they're definitely getting there. Oh, but now New York has more chances with 130.
Hopper lost Glister. No, he definitely didn't. That's 1 man up now for NYXL. He's going to come through as well for London. Really wanted to stay alive in this fight. You got to kill Hopper though somehow, or at least do damage to him to make him retreat. There's the late beat coming through as the nade did land in the front line. J-Mac ends up going down. The rest is history. There's no way you're going to be able to survive that.
You just call that fight a support win right there. The beat comes down, allows them to be aggressive, and then kind of scatters the London Spitfire. JJoNak hits a giant anti-heal nade. You often hear us call it, they're purple. Well, it doesn't feel good to be purple. You're often dead shortly after. And with that, New York continues to roll. It's been great momentum. And Nene has quieted Glister. He's at least put him in check.
That he has. Sight's available for Glister now, though, so we'll have the upper hand. And Blizzard available too. Like you said, numbers game. sometimes just comes out on top. London have got that right now with 4 rolls online, but who are you just got his online as well, so you've got to be a little bit more careful. Nano boost. Nano, yeah, he's stuck between about 3 billion things. He can't really move. Blizzard's going to land on top. There's the self-destruct. Bada bing, bada boom. Who used down? That should be a nice little hold for London Spitfire.
Use a couple ults there, use 2 and absolutely win a fight. It's not too bad. Who are you now? No Blizzard going. Nene puts Blister in check again. And I don't think you have to win dominantly in a Widow v Widow, but it's got to be enough.
All right, they really wanted to win that fight. They really wanted to kill Nene. Please stop killing our Widow. As soon as you kill their Widow as well, hey, what's going to happen?
Yeah, exactly.
You have a perfect sideline. Uh-oh, Nano in trouble. Yeah, no way you're going to survive that, unfortunately. Too much CC, too much damage coming out from the Nano Ryan.
Try to get the peel, but I'm not certain they needed to commit that Nano boost, but better safe than sorry, I suppose.
Oh, Krillin wanted the
Krillin from downtown is able to get hot, but... Right, little over a minute left. Both Widows are going to trade out sites, which means either both are going to peek or neither will.
Good. Hello? Hello? Krillin? Krillin? Okay, he's named. No way can Nene fight this. Goes backing off. He sees Glister. Glister sees him. Tracer rounds to reveal him as well. Both sites end up going down. As Hopper moves forward with the self-destruct too. Hopper's going to be after want to potentially open this one up. Self-destruct goes in. There's the opening they were looking for. Lucio now down. And now London, New York can basically move forward with immunity. I mean, you haven't got speed boost if you're London, so they have to play rather defensively. J-Max says, not today though. Shadow through the payload. That's 3 on their backs. And that's 3 almost back to spawn if he can find the pin. No, he does not. Ever so slightly wide there. Is it now? Yeah, Mano, is he going to die? Someone kill Mano. Please kill Mano. No, he's going to get the beat. In fact, both teams end up beating, and now a Blizzard coming through from Who Are You. Not killing these main tanks is disastrous, and Mano comes back with a beautiful pin onto Pavel. And now what do? If you're London, you have to find a kill. You're out of position. If you're Banar, you face away so you can't get headshot, but you're still so low. The recovery time, the heals, and the resources that you're going to have to pile into him now to keep him in this fight.
This one is down to it. We are in overtime now. The giant Shadow comes in. He gets slugged for his work.
It's so easy if you're New York. Nene with the perfect position on the spawn as well. OT ticking through with the Blizzard on the point. Kill Hotbird, and you might end up winning it. There's the pin. There is the kill, but no! He doesn't die! What? He just getting better. How does this keep happening? New York surviving through everything. Self-destruct on point. Ball doesn't last for long. And Hopper with another 3K.
Take note at home that even the pros can struggle with a ring around the rosy wrecking ball. I think I just found my favorite answer to it. You drop the self-destruct on the cart. You can go in circles all you want. I got a blast radius. I got it going. Hotba adds to his highlight reel another 3K. Come up a little bit dry since that King's Row. He's got him missing some self-destructs, but gets another several self-destruct kills on that. I believe I counted 4 or 5. 3 at the end just for style points. I mean, those weren't the most impactful 3. It seemed like it was inevitable New York was going to get there, but it still looks good in the kill feed.
Oh yes, it does. It looks good for your stats too. Of course, you can't forget about the stats, X. The most important thing if you're a player, the stats.
Guys, I have gold damage.
I have gold damage and gold healing on Moira. Please, team, do something.
Why do I have 5 golds as Moira? That's why we're losing.
Yeah,
that's why we're losing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Moira players, you know you're out there. London now on the offense.
None of them will ever raise their head.
Oh no, definitely not.
See, I'm pure. I only play Moira in free-for-all deathmatch.
Pure? How's that in any way pure?
I almost had you for a second. You almost agreed with me.
Yeah, no. Well, yeah.
No, it's the worst thing you can do.
Yes.
It's the worst thing you can
beat.
Yes,
it is.
Yeah.
I literally insta-leave as soon as I see that. Although I play more Doom Sumo than anything else, to be honest, when I'm waiting in queue.
Fair enough.
Pretty fun game, mate. London's time to attack now. New York on the defense, holding close once again. Nene on the Widow. Lister is going to match.
This is a pretty aggressive hold, I'd say. Oh. He's just trying to get a peek right there. Now he's going to try to drop down. Maybe try to get a boop off and knock him off the high ground. That doesn't come to fruition, but Papa totally safe with the jump jets as they are right now on a 3-second cooldown. You're in, you're out. Was I even there to begin with?
Yeah, Diva just flies all over the place now. It's kind of crazy, actually, that cooldown change.
It's super fun, though.
Oh, yeah, if you're a Diva player, you're going to love it. Uh-oh. Hello? Okay, he's out. We're good. Krillin keeping him alive. But they are stalling, and just the punishment in the back line here from Hopper's extremely frustrating if you're a support player, having to 180 to try and heal other supports. I mean, Manu ends up going down.
Yeah, he's been annoying, but there's no peel on the front line then, and I think London recognized it, like, Hoppa's gonna be hot buff, right? And we just have to ignore it. It's like ignoring a Bara, right? Let's just play the cart, let's play the 5 guys around the ground, we'll deal with that guy later. D.Va's not really gonna do anything to you burst damage-wise unless you get super isolated, so yeah, it was kind of cute play from Hoppa, but it did leave the rest of his team a little bit exposed.
Nice little clean up. Same as we saw before, though. NYXL are going to have another chance to defend. Nene, yep, he's back on the Tracer. He wants to kill Glister. That's going to be his main aim. Who are you? Close, so close.
I will watch anyone on NYXL play Tracer.
Oh, same. Hopper, please bring it out again. I know you've been good on D.Va, but hey, just quickly look at that Tracer. That'd be great.
I think they might have another guy who's known for his Tracer.
Oh, really now?
I've heard rumors.
Gotta be careful with Glister right now. Venom Mine ain't gonna do too much. Can recall out of that rather quickly, but Glister has to now check his back. 2-man dive on the back line, and Glister ends up going down. J-Mac on the front, though, is gonna receive the nano boost, charging towards that Earth Shadow. Remember, 1 dead, 5v6 for NYXL. A perfect eat on the Blizzard, though, from Bernard. That's a very good start. J-Max on the back. Shadow hits the ground. Perfectly blocked, though. Mano still kept alive by his supports. He does get freezing on the sides, but now Krillin dying. London Spitfire in a very bad situation. Glister ends up falling down as well to a direct icicle to the skull. Blizzard's going to come through from London. They want to win this, but Hopper's still alive, and he's got beat as well.
But he's going to dance around, make sure his team stays alive. Meanwhile, Nene cleaning up in the back lines. Oh, it is good to see Tracer back in play.
What do we had today? We had Genji, we've had Tracer. What a perfect way to start 2020.
We've had excellent Overwatch, is what we've had. And it continues even after this match goes. Blister gonna make another change. Here's what I love about today's Overwatch. A lot of changes, no mirror matches, compositions. We're making picks, we're making changes. This is Overwatch at its very best, in my opinion.
Counter picking, once again. Glister switching over to the Kree. Can't as easily get jumped on, but 1 flashbang, 1 roll. 2 people dive you, could be a bit of an issue. Escorting him now, you can see the rest of London are onto this payload. You've got to stop that from moving back as well. Those vital meters can be the death of you sometimes.
Only 1 minute left.
That was a big pulse to the back. Look at the health bars disappear from London. J-Mac, Bernard, Glister, they all took a lot of damage, and that was enough. Sometimes you don't need to kill someone with a pulse bomb. Sometimes the damage is just enough to get finished off.
Well, with the pulse bomb, you're rarely going to kill people anyway, so you better just chunk down those tanks. Pulse bomb used to be a tank buster right there, but a beautiful recognition by the rest of the team to come in, swing the hammer a couple times, clean that up. 30 seconds remain. NYXL on the defense, trying to win this set.
They want to do it. Although, they did take it in OT as well. NYXL fans in the crowd, they know what they want. They want them to stop London right here. Mano's got the Shadow. They got the tools, in fact. They got Blizzard too. They just got to set it up perfectly. There's the wall. Mano trying to navigate around it. There's the Shadow on the back. 2 people end up going down. Krillin gets the nano boost off soon. Manages to keep himself alive somehow, but he is so low. Blizzard doing his work though. Babel ends up going down. Glister with the Deadeye finds nothing as he's escorted with the beaten speed boost. He needs to find kills. He's gonna go down though, and the Hopper with the bomb. OT in session, and Mano and J-Mac end up trading as well.
If I'm in a short-handed situation, I want the Tracer.
OT coming through, Bernard's on the payload, does get D-Mex. Babel's gonna come back with Blizzard, but it might not be enough. He's gonna land himself on the payload, but he can't touch. He gets booped away. And New York, in front of a home crowd, take their first series of the 2020 season. 3-1.
Came out of the blocks a little bit slow. This London team put up a really good fight. It's tradition here to give a little valor for the vanquish. This London team, you have nothing to be ashamed of. But when it breaks down in those late fights, like the last fight at Junkertown there, in a 3v3 situation, I want the Tracer. I'm everywhere, I'm nowhere. There's not enough healing to deal with it. Maybe not the best in the 6v6, but you see the cleanup. NYXL gets there towards the end. This team is formidable. They've got versatility, they've got talent, and I look forward to watching what they can actually pull off this year.
I've got to say, London have definitely showed up as well, though. There's a bright future ahead for this team. But today, with Hui's Genji, Nene's Tracer, they do claim the W.
Feels really good. Hoppa comes and steps in. I thought it might be a big loss to lose Meko, right? Because Mano and Meko, like they operated as a single unit as a tank line. That's not necessarily going to be the case, but got the man right there. It's going to be Mono on the stage. It looked like him and Hoppa were in sync. You might have to play a little bit of a different style with Hoppa because he can be a little more aggressive and D.Va's changed. But Mono has always been the core, rock solid, consistent. When this team's been bad, Mono's still been good. I think we have an interview on stage. It's my buddy, Mr. X, with Mono.
You're 100% correct. You do have me on stage with Mono and Steven from the NYXL here to do the translation. But Mono, first off, I want to get your thoughts on London. They seem to give you guys some trouble today. What do you think why?
마노 선수 일단 오늘 경기 축하드리고요. 생각보다 런던 교회 되게 팽팽하게 진행이 됐는데 그거에 대해서 좀 의견 있으신지 어떻게 진행되는지.
오늘 오랜만에 경기도 하고 이렇게 수많은 팬분들 앞에서 하니까 처음에 많이 긴장이 되더라고요. 그래서 실수도 많이 나와서 이렇게 팽팽한 경기가 나왔던 것 같아요.
Because we're in such a loud crowd today, and we were a little bit nervous in the beginning, but you guys cheered for us, so we could do this with the home fan today.
Well, you better get used to the crowd. And you guys have some new additions to the roster this year. Can you speak to me a little bit about how good Hotba and Who you are today?
팀에 새로운 멤버들이 추가 영입이 됐는데 이제 핫바 선수와 후에 선수가 정말 잘해줬어요. 그 점에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하는지 말씀해 주세요.
일단은 두 선수 다 정말 잘하는 선수고 연습 때는 훨씬 더 잘하는 경기력을 보여줘서 앞으로 많이 기대해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
Our new players way much better in the practice, so we're gonna continue to show you guys a better performance. So please watch us and cheer for us. Thank you.
And you've already alluded a little bit with how loud the crowd was today, but for your first home game here in New York, what was it finally like after a little bit of a wait to get here?
이제 처음으로 이제 홈 경기를 여기 뉴욕 팬들 앞에서 정말 이제 뉴욕 팀으로서 경기를 했는데 그 점에 대해서 이제 소감이랑 정말 어떤 심정을 갖고 있는지에 대해서 얘기해 주세요.
먼저 최고의 도시, 최고의 팬분들 앞에서 해서 너무 영광스럽고 그리고 너무 재밌게 플레이했던 것 같아요.
It is my honor to play in such a great crowd, and this is the biggest city in the world. I'm really thankful to you guys, and he's just nervous right now.
And you know, I think you see the whole city's excited for you guys. I think they're going to be represented extremely well by the NYXL. But guys, make some more noise for Mono and the NYXL. Hex and Jaws, back to you.
Hey, there we go. Mono said it himself, slotting into the team perfectly. Hotbird performing out of his mind. Who are you? Doing exactly the same thing, showing what his Genji is truly made of.
They still have a really strong bench as well that they didn't need to even go to today. This is a team that, look, I'm excited about. I'm always excited with NYXL. I think they're going to make the playoffs, but I think that's what everyone expects, right? The expectations for teams in New York overall are super high. It's championship or bust. I think they played a great brand of Overwatch today, and I'm super excited to see how they go.
This season's going to be crazy, man. We've got player of the match, though. Who is it going to be? Can anybody guess? It's Hotba. Of course it's going to be. Self-destructs galore this entire series.
Came up clutch. Also, I mentioned, just plays a great fundamental D.Va as well in the right position. Was able to shut down Glister when Glister was a problem. Look, these are always going to be highlights and they're always going to be great, but you don't get these without being in position to do damage, to shut down the other squad. What a debut for him on a new squad. Hotba's in that New York state of mind.
Look at that, 14 self-destruct kills and a couple of blizzards eaten as well. Surprise, surprise, he was going to be on your screens. Now, NYXL looking forward to the next few matches. I mean, at the moment, you're thinking as other teams like, we should probably shut down Hotbar. I didn't think we'd see D.Va in this meta, but hey, guess what?
Yeah,
he's here to stay.
We're going to see NYXL play again tomorrow, but we're only halfway through our first day of the Overwatch 2020 season. Oh man, what a day it's been thus far. It is time to stay tuned though. Maybe grab yourself a snack. Maybe go, run back to the bathroom. Do what you got to do because we have hours and hours more of Overwatch yet to come.
Yeah, we do. We're down in Dallas as well. Not us personally. We can't teleport, unfortunately. But we got the boys over in Dallas. They got Glad. They got Vancouver coming up as well. Vancouver, they want to claim some of that glory over there. Gladiators look like a new formidable team as well. It is going to be a heck of a day of Overwatch. And then rounding it out too, we've got Valiant versus Fuel.
I mean, Valiant has the Scrimbucks, they're rising up everyone's power rankings. A team similar to London where a lot of unknowns coming into that squad, so we're gonna get some questions answers. But look, I've been in Texas. Those fans are nuts as well. That is going to be a hype event.
Oh, it's gonna be a good time. Gladiators facing up against the Titans. They want to win so bad. The Titans, they'll be coming up at 4 p.m. We'll see you soon though. Thank you very much for joining us here in New York. We'll see you later.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.